It being Wednesday, we'll have the singing of our national anthem today, led by the Honourable Member for Chatham, Kent, Essex. Statements by members. Déclaration des députés. The Honourable Member for Thunder Bay, Superior North.
Mr. Speaker, there's more than just honey that comes from honeybees. 1 of every 3 bites of food eaten worldwide depends on pollinators, especially honeybees. Many crops rely completely on them. In Canada, over $2 billion a year in agricultural production depend on honeybees. But, Mr. Speaker, bees are dying and disappearing in record numbers. Pesticides, parasites, and pathogens are killing 1/3 of all colonies each year, and it's getting worse. Mr. Speaker, a threat to the honeybee is a threat to our food and to us all. Today is the day of the honeybee in 185 municipalities and 3 provinces, including Thunder Bay. I hope the members of this House will join me in supporting efforts to make May 29th our National Day of the Honeybee. I invite Thunder Bay citizens to join me this Saturday for Day of the Honeybee celebrations at the Thunder Bay Country Market. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to emphasize the need for us all to work together to promote health and fitness for all Canadians. We're facing the terrible situation of raising the first generation of children who may not live as long as our parents did. That's why we need to improve our health level now and show our children that we can do better. This is one of the reasons why colleagues all around this House and I have worked together to create National Health and Fitness Day, the first Saturday in June, this year, June 1st. Over the last few months, more than 40 towns and cities across Canada have proclaimed the day, including Half Pond, Yellowknife, Whistler, Calgary, Ottawa, and Halifax. In Ottawa, there's a cycling event planned at City Hall with national leaders. In Vancouver, we'll have a run with Olympian Ashley McIver and the Minister of Transport. We also have the strong support of Running Room and the Fitness Industry Council of Canada, which has encouraged over 500 private clubs across Canada to waive their drop-in fees for June 1st. Mr. Speaker, I thank all my colleagues from all parties who are promoting better health for all Canadians. It shows the next generation that we can work together to make Canada the fittest nation on earth.
Member for York South-Weston.
Mr. Speaker, today is World MS Day. Multiple sclerosis is a neurological disorder causing disability. Most diagnoses occur between the ages of 25 and 31, afflicting about twice as many women as men. It is not known what causes this disease, and as yet there is no cure. MS puts hard demands on the health and income of family members acting as caregivers. There are 3 important changes that we could make to help people with MS and their caregivers stay in the workforce and ease their financial hardships. Employment insurance sickness benefits should be made more flexible so people with MS and other disabilities can get support when and how they need it. The criteria for receiving disability credits and benefits should be eased to help people with MS and other disabilities to qualify because their health condition varies over time. Finally, disability and caregiver tax credits should be refundable to improve income support for caregivers, particularly those in need. These steps would help people with MS and their families cope better until a cure is being found. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Ancaster, Dundas.
Mr. Speaker, as the regressive, clerical, military dictatorship in Iran goes through its mockery of fair elections, a brutal crackdown has been unleashed. Mr. Speaker, that's why many members are taking part in the Iran Accountability Week. We are shining the light of truth on what's happening inside Iran. I want to draw attention to a few such examples. First, Navid Kanjani, a Baha'i student, denied the right to go to university because of his faith and sentenced to 12 years of brutal imprisonment in Tehran's Evin prison. It reconfirms a willful pattern of abuse by this regime. You'll recall that I spoke last year in the House about Pastor Yosef Nader-Khani, a Christian pastor who's been sentenced to death for practicing his faith. Mr. Speaker, another Christian pastor is also in jeopardy right now. Pastor Saeed Abedini is a dual American-Iranian citizen who was arrested, beaten, and sentenced to 8 years. His health is now deteriorating because of his beatings. Mr. Speaker, we renew our call on the regime to release Navid Kanjani, Pastor Yosef, and Pastor Saeed at once.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, my warm, loving Somali community left a war-torn country to come to our peaceful country, only to have many of their children die at the hand of violence, often gun violence. Of almost 50 young Somali Canadian males who have been killed in Ontario and Alberta since 2006. In 2012, 6 of 33 Toronto shooting homicides befell Somali Canadian men who were killed between June and October. That is the Somali community, making up less than 100,000 of Toronto's population, had 18% of the city's shooting deaths. Our Toronto Somali Canadian community faces poverty, education challenges, job challenges, imported guns from the United States, and overwhelming fear to report the violence. Our resilient Somali Canadian community hopes the government will investigate these deaths, develop federal provincial job programs supporting Somali Canadians, develop job opportunities with the RCMP, and examine witness protection.
Very good. Honourable Member for Dauphin, Swan River, Marquette.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to honour 2 business people from my riding, Judith McCaskill, owner of the Sandy Lake Hotel, and Marcia Trinder, owner of the TW Ranch, finalists for the 2013 Manitoba Woman Entrepreneur of the Year Awards. I also want to congratulate Ms. McCaskill for winning the Contribution to Community Award. Judith McCaskill has owned the Sandy Lake Hotel for 12 years and has turned her business into a gathering place for Manitobans from all walks of life. She has worked to make her community a better place, raising $223,000 for charity, establishing the Sandy Lake Merchants Association, and improving the health of her community.
Amazing.
Marcia Trinder has operated the TW Ranch since 2006, where she raises Tennessee walking horses for sale across Canada. Women entrepreneurs are one of the fastest growing groups within the Canadian economy, and are crucial to the success of rural communities, not only in my riding but throughout all of Canada. Congratulations to these two business people for their exemplary work and success.
Honourable Member for Shikootsuminafjao. Mr. Speaker, I was deeply shocked and saddened this week because over the past few days, two young people, Taylor Moldovan, age 17 from Milton, Ontario, and Anne-Elisabeth Belly, age 14 from Jonquière in my region, committed suicide. They were both victims of bullying. Once again, Canada has failed to protect its children. As legislators, we have a unique role and we must find solutions. That means funding and promoting the prevention of bullying. It also means working with the provinces, parents, and young people themselves to ensure that tragedies like these no longer occur. That means that we need a national anti-bullying strategy. It's a duty we have to our children. On my behalf and that of my caucus, I would like to express my condolences to the Belay and Moldovan families and their friends and family, and I promise to continue to fight until Canada adopts a national anti-bullying strategy.
The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, this past Sunday I attended the 4th annual One Heart Winnipeg event. One Heart Winnipeg is part of a 2-week focus called Love Winnipeg, encouraging the sharing of God's love through random acts of kindness within the community. Over 90 city churches joined together on Sunday morning to attend One Heart Winnipeg. This is the first event to be held under the Investors Group Field, the new home to the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. Pastors and more than 12,000 attendees prayed for the city of Winnipeg, for its leaders and its safety, and to seek God's blessing. Speakers at One Heart included dignitaries such as Mayor Sam Cates and Bombers legend Milt Stegall, along with many church leaders from across the region. I hosted students from Faith Academy on Monday here in Ottawa, and I want to congratulate these students and everyone involved with the Love Winnipeg and One Heart Winnipeg. These students wore their yellow T-shirts saying, "Love Winnipeg." Random acts of kindness are a wonderful way to live out your faith and strengthen our communities.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize the 25th anniversary of the largest systematic violation of human rights committed by the Iranian regime. In the summer of 1988, the Iranian regime tortured and executed 5,000 political prisoners and buried them in mass graves for simple activities like distributing pamphlets. They deny to this day the tyranny of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei shows no respect for democracy or human rights. The gangsters who carried out this brutal, deliberate massacre remain in powerful positions. We condemn these despicable acts, crimes against humanity. This is the same Iran that, as of yesterday, is shamelessly leading the UN Conference on Disarmament. I am proud to note that Canada's envoy walked out in protest. With supposed elections in Iran in the coming month, we encourage Iranians and the Iranian diaspora to visit www.theglobaldialogue.ca to catalog the repression that this brutal regime continues to this day. Mr. Speaker, I call on all Canadians to join us in the effort to highlight the ongoing human rights atrocities in today's Iran. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
Mr. Speaker, today I was honoured to meet with grade 7 and 8 girls from schools in my riding, St. Cecilia's, Annette Public School, and High Park Alternative. A delegation from the Girls Government Initiative. Their program introduces young girls to politics and encourages them to consider politics as a career option.
Great idea.
After more than a decade since being a co-founder of Equal Voice, I regret that only 25% of our parliamentarians are women. Though that number is much higher in the NDP at 40%, Canada still has a long way to go in truly reflecting Canadian diversity here in Parliament. The girls told me about issues they're determined to change. Things like factory farming and mental health stigma. These young people are brimming with passion, creativity, and optimism. Today I want to make a prediction. Mr. Speaker, I predict some of these girls one day will stand in this House, and I say bravo.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Louisville-Chaudière. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Senate adopted our Conservative government's 11 tough new expense rules moved by the Conservative senators. Our government is focused on a significant reform of the Senate, especially through elections, term limits, and a strict supervision of spending. Canadians know that our Senate in its current form must either change or be abolished. as were the Senates of the provinces. Whereas we are planning for tougher accountability measures for Senate spending, the leader of the Liberal Party is championing the status quo, wanting the Senate to remain unelected and unaccountable because it is an advantage for Quebec. The Liberal leader is dividing Canadians, and we said that we would improve the rules governing Senate travel and expenses, and we kept our word.
The honourable member for Churchill.
Today I rise to pay tribute to Dr. Henry Morgentaler, who we lost this morning. We extend our deepest sympathies to his family and loved ones. We
recognize the courage and perseverance of Dr. Morgentaler.
His dedication, and the way he changed the course of Canadian history. As a champion for reproductive justice and women's rights, he took our country forward. Thanks to Dr. Morgentaler's fight, a generation of Canadian women have had access to choice. Dr. Morgentaler was honoured with the Order of Canada for his tireless efforts for nearly half a century, putting his life and freedom at risk so that Canadian women could have access to safe abortion services. 25 years ago, the Supreme Court ruled in his favour, declaring that women have the right to choose. Unfortunately, even today, access to reproductive services remain unequal, and we must remain vigilant against repeated attempts to roll back these rights. New Democrats will continue Dr. Morgentaler's fight in the pursuit of equality.
The honourable member for Nipissing Timiskaming.
Mr. Speaker, our party and our government are demanding real accountability in the Senate, including thorough, tough new expense rules we pushed through yesterday. On the other hand, the leader of the Liberal Party champions the status quo in the Senate. It's no wonder Canadians abandoned the Liberal Party in the last election. It's exactly this type of poor judgment on the Senate status quo that Canadians reject. And the leader of the Liberal Party's poor judgment doesn't end there, Mr. Speaker. The Liberal leader has known for weeks that a Liberal senator is hiding $1.7 million in an offshore bank account. This senator only remains in the Liberal caucus because of the Liberal leader's poor judgment. He is clearly over his head.
The honourable member for Random Buren St. George's.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize a talented young man from Ramia, a small isolated town with a population of 525 in the riding of Random Buren St. George's. Zachary Green is a graduate of the digital animation program offered by the Bay St. George campus of the College of North Atlantic in Stephenville. In 2012, Zachary produced a short film called The Collector, an exceptional piece of digital art that has resulted in him receiving national and international recognition. Recognized by the Toronto Applied Arts magazine, Zachary received the Digital Character Animation Award. His film has been screened in Seattle at the National Film Festival for Talented Youth and at Cine Youth Chicago, sponsored by the Chicago International Film Festival. Zachary credits exemplary program and instruction he received at the College of the North Atlantic for his success. He is currently employed in St. John's as a 3D modeler with GRI Simulations Incorporated. Mr. Speaker, I ask all members to join me in wishing Zachary Green continued success as he pursues a career in digital animation.
The honourable member for Don Valley West.
Media have revealed that a Liberal senator is the beneficiary of a $1.7 million trust set up in an offshore tax haven in the South Pacific. Yet weeks have gone by and this Liberal senator has refused to come clean with Canadians. She refuses to confirm she has made the proper disclosures of her offshore wealth to the Senate ethics officer. The leader of the Liberal Party and the Liberal Senate leader are aware of the situation but are refusing to take responsibility. Canadians deserve to know, why is this Liberal senator stashing money in offshore tax havens? The fact that Liberals are hiding this information and this tax-evading senator still remains in the Liberal caucus is yet more evidence of the Liberal leader's lack of judgment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Speaker, last night both Conservative and Liberal senators feigned shock and horror to learn that Mike Duffy had been engaged in partisan politics while milking the Senate. But the reality is it's a time-honored tradition. Lots of senators are full-time political operatives for their parties with their salaries, their staff, and their travel fully paid by the taxpayer. This has been going on for decades, but not a single Conservative or Liberal blew the whistle on any of these senators, but why would they? Just like there's no fix for an egg-sucking dog, Mr. Speaker, once they got a taste for that juicy subsidy, there's no way to ever make them stop. No wonder the Prime Minister's office orchestrated a cover-up. How many other senators were working the last federal election while collecting a senator's salary? In a few moments, the Prime Minister will again face simple, straightforward questions from the Leader of the official opposition. I implore the Prime Minister, out of respect for Canadians, leave your talking points alone and tell Canadians the real story behind the Mike Duffy cover-up.
The honourable member for Moncton Riverview Dieppe.
Mr. Speaker, since 2006, our government has reduced taxes for Canadians over 150 times, and they have thus saved an average of $3,200. Canadians are proud of this record, and they also expect everyone to pay their fair share. Our government has acted by implementing major measures to counter tax evasion. Paying one's fair share of taxes, unfortunately, does not seem to be the priority of the opposition. Canadians were shocked and angered to learn that 2 NDP elected officials owe tens of thousands of dollars in unpaid taxes. They are also angry to learn that the NDP was aware of this problem and hid this information from honest taxpayers. How can they plan to impose new taxes on Canadians without leading by example? The constituents in my riding are disappointed by the NDP's attitudes and are sending this message: pay your taxes.
Questions orales, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Yesterday, the Prime Minister acknowledged the existence of the email in which Mike Duffy wrote that he stayed silent on the orders of the Prime Minister's office. Who in the Prime Minister's office has a copy of that email?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this is an email, I understand, of Mr. Duffy, a former Conservative senator. Obviously, the activities, as we know well, the activities of Mr. Duffy are being looked into by the appropriate authorities, and of course, any and all information we have will be shared with those authorities.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Has the RCMP contacted the Prime Minister's office to obtain that email or all other documents that they have in relation to this matter?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, to my knowledge, we've had no such contact. That, of course, Mr. Speaker, would be very different, I understand, than the Leader of the NDP, who, after 17 years of apparently knowing about the activities of the Mayor of Laval, who is now charged with various offences, did not reveal that information to the public and the police until very recently. Any information we have that is relevant, we will reveal immediately.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Order, please. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Who did the Prime Minister give the mandate to for looking after the crisis regarding illegal spending in the Senate? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I don't understand the question exactly. The Senate is responsible for managing its affairs and overseeing expenditures, but because of the events in this case, the Senate has called upon other authorities to conduct investigations. Those investigations are underway, and we are looking at people who are acting inappropriately. When did the illegal expenditure file, when in fact was it discussed at Cabinet for the first time? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the NDP leader knows full well that we do not discuss those issues at Cabinet.
Of course. Well, we, of course, are sworn not to discuss Cabinet matters publicly. I can certainly say that these matters were not a matter of public business at any point, Mr. Speaker. This is not, and in fact, Mr. Speaker, as we have said, this matter became aware to me on May the 15th. I immediately made that information public. Very different than the leader of the NDP, who withheld information on the wrongdoing of the Mayor of Laval for 17 years.
Order. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
That's interesting. That wasn't yesterday's excuse.
No.
Est-ce que le Premier ministre
Does the Prime Minister have proof that the $90,000 check from his Chief of Staff to Mike Duffy was a personal check? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, that is what Mr. Wright said, and I insisted immediately that the public be informed. Clearly, Mr. Wright is subjected to an investigation by the Ethics Commissioner.
As soon as this information was conveyed to me by the former Chief of Staff, I immediately insisted he go to the appropriate authorities, the information be made public. Totally different than the leader of the NDP, who withheld that information from the public and from the police for 17 years.
Order. The Honourable Member for Papineau.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday it was reported that the RCMP asked media for that February 20th email that details the $90,000 arrangement between the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff and Mike Duffy. As we know, the Prime Minister's office has a copy of that email. Will he proactively make that email public?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I've said repeatedly we have put in place as a government authorities to deal with any kind of matters such as this that may arise. We expect the authorities to deal with those matters, and of course, Mr. Speaker, they will have the full assistance of the government in doing so.
The Honourable Member for Papineau.
Yesterday, the Prime Minister said that he did not learn about his Chief of Staff's $90,000 payment to Mike Duffy until Wednesday the 15th. Yet, media contacted his office on the afternoon of Tuesday the 14th to comment on the payment. His office and Mike Duffy then released identical statements on the source of that payment. How does the Prime Minister reconcile his assertion that he did not know about the scandal until Wednesday if his office responded the afternoon before?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I've said before, Mr. Wright informed me and informed others of this particular matter on the morning of May the 15th. That is why I did not know that on the afternoon of May the 14th. On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, it was my understanding, this caucus's understanding, this government's understanding, that Mr. Duffy had repaid his expenses using his own resources.
The Honourable Member for Papineau.
Meager answers provided to us by this Prime Minister do not add up. C'est une question simple.
It's a simple question, Mr. Speaker. How can a Prime Minister explain his statement that he didn't know anything about the $90,000 payment by his Chief of Staff prior to Wednesday the 15th, when his very office and the office of Mike Duffy provided coordinated responses, identical statements on the topic in the afternoon of the 14th? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. The facts.
About what the facts are in this situation, and that when I became aware of such information, I immediately revealed that information to the public. On the other hand, Mr. Speaker, the leader of the Liberal Party should explain why he has known for weeks that a member of his caucus, a Liberal senator, is connected to an undisclosed offshore bank account worth $1.7 million, and he has chosen to take no action whatsoever.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Le Premier ministre vient de nous dire...
Now, the Prime Minister just said that before the 15th of May, he thought that Mike Duffy had reimbursed expenditures using his own resources. But the question is this: what is the Prime Minister basing himself on to assume that Mike Duffy had even accepted to pay back those expenses? Who informed him of that? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, it was my understanding that Mr. Duffy had paid back his own expenses. He made that statement.
Duffy himself said that publicly. However, as little as 3 years ago, the leader of the NDP said he knew absolutely nothing about the affairs of the former mayor of Laval that are now being investigated by the Charbonneau Commission. It's up to him, Mr. Speaker, to explain why, when he knew such information, he did not think it relevant to tell the public.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Au cours d'une journée
During a typical day, how many times would the Prime Minister speak to his Chief of Staff? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, I don't understand that question.
Order. Order. The Right Honourable Prime Minister has the floor.
The Chief of Staff, former Chief of Staff, didn't inform me of the payment before the 15th. I've said that very clearly. But at the same time, Mr. Speaker, why did the Leader of the Opposition refuse to disclose the information he was aware of regarding the activities of the former Mayor of Laval for 17 years? The Leader of the Opposition.
When did the Prime Minister first speak with Nigel Wright about the whole question of the Senate expenses scandal? When?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, obviously, we all spoke of this as soon as the story was in the news. As I've said repeatedly, I was not aware of any payment made by Mr. Wright before the 15th of May. But, Mr. Speaker, what I don't understand is how the entire Quebec construction industry can be mired in a deep scandal involving mayors and public officials all across the province, subject to an inquiry called by the government he was a member of, and that for all of those years he not thought it relevant to inform the authorities and the public that he had been offered considerations by the Mayor of Laval.
The Honourable Leader of the... The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Order. 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 The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport explicitly said that the $90,000 check was issued, and I quote, because we didn't believe taxpayers should have to pay the cost, and Mr. Duffy was not in a position to pay them himself. Who's we?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, Mr. Wright has been clear that his motive was he wanted to see the taxpayers recompense for expenses that we all believed were inappropriate. And obviously it is important that those expenses be recovered. It is also important that all the people who have been involved in this be subject to the appropriate investigations and held accountable. And once again, Mr. Speaker, when we knew this information, it's all been rendered public. I contrast this with the Leader of the NDP, who withheld vital information on the improper activities of the Mayor of Laval for 17 years, even during a provincial royal commission.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Est-ce que Nigel Wright?
Did Nigel Wright receive severance pay? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Wright will receive the amounts that he is entitled to under the law, and that is it. The Leader of the Opposition.
He's entitled to his entitlements. Quelle est la valeur de la prime de séparation?
How much is the separation payment that Nigel Wright is entitled to? Would it be of the order of $90,000 by chance? The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Amounts under the law, such as certain accumulated vacation pay. Those policies are clear. The government cannot work around them. Mr. Wright will be paid only those amounts of money. And, Mr. Speaker, once again, we have been absolutely clear about this matter, unlike the Leader of the NDP.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Prime Minister's office was first informed of this matter on May 14th. Who in the Prime Minister's office knew on May 14th?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Once again, Mr. Speaker, I've been very clear that Mr. Wright informed myself of this on May the 15th. We've been very clear on that. As soon as we knew that information, we made it public. If we'd known earlier, we would have made it public earlier. Unlike the Leader of the NDP, who, when confronted with information regarding the improper activities of a mayor who is now charged with various corruption offences, refused to provide that information to the public or to the authorities for 17 years.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Has the Prime Minister asked that all emails to and from Nigel Wright's email account in the Prime Minister's office be examined to see if there's any reference whatsoever to the Mike Duffy affair or to any and all documents concerning the Mike Duffy affair?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Once again, Mr. Speaker, we have put in place the appropriate authorities to investigate such matters when they arise. We will obviously assist those authorities, and we will ensure that anybody who's broken any rules or laws is held accountable. And we are doing so promptly, Mr. Speaker. Unlike the Leader of the NDP, who, in spite of the fact he knew about the inappropriate activities of the former mayor of Laval and has now admitted it after having denied it in public repeatedly, refused to provide that information.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
What did the Prime Minister learn from the audit of Pamela Wallen's expenses that led her to resign from the Conservative caucus?
Very good. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I think you will know well, the audit of Senator Wallen's expenses is not, in fact, complete. Senator Wallen has chosen to step outside of the caucus until those matters are resolved. She obviously will not be readmitted unless those matters are resolved, and if she has in any way acted improperly, she will be subject to the appropriate authorities and consequences for those actions.
For Toronto Centre.
Speaker, I wonder if the Prime Minister can tell us who in his office was responsible for the discussions with Senator Tkachuk and Senator Stuart Olson between February and May the 15th. That's a critical question, Mr. Speaker, for us to find out who exactly in the Prime Minister's office was responsible for managing this file.
The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Well, of course, the original Senate committee report did reflect the results of the audit, and the Senate has indeed taken new actions yesterday. There's a new report that's been out. The RCMP has appropriately been brought in, and more importantly than that, I think what Canadians are looking for is the action that was taken yesterday by the Senate, which is 11 new items of accountability to protect the interests of taxpayers. We think that's the action that Canadians want to see, and that's the action that we're taking.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Centre.
Mr. Speaker, there was no answer to the question. It's clear the minister is not, perhaps he's not aware of the fact that his colleagues in the Senate are having to re-eat all of the words which they refused to allow in the original report because their original report was completely changed as a result of we don't know what. I'd like to ask the minister very clearly this question. Who in the Prime Minister's office had conversations with Senator Tkachuk and with Senator Stuart Olson that led to the words being changed? Who was responsible for that?
The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Well, the premise of the question is entirely false. What the Senate did yesterday was two very important things for Canadians. First was to issue a report that was agreed by unanimously, including Liberal members, to refer this matter to the RCMP, which is entirely appropriate. And second, the Senate took action on 11 specific items to protect the interests of taxpayers going forward. Those are the things that the Senate did, and they are exactly what's in line with what taxpayers expect.
The honourable member for Toronto Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the managing of this issue was conducted out of the Prime Minister's office. Senator Tkachuk said yesterday that he had conversations with Nigel Wright. Our question is very clear. It's not a difficult question. Apart from Mr. Wright, who in the Prime Minister's office knew? The Prime Minister has refused to answer, but the Minister can answer. Who was responsible in the Prime Minister's office for those conversations with Senator Tkachuk and for managing this important matter? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. As he said in his statement to Mr. Wright, when he resigned, he took sole responsibility for the issue. He was the one who was involved in this matter, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Ottawa Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Arthur Porter is in jail under charges of fraud and money laundering. Just 2 years ago, the Conservatives had full confidence in Mr. Porter. They made him the chair of the CSIS watchdog and appointed him to the Privy Council. Despite charges connecting Mr. Porter to one of the largest fraud cases in Canada's history, he remains a member of the Privy Council. Mr. Speaker, will the government remove him from the Privy Council?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
A matter of clarification, Mr. Porter was appointed to CERC with the support of the NDP and the Liberal leadership. I would like to congratulate the authorities for a successful arrest. While I can't comment on a specific case, I must say that anyone involved in corruption must face the full force of the law, unlike the leader of the NDP who knew about corruption, who knew about a bribe attempt, and in fact denied it years later, has now had to come clean.
The honourable member for Gatineau.
I don't know if they realize, Mr. Speaker, that they're protecting and keeping someone in the Privy Council who tried to make a run for it while his wife was left behind in jail. The fiasco over intelligence sharing in the Delisle case occurred while Porter was in charge, and the fraud at McGill University Hospital occurred while Porter was in charge. It's time to stop the charade. The extradition request for Arthur Porter must be in the federal government's hands now. Is the minister going to act quickly? Can he confirm that he has that application underway, and is he going to act quickly to have Porter tried in Canada? The Honourable Minister.
Speaker, what I would like to know is that when the member says that someone was protected, what we do know is that the Leader of the Opposition denied a specific bribery attempt, and then 3 years later came clean on this, or even less than 3 years later. So for 17 years, the Leader of the Opposition knew about a bribery attempt, denied it, finally has had to come clean. Who is protecting who?
The Honourable Member for Alfred Pallon. While Arthur Porter was chair of CERC, Delisle was selling state secrets to Russia, and CSIS wasn't sharing its intelligence with the RCMP. For 2 days now, the minister has simply been repeating, "Trust me." The problem is, when we trust him, we wind up with problems like Porter and Delisle. So, Mr. Speaker, what corrective action has the minister taken on cooperation between Canadian security agencies? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, if the member has any information that any member of our security forces behaved contrary to Canada's interests, I would encourage her to immediately refer to CERC. But let's talk about sharing information. What we do know is it's very clear the Leader of the Opposition failed to share information that was pertinent to a bribery attempt, which is now what we are hearing about in the province of Quebec. Why did that member fail to disclose pertinent information, fail to share it with the authorities?
The honourable member for Small
Mr. Speaker, the minister knows full well his non-answers are all about protecting his government and nothing more.
Absolutely.
The Delano case is an embarrassing litany of failures. Failure to fix well-known security problems. Failure to share key information between agencies. Failure to maintain confidence and credibility in the eyes of our intelligence partners. And worst of all, failure to be accountable to Canadians. I ask the minister once again, what is he doing to restore Canada's reputation with our allies in the wake of this embarrassing mess?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I've answered that question. And if that member has any information that security forces behave contrary to Canada's interests, I would encourage him to immediately refer it to the Security Intelligence Review Committee. But let's talk about hiding information. Let's talk about the Leader of the Opposition who for 17 years hid bribery attempts on him by the Mayor. And these matters are now being disclosed in a public inquiry. Why didn't the Leader of the Opposition do his duty?
The Honourable Member for the Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, our government is proud of its refinery sector in Canada. Canada is a world leader in refineries, and we export over 400,000 barrels of oil every year, which is much more than we can use. We know the NDP would introduce a carbon tax which would destroy our refineries. Can the Minister of Natural Resources tell the House what the latest data on refineries are in Canada? The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources. Yesterday, the CEO of Valero, which operates the refinery in Lévis, said that they may have to close their operations down if Line 9B isn't reversed. The NDP leader publicly stated that he was opposed to reversing Line 9B. The NDP, in their ideological battle against jobs in the oil patch, are prepared to see to it that 500 unionized workers at the Lévis refinery lose their jobs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The mismanagement and ethical problems at HoC continue. Today, we learned that the CEO of Enterprise Cape Breton is under investigation by the Federal Ethics Commissioner. Enterprise Cape Breton, Mr. Speaker, is responsible for a budget of $50 million. I'd like to ask the government to explain what it is that the Ethics Commissioner is investigating, and given all of the mess at ACOA, what are they going to do to restore confidence to that important economic development institution in Atlantic Canada?
The Honourable Minister for ACOA.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Enterprise Cape Breton Corporation is an independent arm's-length Crown corporation. My expectation is that ECBC conducts its business with integrity, with accountability, and respect for Canadian taxpayers. Mr. Speaker, we've ensured that this matter was brought to the attention of the Ethics Commissioner, and we do expect that the CEO will fully cooperate with that investigation.
The member for St. John South Mount Pearl.
Atlantic Canadians want economic development. Instead, ACOA is becoming a home for Conservative mismanagement and ethical breaches. Yesterday, Conservatives had the audacity to claim that they didn't rig the ACOA hiring process, but the report clearly stated, quote, decisions in the hiring process were based on Mr. McAdams' circumstances as a minister's staff member, end quote. And then the Defence Minister's Chief of Staff interfered, and he changed the report. So let's try again today, Mr. Speaker. What consequences did the Minister's Chief of Staff face for this attempted cover-up?
The Honourable Minister for ACOA.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. ACOA is very busy supporting economic development in the province of Newfoundland and Labrador. Mr. Speaker, the Public Service Commission is an independent body, and as such, they make their own determinations on what or what not to include in this report. This was their report, Mr. Speaker. The independent investigation by the Public Service Commission didn't find any evidence of wrongdoing or influence on the part of the ministers or of any political staff for that matter. We have taken actions in response to the Commission's recommendations, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, I spoke to Vital Tremblay, CEO of Sylviculture Tram 4. For him and other forestry businesses, the EI reform is going to cause a loss of expertise when the season ends in October. workers will surely find other permanent jobs and won't want to risk going back to forestry for just a few weeks next year. It takes 3 years to train a good forestry worker. Will the Prime Minister back down on the reform which is jeopardizing the financial health of the forestry industry? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Times in this House, the changes that we're making to employment insurance are to make sure that Canadians are better connected to jobs. And I asked the member opposite to maybe read the budget, Economic Action Plan 2013, where we're investing in training to make sure that individuals have an opportunity to do exactly that, train for those jobs that are available, those in-demand jobs. We're connecting employers with employees, employees with employers. We're doing that to make sure we can grow the Canadian economy. I encourage the opposition to get on board.
The Honourable Member for Acadie-Bathurst. Mr. Speaker, it's because of examples like that that a resident of Acadie-Bathurst launched a petition in the fall of 2012 calling on the government to undo the EI reform. Over 34,000 people have signed, and that's in addition to the 30,000 signatures already gathered in Quebec and the huge demonstrations by thousands of workers. The provincial premiers in the Atlantic have a united front against this reform. Will the Prime Minister start paying attention to the half of the population of Canada that he simply is turning his back on?
As I just said, I would encourage the opposition to get on board with what we're doing with Economic Action Plan 2013. We're creating jobs and opportunities for Canadians to be better connected to jobs, whether that be through jobs alerts or whether that be through the opportunities in Economic Action Plan 2013. Internships, 5,000 more, the Canada Jobs Grant, an excellent opportunity to train. These are all items that we encourage the opposition to support. We're creating jobs for Canadians. We encourage them to support us in doing that.
Now, member for Beauséjour.
The Prime Minister told this House that he had personally reviewed Senator Wallen's travel expenses and found them to be perfectly fine. However, once the audit began, Senator Wallen came to a different conclusion, and she's already reimbursed tens of thousands of dollars of expenses that she must have thought were inappropriate or perhaps fraudulent. So, Mr. Speaker, Canadians are wondering, why would the Prime Minister say that these expenses were perfectly fine when he should have known that the auditors had to go back to the Senate committee to ask for permission to go even further back because these expenses were so appalling?
The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Well, as my colleague knows, independent authorities are looking into these matters, but I would again refer my colleague back to the statements that the Prime Minister made just last Tuesday when he spoke to all Canadians, when he made a very clear statement that everybody in this country who has the privilege to serve in public office should understand that they should never be here if they're planning to enrich themselves, and if they're planning to do so, they should leave right now. And that's the truth, whether it's in this House or whether it's in the Senate. It's true whether it's Mike Duffy or whether it's Liberals who have been caught with their hands in the cookie jar.
Now, a member for Beauséjour.
Also said 2 months previously that these expenses were perfectly fine. But Canadians are wondering, in light of the Duffy Wright scandal, if the Prime Minister can categorically reassure Canadians that the money that Senator Wallen has already reimbursed, with potentially tens of thousands of dollars of further reimbursements to be given by Senator Wallen, if he can categorically reassure Canadians that these funds were in fact her funds personally, or did somebody in the Prime Minister's office or perhaps Conservative Party headquarters reimburse her or give her a gift to cover this appalling reimbursement?
The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, of course it's expected that any individual repay taxpayers from their own funds, and that's why Nigel Wright took sole responsibility for the behaviour that he engaged in, which the Prime Minister said was entirely unacceptable. He resigned, and the Prime Minister accepted that resignation, as taxpayers expect.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi, James Bay, Nunavik, EU. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The people of my region have a serious housing crisis, but the Aboriginal Affairs Minister seems too busy to accept a request for a meeting that was made on April 8th. They've been waiting for almost 2 months without an answer, and in Committee of the Whole, the Minister said it takes two to tango. So I'm just wondering, why is the Minister still refusing to meet with representatives of Makovic Corporation? The Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs. Mr. Speaker, first of all, the member's claim is totally false. I received a letter yesterday from the corporation in question, and to accuse me of refusing to meet with the corporation is completely false. I'm going to keep doing what I started when I took the oath of office. I'm going to try to meet with as many leaders and young people from Aboriginal communities all over the country. I'm going to continue to do that according to my own schedule, not the honourable members.
Mr. Speaker, they're too busy to meet with Makovic, but they're not too busy to spy on First Nations activists like Cindy Blackstock. Spying on Dr. Blackstock is a new low in the Conservative campaign to stall the human rights complaint. The Privacy Commissioner clearly said the Minister's Department crossed the line. Right. Which other activists are having their privacy rights breached by this government? Will they now drop the campaign against Dr. Blackstock and provide the tribunal with the documents that they need?
Good question. The Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
If the member is preoccupied about the kids and the living on reserve in this country, she should be also preoccupied with all of those families on reserve that are deprived of basic rights, which we are trying to give them in this House. I'm talking about the matrimonial property legislation S2, which come for third reading soon, so I hope she votes on the right side of it if she really cares about Native families.
Honourable Member for Chatham-Kent, Essex.
Mr. Speaker, our government remains focused on honouring Canada's veterans for their remarkable contribution to our nation. Canada has and continues to support UN-led missions abroad, and we honour our veterans who have sacrificed in defence of equality, freedom, and the rule of law. Could the Minister for Veterans Affairs please update the House on the significance of today's being UN Peacekeeping Veterans Day?
The Honourable Minister of Veterans.
I'd like to thank the member for Chatham for his question about peacekeeping missions. I lunched today with representatives of veterans from peacekeeping missions, and I expressed the government's gratitude.
Day of United Nations peacekeepers, let's salute the thousands of Canadian Armed Forces personnel who served under a UN banner to defend freedom and the values we hold dear. Few words can express our shared appreciation and respect for each and every Canadian UN peacekeeping veteran and for the great things they accomplished, lest we forget.
The Honourable Member for Random, Buren, St. George's.
Look at the Conservative record. An access to information system in tatters. Stonewalling Parliament.
Order. The Honourable Member for Random, Buren, St. George's.
That's right. Imagine cheering for an access to information system in tatters, stonewalling Parliament and the Parliamentary Budget Officer, obstructing the election fraud investigation, defending Peter Panashue's indefensible political donations, blatant partisan patronage at ACOA, whitewashing the investigation into that patronage, whitewashing the audit of Conservative Senator expenses, and then whitewashing the whitewash. What happened to transparency and accountability? When did the government become the thing it always claimed to hate?
The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Well, my honourable colleague wants to compare records. Let's take a look at the Liberal leader's record so far. He said that Canadians who don't speak both of Canada's official languages are, quote, lazy. He said that Canada isn't doing well right now because it's Albertans who control our agenda. He said that he doesn't believe in reforming the Senate because we have 24 senators in Quebec and there are only 6 for Alberta and British Columbia. That benefits us. Doesn't have a pan-Canadian vision. He attacks different regions of this country. We will be glad to compare the record and leadership of our Prime Minister against the divisive, failed already leadership of the Libertarians.
The Honourable Member for Chambly-Bordua. Mr. Speaker, the Grand Prix Formula One of Canada, like other major tourist events, is a major economic driver for Montreal, Quebec, and Canada. But the Conservatives are refusing to cooperate with their provincial partners and municipal partners to keep the Montreal Grand Prix for the next 10 years. It's a choice. The Conservatives can continue investing in their advertising propaganda, or they could invest in something that really pays off, like the Formula One. Will the federal government work with its partners to ensure the survival of the Montreal Grand Prix? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, the premise of the question is totally false. Our government, in 2010, signed a 5-year agreement that expires in 2014. They didn't do it. We did it. We're going to continue working with our partners. Mr. Speaker, that's nothing new. That said, we're not going to negotiate publicly, but we are going to continue to support the Grand Prix for Montreal, Quebec, and Canada. We're going to work with our partners, but of course we will respect the ability of Canadian taxpayers to pay.
Mr. Speaker, this government is proud to celebrate all of the things that make Canada the united, strong, and free country that we are today, the best country in the world. I see.
And so, on July 1st, Canadian men and women from all over the country will get together with their families and friends to celebrate the 146th anniversary of Confederation.
Heritage, please tell this House about the Canada Day celebrations on Parliament Hill this year.
The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Well, of course, Mr. Speaker, Canada Day is a great day that I know all members of Parliament take pride in celebrating this country. And indeed, Canada has a great deal to celebrate. We're leading the G7 in job creation. We have the lowest taxes in 50 years. Violent crime rates are down. And we're going to be celebrating Canada Day this year, our 146th birthday, in every part of this country. Here in the National Capital, we're going to be welcoming artists like Marie May and Carly Rae Jepsen and Jennifer Gillis, great artists from across the country, to come here and to show the brilliance of Canada's artistic community while we celebrate a country that has never been more strong and free than it is right now.
The Honourable Member. The Honourable Member for Pontiac.
In Edmonton cost Canadian taxpayers a whopping $250,000. They flew in guest speakers and put everyone up, yes, you guessed it, in a 5-star hotel. Then the government foot the bill to Canadians. This is yet another example of the Conservative government's double standards. They are playing favorites by wasting resources on a 3-day meeting for the parole board while they tell ministries to cut budgets and front-line staff. For a government so set on reducing spending, how could they let this happen?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the NDP opposed our measures to cut these conferences in half in 2012. Because of the action taken by our Conservative government, spending on hospitality is down 25.5%, and the opposition has consistently opposed us in taking strong action to protect taxpayers' dollars. In fact, when I indicate that there should be a measure of control over expenditures, the opposition says I'm interfering.
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, yet another chapter in the robocall saga. The CRTC has just imposed fines totaling $369,000 on political parties who flouted the rules around automated calls. The NDP, the Liberal member for Westmount Ville-Marie, the Conservatives, including the member for Wildrose, were all singled out by the CRTC. They all bothered people at home with abusive messages. The Conservatives alone were fined over $92,000 for these tactics. What are the Conservatives waiting for before paying back this fine and ceasing these abusive tactics? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, the CRTC has clarified the rules. We will pay the fines. and we will work with the CRTC in order to abide by all the rules in the future. Thank you.
On the occasion of the International Day of United Nations Peacekeepers, I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of a delegation of veterans representing Canadian peacekeeping groups. It being 3:05, pursuant to an order made on Wednesday, May 22nd, 2013, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on motion M422 under private members' business. The Honourable Chief Government Whip is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, the following motion that notwithstanding any standing or special order or usual practice at the House, the deferred recorded division on motion M432, standing in the name for member for Humber St. Barb Bayvert, scheduled to take place today, immediately before the time provided for private members' business, be deferred anew until today at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions, immediately after the vote on the second reading stage of Bill C-49, Canadian Museum of History Act.
Does the Honourable Chief Government Whip have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? Agreed? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on motion M422 under private members' business in the name of Miss Foote. Call in the members. La question est la suivante.
The question is the following one. Ms. Foote, seconded by Mr. Casey, moves that in the opinion of the House, the last post fund is currently underfunded and causes unnecessary stress and hardship to families of veterans, and the House calling the government to do the following.
The Veteran Ombudsman calling for expanded and enhanced financial access to the last post fund. B, accept the advice from the Royal Canadian Legion made in the years 2008, 2010, and 2012, calling for expanded access and financial support for the last post fund. C, d'accepter le conseil.
C, accept three-year-old advice from departmental officials to expand and enhance financial access to the last post fund.
Fund's current burial assistance cap of $3,600 with the goal to establish a standard consistent with burial assistance provided to current members of the Canadian Forces. E, review the means-tested standard applied to the last post fund that currently excludes many veterans with the goal to improve and lower the qualification standard to access the fund. And F, provide stable, long-term funding to the last post fund with consideration given to establish a financial escalator tied to the consumer price index. All those on my left in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Fifth row on my left in favor.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Gomartin.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Monsieur Jacob.
Monsieur Jacob.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Stauffer.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Diane Labelle.
Monsieur Diane Labelle.
Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Cleary.
Monsieur Morin, Chicoutimi-Lefiard.
Monsieur Morin, Chicoutimi-Lefiard.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Bourg.
Madame Bourg.
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la-Chine.
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la-Chine.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Pilon.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Reynaud.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Morin, Laurentier-Labelle.
Monsieur Morin, Laurentier-Labelle.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Ourani.
Madame Ourani.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Patry.
Monsieur Patry.
Mr. Heyer.
Mr. Heyer.
Ms. May.
Ms. May.
Quatrième rangée à ma gauche.
Fourth row on my left.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Lou.
Madame Lou.
Mr. Sandu.
Mr. Sandu.
Madame Sella.
Madame Sella.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame Latendresse.
Madame Latendresse. Madame
Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Mr. Valeriot.
Mr. Valeriot.
Mr. Shue.
Mr. Shue.
Mr. Karygiannis.
Mr. Karygiannis.
Troisième rangée.
Third row.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Papillon.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Mr. Harris, Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Harris, Scarborough Southwest.
Monsieur Toom.
Monsieur Toom.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Madame Péclet.
Madame Péclet.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Maille.
Monsieur Maille.
Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Larose.
Mr. Kotler.
Mr. Kotler.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. McKay, Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. McKay, Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Sims, Newton North Delta.
Ms. Sims, Newton North Delta.
Madame Leblanc, La Salle-et-Mort.
Madame Leblanc, La Salle-et-Mort.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Grosguet.
Madame Grosguet.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Turmel.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Chisholm.
Monsieur Boulris.
Mr. Boulris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Byrne.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Codal.
Monsieur Codal.
First row on my left in favor.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Madame D.
Madame D.
Mr. Alan Wellen.
Mr. Alan Wellen.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Ms. Chow.
Ms. Chow.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Harris St. John's East.
Mr. Harris St. John's East.
Madame Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Mulcair.
Mr. Mulcair.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Ms. Nash.
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona.
Madame Perrault.
Madame Perrault.
Mr. Martin.
Mr. Martin.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Leblanc Beauséjour.
Monsieur Leblanc Beauséjour.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
All those in favor of the motion, fifth row on my right, please rise. Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row.
Third row on my right in favor. Second row. First row. All those opposed to the motion, fifth row on my left, please rise.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Quatrième rangée.
Mr. O'Toole.
Fourth row.
Ms. Crockett.
Ms. Crockett.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Third row.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williams.
Second row.
Mr. Lezon.
Mr. Lezon.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
First row. All those opposed to the motion, fifth row on my right, please rise.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill
Mr.
Gordon.
Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Weston St.
Mr.
John.
Woodworth.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Young
Mr.
Oakville.
Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Sopuck.
Mr. Sopuck.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Aspen.
Madame Bateman.
Madame Bateman.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Chizu.
Mr. Chizu.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Ms. James.
Ms. James.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Ms. Young Vancouver South.
Ms. Young Vancouver South.
Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Alan Tobik Mektakwak.
Mr. Alan Tobik Mektakwak.
Mr. Brown-Berry.
Mr. Brown-Berry.
Mr. Bernuge.
Mr. Bernuge.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr.
Mr.
Norlock.
Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kestern.
Mr. Van Kestern.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Dreeshen. Mr. Hoback.
Mr.
Mr.
Hoback.
Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Third row on my right.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Graywall.
Mrs. Graywall.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Alexander.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Monsieur Gauguin.
Monsieur Gauguin.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Delmastro.
Mr. Delmastro.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mrs. Troupe.
Ms. Adams.
Ms. Adams.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Leung.
Mr. Leung.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Ms. Brown, Newmarket Aurora.
Ms. Brown, Newmarket Aurora.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Mr. Cram Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Cram Prince Edward Hastings.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Second row on my right.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Breitkreitz. Mr. Merrifield. Mr. Morfundy Royal. Mr. Camp Pitt Meadows Maple Ridge Mission. Monsieur Poliev. Mr. Lake. Mr. O'Bry. Mr. Dykstra. Mr. Bernier. Mr. Gosal. Mr. Goodyear. Mr. O'Connor. Mrs. Yelich. Mrs. Wong. Mrs. Oblonsky. Mr. Upal. Mr. Calandra. Mr. Anderson. Mr. Gould. Mr. Carey. Mr. Kitty South Shore St. Margaret. Mr. Anders. Mr. Vellacott. Mr. Reid. Mrs. Gallant. Mr. Lunny. Mr. Sorensen. Return to Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Sorensen.
And then Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
First row on my right.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Vadcool.
Mr. Vadcool.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Taze.
Mr. Taze.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port
Mr.
Coquitlam.
Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Mrs. Aglukac.
Mrs. Aglukac.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Monsieur Blaney.
Monsieur Blaney.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Finley, Delta Richmond East.
Ms. Finley, Delta Richmond
Mr.
East.
Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Yeas pour 125, 125. Nays contre 151, 151.
I declare the motion defeated. Pursuant to an order made on Wednesday, May 22nd, 2013, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at the second reading stage of Bill C-458 under private members' business. La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Mr. Braid, seconded by Mr. Wallace, moves that Bill C-458, an act respecting a National Charities Week, and to amend the Income Tax Act, charitable and other gifts, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance.
Right in favor of the motion.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Fifth row on my right in favor.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill
Mr.
Gordon.
Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. West and West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. West and West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Weston
Mr.
St. John.
Woodworth.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Young
Mr.
Oakville.
Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Aspen.
Madame Bateman.
Madame Bateman.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Chizu.
Mr. Chizu.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Ms. James.
Ms. James.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Ms. Young Vancouver South.
Ms. Young Vancouver South.
Quatrième rangée.
Mrs. Smith.
Fourth row. Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Allen Tobic McTaquac.
Mr. Allen Tobic McTaquac.
Mr. Brownberry.
Mr. Brownberry.
Mr. Bernuge.
Mr. Bernuge.
Mr. Calkins.
Calkins.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Gallipo.
Mr. Gallipo.
Mr. Mays.
Ms. Mr. Mays, sorry.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Third row on my right.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Graywall.
Mrs. Graywall.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Alexander.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Monsieur Gauguin.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Delmastro.
Mr. Delmastro.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mrs. Troupe.
Ms. Adams.
Ms. Adams.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Leung.
Mr. Leung.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora.
Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Mr. Cran Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Cran Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. McKenzie. Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Second row on my right.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Breitkreitz.
Mr. Breitkreitz.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Camp Pitt Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Campitt Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Gosal.
Mr. Gosal.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Oblonski.
Mrs. Oblonski.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Keddy, South Shore St.
Mr.
Margaret's.
Keddy, South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Rashad.
Mr. Rashad.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
First row on my right in favor.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Vadcool.
Mr. Vadcool.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Taze. Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port
Mr.
Coquitlam.
Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Mrs. Aglukac.
Mrs. Aglukac.
Mrs. Shea.
Shea.
Mr. Kent.
Mr.
Mr. Kent.
Monsieur Blaney.
Monsieur Blaney.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Finley, Delta Richmond East.
Ms. Finley, Delta Richmond
Mr. Duncan,
East.
Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
All those in favor of the motion, fifth row on my left, please rise.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Monsieur Jacob.
Monsieur Jacob.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Stauffer.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Diane Labelle.
Monsieur Diane Labelle.
Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Cleary.
Monsieur Morin-Chicoutimi-Lefior.
Monsieur Morin-Chicoutimi-Lefior.
Madame Doré
Madame
Lefebvre.
Doré Lefebvre.
Madame Bourg.
Madame Bourg.
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame de Grâce-la-Chine.
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame de Grâce-la-Chine.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Pilon.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Reynaud.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Morin-Laurentier-Labelle.
Monsieur Morin-Laurentier-Labelle.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Madame Mourani.
Madame Mourani.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Patry.
Monsieur Patry.
Mr. Heyer.
Mr. Heyer.
Ms. May.
Ms. May.
Quatrième rangée.
Mr.
Fourth row.
Ms. Crockett.
Ms. Crockett.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Monsieur Gigard.
Monsieur Gigard.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Lou.
Madame Lou.
Mr. Sandu.
Mr. Sandu.
Madame Sella.
Madame Sella.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame La Tendresse.
Madame La Tendresse.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Sims, Buena Vista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Sims, Buena Vista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Mr. Valeriot.
Mr. Valeriot.
Mr. Shue.
Mr. Shue.
Mr. Karagianis.
Mr. Karagianis.
Third row on my left.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Papillon.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Madame Blanchette Lamotte.
Madame Blanchette Lamotte.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Mr. Harris, Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Harris, Scarborough Southwest.
Monsieur Toon.
Monsieur Toon.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Madame Peclet.
Madame Peclet.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Maille.
Monsieur Maille.
Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Larose.
Mr. Kotler.
Mr. Kotler.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. McKay, Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. McKay, Scarborough Guildwood.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Monsieur Galno.
Monsieur Galno.
Second row on my left in favor.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Mora, Bitibiti-Miskaming.
Madame Mora, Bitibiti-Miskaming.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Sims, Newton North Delta.
Ms. Sims, Newton North Delta.
Madame Leblanc, La Salle-Mort.
Madame Leblanc, La Salle-Mort.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Groguet.
Madame Groguet.
Madame Tomel.
Madame Tomel.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Chisholm.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Pachetti.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Burns.
Mr. Burns.
Monsieur Dion.
Mr. Dion.
Monsieur Codal.
Monsieur Codal.
Première rangée.
Ms.
Ashton.
Madame D.
Madame D.
Mr. Alan Wellen.
Mr. Alan Wellen.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Ms. Chow.
Ms. Chow.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Harris St. John's East.
Mr. Harris St. John's East.
Madame Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Ms. Nash.
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Madame Perrault.
Madame Perrault.
Mr. Martin.
Mr. Martin.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Leblanc Beauséjour.
Mr. Leblanc Beauséjour.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
All those opposed to the motion, fifth row on my right, please rise. Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row.
Third row. Second row. First row. All those opposed to the motion, fifth row on my left, please rise. Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row.
Troisième rangée.
Third row.
Second row. First row.
Yeas pour 277, 277. Nays contre, none, aucun.
I declare the motion carried. Second reading.
Second reading of this bill, deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. Conformément à l'ordre.
Pursuant to order made on Wednesday, May 22nd, 2013, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at the third reading stage of Bill C-48.
The question is as follows. Mr. Flaherty, seconded by Mr. O'Connor, move that Bill C-48, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, the Excise Tax Act, the Federal Provincial Fiscal Arrangements Act, the First Nations Goods and Services Tax Act, and related legislation, be now read a third time and do pass. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Harper. Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Valcourt.
Mr. Valcourt.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms.
Mr.
Ambrose.
Taze.
Mr. Taze.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Moore Moody Westwood Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Moore Moody Westwood Port Coquitlam.
Mrs. Aglukak.
Mrs. Aglukak.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Monsieur Blaney.
Monsieur Blaney.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Finley, Delta Richmond East.
Ms. Finley, Delta Richmond East.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Breitkreitz. Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Camp Pitt Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp Pitt Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Monsieur Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Gosal.
Mr. Gosal.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mrs.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Keddy South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mr. Keddy South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Bellicott.
Mr. Bellicott.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Sorensen. Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Graywall.
Mrs. Graywall.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Alexander.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Monsieur Gauguin.
Monsieur Gauguin.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Delmastro.
Mr. Delmastro.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mrs. Troupe.
Ms. Adams.
Ms. Adams.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Leung.
Mr. Leung.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora.
Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Mr. Crown Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Crown Prince Edward Hastings.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Allen Tobic Mactaquac.
Mr. Allen Tobic Mactaquac.
Mr. Brown Berry.
Mr. Brown Berry.
Mr. Bernuge.
Mr. Bernuge.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr.
Mr.
Storseth.
Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van
Mr.
Kesteren.
Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. West and West Vancouver Sunshine Coast Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. West and West Vancouver Sunshine Coast Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Sopuck.
Mr. Sopuck.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Aspen.
Madame Bateman.
Bateman.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Carmichael. Mr. Chizu.
Mr. Chizu.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Ms. James.
Ms. James.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Ms. Young, Vancouver South.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Seaback. Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Trache.
Mr. Trache.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Ms. Crockett.
Ms. Crockett.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Mr. Mulcair.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Madame Day.
Madame Day.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Ms. Chow.
Ms. Chow.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Harris St. John's East.
Mr. Harris St. John's East.
Madame Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Ms. Nash.
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Madame Perrault.
Madame Perrault.
Mr. Martin.
Mr. Martin.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Moura Bitibiti
Madame
Miskaming.
Moore, Bitsy-Bitsy-Miskaming.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Sims Newton North Delta.
Ms. Sims Newton North
Madame
Delta.
Leblanc Le Salémar.
Madame Leblanc Le Salémar.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Gauguet.
Madame Gauguet.
Madame Tourmel.
Madame Tourmel.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Chisholm.
Monsieur Boulouris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Marston.
Marston.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Papillon.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Cash.
Cash.
Mr. Stewart. Mr. Garrison.
Garrison.
Mr. Ravignan.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Monsieur Toon.
Monsieur Toon.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Madame Peclet.
Madame Peclet.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Maille. Monsieur
Maille.
Larose.
Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Lou.
Madame Lou.
Mr. Sandu.
Mr. Sandu.
Madame Sella.
Madame Sella. Écoutons.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame Latendresse.
Madame Latendresse.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Monsieur Jacob.
Monsieur Jacob.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Stauffer.
Monsieur Chiquan.
Monsieur Chiquan.
Monsieur Diane Labelle.
Monsieur Diane
Mr.
Labelle.
Cleary.
Mr. Cleary.
Monsieur Morin Chicoutimi-Lefiard.
Monsieur Morin Chicoutimi-Lefiard.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Bourg.
Madame Bourg.
Madame Morin Notre-Dame de Grâce-la-Chine.
Madame Morin Notre-Dame de Grâce-la-Chine.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Pilon.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Reynaud.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Morin Laurentier-Labelle.
Monsieur Morin Laurentier-Labelle.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Leblanc-Beauséjour.
Monsieur Leblanc-Beauséjour.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Mr. Bélanger.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Pachetti.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Byrne.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Coderre.
Monsieur Coderre.
Mr. Kotler.
Mr. Kotler.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. McKay Scarborough-Gildwood.
McKay Scarborough-Gildwood.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Mr. Valeriot.
Mr. Valeriot.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Caragianis.
Mr. Caragianis.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Madame Mourani.
Madame Mourani.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Patry.
Monsieur Patry.
Ms. May.
Ms. May.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Heyer.
Mr. Heyer. Yeas pour 271, 271. Nays contre 1.
I declare the motion carried.
Third reading.
Third reading of this bill, troisième lecture de ce projet de loi.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the amendment of Monsieur Nantel to the motion at second reading of Bill C-49. Monsieur Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Moore, seconded by Mr. Blaney, moves that Bill C-49, an act to amend the Museums Act in order to establish the Canadian Museum of History and to make consequential amendments to other acts, be now read a second time, and referred to the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage.
What's that? Oh, the Honourable Chief.
Never mind.
Monsieur Nantel, appuyé par Madame.
Mr. Nantel, seconded by Ms. Freeman, moved that the following amendment. That the motion be amended by deleting all of the words after the word that and substituting the following. The House declined to give second reading to Bill C-49, an act to amend the Museums Act. May I dispense?
The question is on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment will please rise.
Mr. Mulcair.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Madame D.
Madame D.
Mr. Alan Wellen.
Mr. Alan Wellen.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Ms. Chow.
Ms. Chow.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Harris St. John's East.
Mr. Harris St. John's East.
Madame Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Ms. Nash.
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver
Ms.
Kingsway.
Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Madame Perrault.
Madame Perrault.
Mr. Martin.
Mr. Martin.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Sims, Newton North Delta.
Ms. Sims, Newton North Delta.
Madame Leblanc, La Salle-Mort.
Madame Leblanc, La Salle-Mort.
Madame Rousseau.
Madame Rousseau.
Madame Groguet.
Madame Groguet.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Turmel.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Chisholm.
Monsieur Boulouris.
Mr. Boulouris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Papillon.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Mr. Ravignan.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Mr. Harris, Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Harris, Scarborough Southwest.
Monsieur Toon.
Monsieur Toon.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Madame Peclet.
Madame Peclet.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Mr. Maille.
Mr. Maille.
Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Lou.
Madame Lou.
Mr. Sandu.
Mr. Sandu.
Madame Sella.
Madame Sella.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame La Tendresse.
Madame La Tendresse.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Monsieur Jacob.
Monsieur Jacob.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Mr. Stauffer.
Mr. Stauffer.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Diane Labelle.
Monsieur Diane Labelle.
Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Cleary.
Monsieur Morin Chicoutimi-Lefiard.
Monsieur Morin Chicoutimi-Lefiard.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Bourg.
Madame Bourg.
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la-Chine.
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame de Grâce-la-Chine.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Pilon.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Reynaud.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Morin, Laurentier de Labelle.
Monsieur Morin, Laurentier de Labelle.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Leblanc-Beauséjour.
Monsieur Leblanc-Beauséjour.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Mr. Bélanger.
Mr. Bocelli.
Mr. Bocelli.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Byrne.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Codard.
Monsieur Codard.
Mr. Kotler.
Mr. Kotler.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. McKay Scarborough-Guildwood.
Mr. McKay Scarborough-Guildwood.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Galno.
Mr. Galno.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Sims, Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Mr. Valeria.
Mr. Valeria.
Mr. Shu.
Mr. Shu.
Mr. Carey Janis.
Mr. Carey Janis.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Madame Mourani.
Madame Mourani.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Patry.
Monsieur Patry.
All those opposed to the amendment will please rise. All those opposed to the amendment will please rise.
Mr. Harper. Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Belcourt.
Mr. Belcourt.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Taze.
Mr. Taze.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Morport, Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Morport, Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Mrs. Aglukac.
Mrs. Aglukac.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Finley, Delta Richmond
Ms.
East.
Finley, Delta Richmond East.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Breitkreitz.
Mr. Breitkreitz.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Moore, Fundy Royal.
Mr. Moore, Fundy Royal.
Mr. Kemp, Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp, Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Monsieur Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Gosal.
Mr. Gosal.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Ketty, South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Mr. Kitty, South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Sorensen. Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Graywall.
Mrs.
Mr.
Graywall.
Alexander.
Mr. Alexander.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Delmastro.
Mr. Delmastro.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Lukiski. Mrs. Troupe.
Mrs.
Ms.
Troupe.
Adams.
Ms. Adams.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Leung.
Mr. Leung.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Ms. Brown, Newmarket Aurora.
Ms. Brown, Newmarket Aurora.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Jean. Mr. Camarnicky.
Mr. Camarnicky.
Mr. Crown Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Crampers Edward Hastings.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Allen Tobic McTaquac.
Mr. Allen Tobic McTaquac.
Mr. Brownberry.
Mr. Brownberry.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Bernouge.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr.
Mr.
Storseth.
Sweet.
Mr.
Mr.
Sweet.
Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill
Mr.
Gordon.
Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, St. John.
Mr.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Woodworth. Mr. Young Oakville. Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Sopak. Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Adler. Mr. Albus. Mrs. Ambler. Mr. Aspen. Madame Bateman. Mr. Butt. Mr. Carmichael. Mr. Chizu. Mr. Daniel. Mr. Hayes. Ms. James. Mr. Menegakis. Mr. Tote. Mr. Wilkes. Mr. McColeman. Ms. Young Vancouver South. Mr. Lizon. Mr. Opitz. Mr. Seaback. Mr. Strahl. Mr. Trottier. Mr. Williamson. Mr. O'Toole. Ms. Crockett. Mr. Zimmer. Mr. Stanton. Mr. DeVolen. Mr. Goldring. Ms. May.
Ms. May.
124, 124. Nays contre 153, 153.
I declare the amendment defeated. Just a correction on the third reading vote at C48. The final result was yeas 276, nays 1. The next question is on the main motion. What's it? Okay. The Honourable Chief Government Whip is rising on point of order.
Mr. Speaker, if you seek it, I believe you'll find agreement to apply the results of the previous motion to the current motion with the Conservatives voting yes.
Is there unanimous consent to proceed in this fashion? Agreed. Honourable Deputy to Hull.
The Honourable Member for Hull-Elmer. Yes, Mr. Speaker, we agree to apply the vote, and the NDP will be voting no. The Honourable Member for Bar-Richelieu. The other member for Random.
Will vote no.
The Honourable Member for Bar-Richelieu, Bécancourt. The Bloc will be voting no.
Thunder Bay Superior North.
Thunder Bay Superior North will be voting yes.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Le Parti vert aussi vote oui.
The Green Party will also be voting yes.
For Edmonton East.
I will be voting yes.
Yeas pour 154, 154. Nays contre 124, 124.
I declare the motion carried.
Second reading of this bill, deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage. Pursuant to the order made earlier today, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on motion M432 under private member's business in the name of Mr. Byrne. The question is as follows. Mr. Byrne, seconded by Mr. Lamoureux, move that in the opinion of this House, in relation to the enrollment and registration process for the Kalipu Micmac First Nation band, the government should commit A, to completing the enrollment and registration process for all applicants who applied on or before November 30th, 2012, by agreeing to extend the 2000... May I dispense? Yes? All those on my left in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Byrne.
Fifth row on my left.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Adamenenko.
Mr.
Mr. Jacob. Monsieur Nunez-Mendo. Monsieur Tremblay. Mr. Stauffer. Monsieur Chicoine. Monsieur Dion-Labelle. Mr. Cleary. Monsieur Morin-Chicoutimi-Lafiard. Madame Doré-Lefebvre. Madame Borg. Madame Morin, Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine. Monsieur Pilon. Madame Reynaud. Monsieur Jeunesse. Monsieur Nichols. Monsieur Morin, Laurentier-Labelle. Monsieur Plamondon. Monsieur Bellavance. Madame Mourani. Monsieur Fortin. Monsieur Patry. Mr. Heyer. Ms. May.
Quatrième rangée.
Monsieur Gigard.
Fourth row.
Monsieur Côté. Monsieur Genet-Jourdain. Monsieur Lapointe. Monsieur Choquette. Madame Lou. Mr. Sandhu. Madame Sella. Madame Quash. Mr. Rankin. Monsieur Nantel. Madame Latendresse. Madame Freeman. Mr. Sullivan. Monsieur Blanchette. Madame Michaud. Mr. Casey. Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor. Ms. Murray. Mr. Andrews. Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North. Mr. Valerius. Mr. Shue. Mr. Karagianis.
Troisième rangée.
Madame Papillon.
Third row.
Monsieur Dussault. Mr. Cash. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Garrison. Monsieur Ravignard. Madame Blanchette-Lamotte. Monsieur Aubin. Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest. Monsieur Toon. Madame Boutin-Sweet. Monsieur Saganache. Monsieur Caron. Madame Peclet. Monsieur Gravel. Monsieur Maille. Monsieur Larose.
Monsieur Larose.
Mr. Kotler.
Mr. Kotler.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr.
Kusner.
Mr.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Deuxième rangée.
Madame Ayala.
Second row.
Madame Moore Abitibi-Temiskaming.
Madame Moore Abitibi-Temiskaming.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Ms. Sims Newton North Delta.
Ms. Sims Newton North Delta.
Madame Leblanc-Lasalle-Mort.
Madame Leblanc-Lasalle-Mort.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Grosguet.
Grosguet.
Madame Tourmel.
Madame Tourmel.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Chisholm.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Marston. Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Codard.
Monsieur Codard.
Première rangée.
First row.
Ms. Ashton.
Madame Day.
Madame Day.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Ms. Chow.
Ms. Chow.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Harris St. John's East.
Mr. Harris St. John's East.
Madame Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Mulcair.
Mr. Mulcair.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Ms. Nash.
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Madame Perrault.
Madame Perrault.
Mr. Martin.
Mr. Martin.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Ray.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Leblanc Beauséjour.
Mr. Leblanc Beauséjour.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
All those in favor of the motion, fifth row on my right, please rise. Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row.
Third row. Second row. Première rangée.
First row.
All those opposed to the motion, fifth row on my left, please rise.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. DeVolin.
Mr. DeVolin.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row.
Mr. O'Toole.
Ms. Crockett.
Ms. Crockett.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Third row.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr.
Mr. Williamson.
Williamson.
Second row.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
First row. All those opposed to the motion, fifth row on my right, please rise.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill
Mr.
Gordon.
Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. West and West Vancouver Sunshine Coast Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. West and West Vancouver Sunshine Coast Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Sopuck.
Mr. Sopuck.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Aspen.
Madame Bateman.
Madame Bateman.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Chizu.
Mr. Chizu.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Ms. James.
Ms. James.
Mr. Managakis.
Mr. Managakis.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Ms. Young Vancouver South.
Ms. Young Vancouver South.
Quatrième rangée.
Mrs.
Fourth row.
Smith.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Tweed.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Allen Tobic McTaquac.
Mr. Allen Tobic McTaquac.
Mr. Brownberry.
Mr. Brownberry.
Mr. Bernuge.
Mr. Bernuge.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Getty Pope.
Mr. Getty Pope.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr.
Mr.
Storseth.
Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van
Mr.
Kesteren.
Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr.
Mr.
Hoback.
Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Third row.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Graywall.
Mrs. Graywall.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Alexander.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Rickford. Mr. Delmastro.
Delmastro.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mrs. Troupe.
Ms. Adams.
Ms. Adams.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Leon.
Mr. Leon.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Ms. Brown, Newmarket Aurora.
Ms. Brown, Newmarket Aurora.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Hebert.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Jean.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Crown Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Crown Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Second row.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Breitkreitz. Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Merrifield.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Moore Fundy Royal.
Mr. Camp Pitt Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp Meadows Maple Ridge
Mr.
Mission.
Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. O'Bry.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Wassau.
Mr. Wassau.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mr. O'Connor.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Ketty South Shore St. Margaret's.
Kitty South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Vellacott.
Mr. Vellacott.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr.
Mr.
Rajat.
Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
First row.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Ashfield.
Mr. Ashfield.
Monsieur Valcourt.
Mr. Valcourt.
Monsieur Lebel.
Monsieur Lebel.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Mr. Taze.
Mr. Taze.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van
Mr.
Loan.
Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Baird.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Moore, Port Mooney, Westwood, Port
Mr.
Coquitlam.
Moore, Port Mooney, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Mrs. Aglukak.
Mrs. Aglukak.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Raitt.
Ms. Finley, Delta Richmond East.
Ms. Finley, Delta Richmond
Mr.
East.
Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Yeas pour 124, 124. Nays contre 152, 152.
I declare the motion defeated. I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded divisions, government orders will be extended by 43 minutes. I understand there has been an agreement to allow the Honourable Member for Bourassa to say a few words.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I think your life is going to get a bit easier starting Monday. Things will be a bit quieter and calmer here in the House, just a little, because a familiar voice that you have frequently had to call to order will no longer be here. It's with a lot of emotion, Mr. Speaker, that I stand today to salute my constituents and my colleagues as the member for Bourassa. I'll be leaving federal politics on June 2nd, exactly 16 years to the day since I was first elected. I was elected 6 times in a row. I'd like to thank the constituents in my riding who elected me year after year in good times and bad. I'd also like to thank the members of my executive and the thousands of volunteers who enabled me to be here all these years. I'd also like to salute my staff, Morris, Joe, Lise, Sylvia, and Roland, who in Ottawa and Northern Montreal have always served with great professionalism the constituents in my riding. Not only did they deliver the goods, but they also showed a lot of sensitivity and effectiveness in dealing with difficult files. Often, people come last, and believe me, my staff worked miracles. Thank you, my friends. Obviously, 30 years of federal politics and 16 years as a member of Parliament requires a lot of sacrifice from one's family. I pay tribute to my wife, Chantal, my children, Geneviève and Alexandre, and I thank them for their understanding and sacrifices. I thank my family for always having been there for me, and I'm sorry that I wasn't always there, but know that I love you deeply. Today is my mother, Lucie's birthday, and obviously I'd like to wish her a happy birthday. Thanks, Mom and Dad.
I'd like to thank and salute my colleague from the caucus and from both sides of the House. It's been a privilege to be next to you. Of course, we had some fights a few times. We don't understand each other. You don't understand my French. I don't know my expression. But nevertheless, it's been a privilege to be sitting with you. Alors, merci beaucoup. Je salue. Merci. Je salue.
I'd like to salute the House staff, the security officers who I say hi to every morning, the pages, the Sergeant of Arms, the clerk, and the other staff and officers of Parliament. I'd specifically like to salute the interpreters of the House for their courage, their professionalism, and their determination in attempting to understand me when I express myself in my typical fashion. You can clap for them because the smoke is coming out of the booth. I've enjoyed sitting in the House as a member and as a minister. I'd like to particularly thank the Right Honourable Jean Chrétien, who enabled me to make a difference in sports in Canada and in defending the values of our country at citizenship and immigration after 9/11. I'd also like to thank Prime Minister Paul Martin, who appointed me as Minister responsible for the Francophonie and as a special advisor on Haiti. I'm also particularly proud to have brought the World Anti-Doping Agency to Montreal, to have created a true sports policy in Canada, to have enabled our Olympic and Paralympic athletes and coaches to help them and to make sure that Francophone and Anglophone athletes are respected in their language and are not at the mercy of their federation by creating the Sport Dispute Resolution Centre of Canada. When it comes to immigration, I put the focus on regionalizing immigration by signing agreements with Manitoba.
With Manitoba, this is an historical agreement where now Manitoba can pick up their own immigrants, and I think it was good for our economy, it was good for the people.
I encouraged Francophone immigration to all parts of Canada. I simplified the point system for new immigrants, and I raised important debates on the creation of a national identity card and the use of biometric data. Mr. Speaker, I hope you'll allow me to send out a few messages after all this time here. Canada is a magnificent country. Its wealth comes from its diversity and the combination of diverse peoples. Let's never forget that we have 2 official languages and no one should be considered a second-class Canadian. French exists all across Canada, and the Government of Canada has to do things to respect our French-speaking population.
And it means also that the judge of the Supreme Court should be bilingual.
Multiculturalism is a major Canadian value. We should never choose between that and bilingualism. These are 2 complementary values that should not be pitted against one another. Let's respect the public service and stop throwing them under the bus. They do great work, they're professionals, and they're part of the solution. Let's stop pitting one region against another. Canada is strong when we respect the uniqueness of each province and territory. Quebec is a nation and should be treated as such. Make sure you don't fan the flames constantly to provoke people. Let's use our beautiful diversity to strengthen our ties. And finally, we need more transparency in our Parliament. Democracy is fragile, and it's our duty to protect it. My only regret is not having been able to do justice to the founder of Manitoba and one of the fathers of Confederation, Louis Riel. He was innocent, and we need to correct this error. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the Greek philosopher Epictetus said, "Don't demand or expect that events happen as you would wish them to. Accept events as they actually happen. That way, peace is possible." And as I'd like to end with, as Ariane Maffet would have sang, I'm going back to Montreal. I'll be a candidate for the mayor of Montreal, and I warn you that if you think I was loud here, my voice will reach Ottawa from Montreal. I will be a formidable figure. Mr. Speaker, I loved being a member here. It was an honor. There's nothing more noble than having the confidence of your constituents. The power to be here, though, is not something you own. It's just something that's lent you. Let's remember that. Thank you, friends.
Just so members know, we do have a few other members speaking. I want to finish the messages first. The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise today to salute the member for Bourassa. He was elected almost 16 years ago. He was elected 6 times in a row, and he has certainly left his mark on the House. He has held many important positions, both within government and opposition. He's known for his fiery temperament, his frank and colorful language. He has always attracted attention with his speeches in the House and in traditional and social media, and of course out there in the field. Mr. Speaker, the member for Bourassa's characteristic feistiness is a reflection of his passion for public service and his love of politics. When I first came here, I encountered this formidable, experienced politician, and although he never went easy on me, I did see his great respect for the institution and also for his peers in all parties. He is one of those people who showed, despite the rocky debates, that collegiality always had its place among parliamentarians and everyone benefits from it. Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure for me to salute on behalf of the government and myself the member for Bourassa for his contribution to federal politics, and I wish him every success in his future endeavors. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Acadie-Bathurst. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to speak today to pay tribute to a friend and colleague, the member for Bourassa. We were both elected on June 2nd, 1997, and happy birthday to his mother. I'm sure she's very proud of her son. Since he was first elected, the member for Bourassa has held a number of positions. I worked with him as a member, but also when he was a minister and Secretary of State. I also had the honor of working with him on the Official Languages Committee and on parliamentary trips, and everyone knows how much he cared about official languages and having both people served by their government in both official languages. The member for Bourassa was a straight talker. He was dedicated, and the member for Bourassa, both in the House and behind it, you could hear his voice booming from one side to the other. The echo reverberated around whenever he was talking. He was always accessible and deeply involved in his files. I'll remember the day when a young hockey player, I'm sure he remembers this too, from Acadie-Bathurst, was having visa problems and couldn't join his hockey team in Bathurst. The member for Bourassa was at the time Minister of Citizenship and Immigration, and he set his whole team to work on this file. I remember it well. On the morning of December 25th, Christmas Day, I received a call confirming that the file had been solved and that the young hockey player could come back to Canada that very day, and continue his career. What a Christmas present for the team. With his departure, the House is losing a member who really cared about his constituents and Canadians. After 16 years in Parliament, the member for Bourassa is leaving his mark on Parliament. In my own name and on behalf of the NDP, I'd like to wish him every success in his new challenge, and we look forward to following his endeavors on Twitter and Facebook. But good luck. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Saint Laurent-Cartierville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I suppose that if our leader, the member for Papineau, and the member himself asked me to provide this testimony on his 16 years in this House, it is not only because we are linked by a friendship that goes back 16 years, but also because, Mr. Speaker, I met him in another life. I was a young student at the end of the 1980s. Everyone listened. All the students were quiet, and all of a sudden there was this student, this formidable figure who, half of them were against him, and in addition, he was an excellent student. So when he came into my office, he never came alone. There was always his gang with him. And, Mr. Speaker, I also have to say that they were Federalists, and it wasn't because of me, because I didn't do any politics at university. It was because of him. And I'm saying this, Mr. Speaker, to explain to you that the member for Bourassa did not choose politics. It was politics who chose him. He fell into it when he was small, and that's because of his formidable size. He is the Obélix of politics. And to close, I would just like to point out that his characteristics that I saw in him as a student, I also saw them here in the House when he was in cabinet. He is a man of contrasts. He is strong and he's considerate and compassionate. He works enough for people, but he also enjoys life, a good friend. He is colorful, but a very cultural man, even though he tries to hide it. He has the converge of his convictions. That is why he works enough for people. He is also very convincing, a formidable politician, close to people, a populist in the proper sense of the term, but also a man of substance. I've never saw him overlook a file. He is relevant and a straight talker. He always listens, and once he has listened closely, he acts, as he did in sports, immigration, and all the responsibilities that he has had.
My time is over, because otherwise I will speak during days and days about the member of Bourassa. To conclude about the future, I just want to say that as member of Saint Laurent, the island of Montreal, the Cavendish Boulevard is not completed, and this is a shame. It's about time, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière-Alma. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased today to speak to underscore the departure of the member of Bourassa towards another career. Over the past 16, he has made his mark on Parliament Hill, being 3 times Minister and President of the Privy Council. As Secretary of State for Amateur Sport, he contributed to the establishment of the World Anti-Doping Agency in Montreal, and I believe that, like us, he must sometimes wonder what it would be like to have an Olympic hockey team from Quebec. We can agree or not with his political choices, but I would like to talk about the man and not about our differences. The member for Bourassa was the first member who came to congratulate me and to encourage me when I was first elected in May 2011. Through this gesture, the member shows that beyond debates, parties, and political divergences, the fact remains that respect is one of the fundamental qualities in this society, and that leaves its mark. The member for Bourassa has become over the time a formidable figure, a fixture on the political scene. And in closing, regardless of the path his career takes, we need to wish that he will conserve his passion, his vitality for everything that he undertakes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good luck, my friend Denis.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is also a great honor for me, as the leader of the Green Party, to join my voice to those of my colleagues to pay tribute to the member for Bourassa. In moments like these, we are like a small community here. There are only 308 of us, so that's like a small town. We're neighbors, we're friends, as always. We have differences politically, but within our heart of hearts, we are together as Canadians. And at this moment, I would like to pay tribute to the member, who is also a friend. I'm sorry about my French. I mean, a friend, a colleague, and a fellow citizen. And I would also like to pay tribute on behalf of my deputy leader. We do great things in Bourassa for major issues. For example, like for the homeless.
The member for Bourassa is not retiring from political life. Some might be disappointed, but all I can say is that his role here, as any of us, but particularly after 16 years of service to his country, he's choosing to serve his community more locally. We all wish him well, and we will miss him here. We will miss him here. So I join all of our friends here, and thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to say thank you to the Member of Parliament for Bourassa for service to Canada and for doing it with such panache.
Yeah. I'll reserve any comment on that. I wish the Honourable Member for Bourassa well, and sure the left ear of the member for Saint Laurent Cartierville will not be sad to see him go, but I'm sure the rest of us will miss him. Tabling of documents, dépôt des documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 83-1, I have the honour to table a Notice of Ways and Means motion to introduce an act to give effect to the Yale First Nation final agreement and to make consequential amendments to other acts, and I ask that an order of the day be designated for consideration of this motion. Mr. Speaker, I also have the honour to table in both official languages the Yale First Nation final agreement, the Yale First Nation tax agreement, the Yale First Nation harvest agreement, and the Yale First Nation final agreement appendices.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 34 petitions.
Introduction of government bills. Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Edmonton-Leduc. The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Leduc.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 19th report of the Standing Committee on Finance in relation to Bill C-60, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 21, 2013, and other measures. The
committee has studied the bill and decided to report back to the House with no amendments.
Introduction of private members' bills. Ms. Sgro. Ms. Sgro, seconded by Ms. Foote, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Promote and Strengthen the Canadian Retirement Income System. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for York West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, since the Mackenzie King government first introduced the Old Age Pension Act 86 years ago, Liberals have fostered a long history of creating, enhancing and expanding pensions available to Canadian seniors. From old age security to the CPP and the supplement, we understand the extreme importance of protecting and preserving pension security, adequacy, and coverage for all Canadians. Today, I'm pleased to present a bill called An Act to Promote and Strengthen the Canadian Retirement Income System, or as I like to call it, the Pension Income Bill of Rights. I'm seeking to enshrine in law the notion that all Canadians have the right to contribute to a decent retirement plan and to be provided with up-to-date, unbiased and conflict-free information on their retirement savings. Too often, financial illiteracy, inadequate opportunity, and economic instability strip away the hard-earned savings of our seniors, and that needs to stop. This is the first bill of its kind ever proposed to better protect our seniors and their nest eggs, and I'm proud to present it. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
There we go. Ms. Sgro, seconded by Ms. Foote, moves that the bill be now read a first time and reprinted. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When should the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Mr. Cash, seconded by Mr. Sandhu, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Designate the Month of April as Punjabi Heritage Month. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to introduce a bill, an act to designate the month of April as Punjabi Heritage Month. Punjabis have been partners in building Canada for over 100 years. Punjabis have helped strengthen Canada's spirit of giving and generosity through significant contributions, among others, arts and culture, language, business, and sport. From the beat of the dole and the festive spirit of Vaisakhi to the fast-paced sport of Kabaddi and the traditional meal of makdi di roti and saag, Punjabis have established growing, vibrant, and dynamic forms of cultural expression that are unique to the Punjabi Canadian experience. New Democrats believe it's time to recognize the contributions of Punjabi Canadians. This bill would give an opportunity for every Canadian to celebrate the accomplishments and culture of the Punjabi community and designate every April in Canada as Punjabi Heritage Month. I hope all members of this House will support this legislation. Punjabi di Pehchan, Canada di Shan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Mr. Cash, appuyé par Mr. Sandu.
Seconded by moves that this bill be now read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Mr. Metigakis, seconded by Mr. Zimmer, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code, Law Enforcement Animals. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to rise today to introduce my private member's bill, the Protection of Law Enforcement Animals Act. This necessary piece of legislation will ensure that the innocent animals that help protect us all are protected themselves. So, Mr. Speaker, I look forward to working with all members in this House to ensure that this piece of legislation receives safe passage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Metigakis, seconded by Mr. Zimmer, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor, seconded by Mr. Stauffer, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Copyright Act, Artists' Resale Right. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This has been a long time coming for many of us. It's been an issue that's been around for quite some time. And first off, I want to thank my honourable colleague from Sackville Eastern Shore, and we've had many conversations about this issue. And we'd also like to thank one of the inspirations, his wife Andrea, who's part of the Society of Canadian Artists. In the meantime, what we call this a droit de suite, which is what originated in many countries throughout Europe, and right now we hope to bring it to this country. It's artist resale right. When you make an original piece of art and you sell that, you get the full benefit indeed. But in subsequent sales thereafter, that's when the work of art will the value of it increases substantially. But the original artist does not see any benefit from that, and that's what this bill hopes to correct. In 70 countries around the world, they have recognized this special right, this resale right for artists. Mr. Speaker, currently, there are people who are destitute and poor, and they're selling their artwork in the streets for $20, $10, $15. Meanwhile, their art that they had produced many years prior are selling in art galleries for thousands of dollars, and they see nothing of that. Musical artists and other people do receive great benefits from their work prior, but artists don't. I have the honor of traveling to the convention this weekend to talk about this, and right now, again, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Sackville Eastern Shore, as we've spoken about this many times, and I hope that this House will adopt this necessary measure for the artists of this nation in order for them to receive compensation for their hard work, their visions, and I thank all members in this House for hearing me, and I thank also my colleague for helping me do this bill. Thank you very much.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor, seconded by Mr. Stauffer, move that this bill be now read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? À la prochaine séance de la Chambre.
The next sitting of the House.
First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Motion. Presenting petitions. Présentation des pétitions. The Honourable Member for Kitchener, Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present 8 different sets of petitions today. They're all dealing with the same subject matter. The first group are from my riding and surrounding area, another one from Cambridge and Waterloo, and then the final 6, Mr. Speaker, are all from the Guelph area. All of these petitioners are calling on the House of Commons to condemn discrimination against females occurring through sex-selective pregnancy termination. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Cowichan.
Petitions to present. The first one is a moratorium on GM alfalfa, and the petitioners are calling upon Parliament to impose a moratorium on the release of genetically modified alfalfa in order to allow a proper review of the impact on farmers in Canada. The next petition is calling for an act to amend the Food and Drugs Act, and the petitioners are calling upon the House to support an act to amend the Food and Drug Act, mandatory labelling for genetically modified foods.
And, Mr. Speaker, the last petition is a petition to the House of Commons with regards to stolen sisters, and the petitioners note that research has convinced the following Canadians that violence against Aboriginal women must be stopped, and that we need to find strategies, resources and tools to stop the women from disappearing. And so they're calling on the government to fund the important work of protecting women through Sisters in Spirit initiative, and to invest in initiatives recommended by the Native Women's Association of Canada to help prevent more women from disappearing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Thunder Bay Superior North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, petitions continue to come in requesting that the government rethink its decision to not fund and staff the experimental lakes area due to the national and international importance of this institution for over 50 years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Ottawa-Vanier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the first of what I suspect will be numerous petitions signed by the good citizens of Ottawa asking to bring to the attention of the House and the government the choice that consultants have made for a crossing, an interprovincial crossing on Kettle Island. And one of the conditions, or one of the statements that they asked that be presented to the House says that a bridge that promotes urban sprawl, heavy truck traffic in urban communities, car commuting and more traffic congestion is an unacceptable 50s-style planning solution and a failure of the National Capital Commission's mission to protect and enhance green space and build a world-class national capital region. And they asked, Mr. Speaker, that the Government of Canada not proceed with the funding of this bridge.
The honourable member for Kootenay-Columbia.
Mr. Chair, and I have 21 separate petitions, all on the same interest, calling upon the Government of Canada to implement a new mandatory minimum sentence for those persons convicted of impaired driving causing death. Thank you.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present two petitions. The first is primarily from residents of the Ottawa area, and it's on the subject of the CBC, our national public broadcaster, calling for stable, long-term and predictable funding and the independence of the CBC, particularly timely given the amendments, the sections of C60 that affect Crown corporations. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, is from residents of the Vancouver area, calling on this Parliament to protect the west coast of British Columbia from the threat of supertankers bearing oil, or more accurately, the pre-crude substance known as bitumen and diluent, and keep it a tanker-free coast. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation des pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the following questions will be answered today: Q 1284, 1285, and 1287. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if questions number Q 1277, 1282, 1289, 1292, Q 1296, and Q 1300 could be made orders for return, these returns would be tabled immediately.
It's the pleasure of the House that questions number 1277, 1282, 1289, 1292, 1296, and 1300 be made orders for return and that they be tabled immediately. Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you once again, Mr. Speaker. Lastly, I ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Is that agreed? Agreed and so ordered. A notice of motions for the production of papers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you once again, Mr. Speaker. I ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers be allowed to stand. You're up.
Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the question to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment is as follows. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands, the arms trade. The Chair has notice of a point of order from the Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I rise today on a very specific point of order with regards to Bill C-60, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 21st, 2013, and other measures which specifically with the work that was done by the committees that were studying this bill, and particularly the Finance Committee that invoked some measures that we believe that are not in order and fell well outside of their mandate. As some context, Mr. Speaker, this is, for those Canadians not too familiar with Bill C-60, this is another piece of omnibus legislation. We rose earlier on similar points of order with respect to how the bill was handled. In its nature, being an omnibus bill, and under this government's watch, the expansion of omnibus legislation to include so many different matters, the government has faced a difficulty of its own making, in that it is not purely a financial bill and it is not simply a bill to implement the budget. It's to do much more. And while it has an anti-democratic nature and tone for us, we have in various ways struggled with the ability for members of Parliament to properly study and amend legislation that is so broad. You, Speaker, ruled the review. I wish that you review the motion adopted by the Standing Committee on May 7th of 2013, as well as the proceedings that resulted from this specific motion, and that you ruled to determine whether these proceedings were in order or not, and whether the committee overstepped its authority when adopting this particular motion. I'll refer in detail to what the motion accomplished and how it fell outside of the mandate of the committee. We raised a very similar point of order, if you'll remember, Mr. Speaker, around Bill C-45. That was the second omnibus bill. It followed on Bill C-38. We had deep concerns about the fact that the Standing Committee on Finance, during its consideration of that massive omnibus bill, went beyond its mandate and usurped the authority of the House when it invited other standing committees to study particular sections of Bill C-54. They, on their own mandate, started to carve the bill up and send it out. It then allowed these committees that were studying the bill to move amendments and then see it as if those amendments had been moved by members of the Finance Committee. We argued at the time that that went beyond the mandate and the reference from the House, from you as the Speaker. A similar argument could be made about Bill C-60. It was introduced on April 29th of this year. On May 7th, after the government used time allocation to shut down the debate once again on discussions, at second reading ended with the passage of the following motion, and I quote, that Bill C-60, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 21st, 2013, and other measures, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. Hansard on that day, on May 7th, specifically quotes you as saying, quote, I declare the motion carried. Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. It's pro forma, and it's how bills are referred to the committee. The committee acted outside of its powers and authority as those powers conferred on it by this House when it adopted a motion on that very same day asking other committees to study sections of the bill, namely the Standing Committees on Industry, Science and Technology, Veterans Affairs, Human Resources, Skills Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities, and the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration, as well as Foreign Affairs and International Development. That's where the government sought to parse out the bill. It's very difficult to deal with omnibus legislation that is so obviously varied that implicates so many different committees. And as this government has pushed and, I would argue, broken the democratic limits of our legislature by packing so much into these individual bills and hiding, in essence, what their agenda is from Canadians as these votes then come back to the House for one single vote on so many matters. This was something that Conservatives, when in opposition, concerned themselves with greatly. You've heard me mention many of the quotes from the Prime Minister and various ministers in his cabinet. How much they disliked this tactic when Liberals used it is now a tactic that the Conservatives seem to enjoy using with much relish. Mr. Speaker, although I believe the Standing Committee on Finance went beyond its mandate to ask these 5 other committees to study the bill, this isn't actually the principal concern that I want to raise with you here today. The committee went even further this time in going beyond its mandate by adopting a motion to allow members of Parliament who are not members of a caucus represented on the committee to file amendments to the bill. It went further by directing that any amendments suggested to the committee would be deemed to be proposed during the clause-by-clause consideration on Bill C-60, even if the member who presented the amendment was not present. So take a moment with this, Mr. Speaker. Out of some seeking of convenience, the committee members passed the motion on their own discretion, not by any power given by this House, to allow amendments to come from people who do not sit on this committee, who are not recognized parties in the House, to allow those amendments as to suddenly have appeared and be presented as if they did come from somebody on the committee. This goes against 3 fundamental principles that we hold dear in this House. Only the House can appoint committee members. You know this well. It is done at the beginning of every session when we constitute our committees. No committee can self-appoint members. It has to come from an order in this House. Only committee members that have been appointed by the House can move a motion. In order to move a motion, a member must be present at time when the motion is moved. We just dealt with a piece of private members legislation before my point of order. there was a seconder missing from her particular seat. The House properly waited until that member took their seat so that they're present, because you can't move motions if people aren't here. The rules of committee as established by the House specifically prescribe that members of a committee are designated by the House and cannot include members of a non-recognized party. This is a practice and a procedure we've used for many, many years. The rules established by the House also specifically prescribe that only a member of a committee can move a motion. Seul un membre du comité,
only a committee member or designate can move a motion to or an amendment or can vote. That's a quote. Another one is this. Under 117 of the Standing Order, a member who is not a member of a standing committee or a legislative committee can, unless the House or the committee otherwise states, attend but cannot vote, nor move a motion, nor be counted in the quorum. And, in addition, if the House is the one that designates members and associate members of committees and this comes from O'Brien and Bosque on page 1019.
Accorded to members of the House of Commons who belong officially to that committee. This status allows them to participate fully in the committee's proceedings. Members may move motions, vote, be counted for, propose purposes of a quorum. The Speaker has ruled that this is a fundamental right of the House. It can't be taken away. A committee simply can't move a motion to take such a power away from the House. And I'm quoting now, the committees themselves have no powers at all in this regard. I'd like to, at this point, to mention your ruling from last December. You recall at the time when we moved our point of order regarding the last omnibus bill, C-45, and specifically the role and rights of independent members in the context of report stage. The government House Leader argued that the current process by which independent members are not allowed to present motions at committee means that at report stage of bills, a single independent member has the ability, in his words, to hold the House hostage in a voting marathon, as if voting were somehow connected to a hostage-taking, by submitting numerous report stage amendments. In response, Mr. Speaker, you suggested that members may try to find ways to accommodate independent members at committee in order to allow them to present motions. You said the following: were a satisfactory mechanism found that would afford independent members an opportunity to move motions, to amend bills in committee, the Chair has no doubt that its report stage selection process would adapt to such a new reality. I understand that the motion adopted for C-60 at committee was somehow a response to this ruling and an attempt by the Conservative Party to cut short the proceedings at the report stage. However, I believe the Conservatives fundamentally misinterpreted your ruling. In fact, to allow independent members to move motions, to amend bills at committees, the Conservatives should have and must have sought agreement of the House to allow the members to sit on that committee. That is a power that they cannot take away simply by a motion at committee. Indeed, it is from the House that committees derive this power. Committees on their own do not have absolute powers. While committees are often quoted as being masters of their own fate, I will cite from O'Brien and Bosque 1047. This concept refers to the freedom committees normally have to organize their work as they see fit and the option they have of defining on their own certain rules of procedures that facilitate their proceedings." End of quote. A second quote on the next page at O'Brien and Bosque 1048. "These freedoms are not, however, total or absolute. Committees are creatures of the House. This means that they have no independent existence and are not permitted to take action unless they've been authorized or empowered to do so by the House." A second quote on that same page. "Committees are free to organize their proceedings as they see fit. Committees may adopt procedural rules to govern, but only to the extent that the House does not prescribe anything specific. Members of a committee, and only members of a committee, as well as associate members, when they replace those members, are able to attend the committee and thus might move a motion at committee." O'Brien and Bosk further tells us that standing orders specifically exclude a non-member from voting, moving motions, or being counted for purposes of quorum. The rules also clearly state that a member must be present for the motion. This is a fact. We've never moved away from this fact or this rule or procedure. To suddenly invent a process, Mr. Speaker, in which a motion can be moved but the member be absent contravenes the basic tenets of democracy and representation of being here. We could suddenly have votes where people just called in and spoke their intentions rather than be here themselves. And I'm quoting now, where a notice of motion has been given, the Speaker will first ensure that the member wishes to proceed with the moving of the motion. If the sponsor of a motion chooses not to proceed, either by not being present or by being present but declining to move the motion, then the motion is not proceeded with. This has happened many times in the House. We've seen private members' bills that the member chose not to move. They either made themselves absent from the House or they remained in their seat and the motion was not moved forward. Nobody else can do it on their behalf. No one can simply come in and say, oh, the member intended to be here but isn't. Please allow their private member's bill or motion to be considered. There's a precedent for a speaker overruling a committee matter, because sometimes speakers, and often, and I think for good reason, have been loath to involve themselves in committee business. And I'm going to quote from O'Brien and Bosk on 775. Since a committee may appeal the decision of its chair and reverse that decision, it may happen that a committee will report a bill with amendments that were initially ruled out of order by the chair. The admissibility of those amendments and/or any other amendments made by the committee may therefore be challenged on procedural grounds when the House resumes its consideration of the bill at report stage. The admissibility of the amendments is then determined by the Speaker of the House, whether in response to a point of order or on his or her own initiative. So, amendments were moved with no member present who was actually intent on moving that motion. People were made members of the committee, one assumes, by a motion that the committee didn't have the power to designate. For the House to now consider report stage Bill C-60 with these amendments in place is strictly out of order. And this is a proper role for the Speaker of the House to intervene, to say things were done improperly and have to be done right. In 2007, a point of order was raised in the House dealing with the admissibility of 3 of the amendments to a bill contained in the report stage from the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Social Development, and the Status of Persons with Disabilities. Speaker Milliken ruled 2 of the amendments out of order, finding that they imported into the bill concepts and terms not present in the bill and were therefore beyond the scope of the bill. From Speaker Milliken's ruling on February 27, 2007, and I quote, "The Speaker does not intervene on matters upon which the committees are competent to take decisions. However, in cases where a committee has exceeded its authority, particularly in relation to bills, the Speaker has been called upon to deal with such matters after a report has been presented to the House, which has happened here today. In terms of amendments adopted by committees on such bills, if they were judged to be inadmissible by the Speaker, those amendments would be struck from the bill as amended because the committee did not have the authority to adopt such provision. This means there exists a precedent for the Speaker rejecting amendments to a bill and the process by which it was there. Mr. Speaker, I ask you to rule and review the motion adopted by the Standing Committee on May 7th of 2013, as well as the proceedings that resulted from that motion, and that you rule to determine whether these proceedings were in order or not, and whether the committee overstepped its authority when it adopted the motion. The House of Commons and Parliament and democracy in general has suffered much abuse under this tactic and use of omnibus legislation. There comes a time, and we have presented ourselves many times, Mr. Speaker, in defence of the institution and the rights of members both to speak and for the people that we represent to clearly understand the legislation the government is attempting to move. The abuse of omnibus legislation has been a decision by this government. The difficulty that they're having in the way that amendments are moved and the process by which a bill goes through are of their own making, and only themselves to blame. But a committee cannot take powers that the House did not give it, and simply accepting motions from members who are not part of a committee and are not present to move the motion contravenes the basic tenets of this place, that the presence and acknowledged presence of a standing member of any of these committees is required, a basic fundamental requirement, in order for a motion to proceed. These motions were considered improperly. We ask that you rule in this matter. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On the first issue raised by my friend regarding the fashion in which the committee chose to seek or invite the assistance of other committees regarding advice on the bill and assisting with study and providing such advice to the committee. I think that's a matter that has been thoroughly litigated, and my friend is seeking to relitigate it again before you, so I simply won't address it. I think it's a settled and established practice that what the committee did there is something it has done quite often. The more novel issue before you is the one, of course, of the invitation to ensure and allow the participation of the independent members of Parliament, those who don't reach official party status. And we, of course, have a growing number of them in this Parliament, but notably the Green Party and members of the Bloc Québécois and some others represent such members. And the effort by the committee was one to ensure that they would have an opportunity to participate in the committee stage to propose amendments. And this was not something that I understand the committee dreamed up on their own. It is obviously a clear effort by the committee to respond directly to the invitation you made in your previous ruling to how this challenge should be particularly responded to. And I'll quote from your decision when this matter was up before, when we were dealing with the question of an inordinate number of report stage votes and the cumbersome fashion in dealing with them. You said the following in ruling: "It is no secret that independent members do not sit on committees in the current Parliament. In light of recent report stage challenges and the frustrations that have resurfaced, the Chair would like to point out the opportunities and mechanisms that are at the House's disposal to resolve these issues to the satisfaction of all members. The standing orders currently in place offer committees wide latitude to deal with bills in an inclusive and thorough manner that would balance the rights of all members." That statement by yourself, Mr. Speaker, is in direct contrast to the very constraining and rigid approach that would freeze out independent members that is being advocated by the opposition House Leader. I'll repeat again some of the phrases and words there. Your statement was that the standing orders currently in place offer committees wide latitude to deal with bills in an inclusive and thorough manner that would balance the rights of all members. It's tried, of course, to say that committees are masters of their own process. That is the fact, and what we have here is an example of where the committee has sought to devise an approach to their own process that responds directly to your invitation. I'll go further, to quote from your decision, you go, "In fact, it is not inconceivable nor unprecedented for committees to allow members, regardless of party status, permanently or temporarily, to be part of their proceedings, thereby opening the possibility for the restoration of report stage to its original purpose." And further on you say, "There is no doubt that any number of procedural arrangements could be developed that would ensure that the amendments that independent members wish to propose to legislation could be put in committee." That is exactly what the committee did. The committee did exactly what you in your ruling on this previous matter on report stage votes, what you invited them to do. And this is what they sometimes call in the world of law the conversation with the courts, between courts and Parliament on the evolution of rules. You effect as Speaker and Judge of this place. We're having that conversation with the committee, and the committee is responding to your invitation. They have done so with the motion they put in place and with the process that they followed, and indeed such amendments did occur at the committee pursuant to the process they put in place based on your invitation. And I'll finally conclude with further on your comments that were a satisfactory mechanism found that would afford independent members an opportunity to move motions, to move bills in committee, the Chair has no doubt that its report stage selection process would adapt to the new reality. So very much, Mr. Speaker, I think what you have done in your original ruling was wrestled with a difficult problem that was a source of frustration, that led to vexatious disputes in here, and that was having an adverse effect on the ability of this place to function well. And you made, I think, what were some very constructive and practical suggestions on how that could be remedied. A change in our process, an evolution in our process, and indeed your decision speaks to the fact that what we have are, and what we have had throughout the question of dealing with report stage votes, an evolving process to which there have been responses in the standing orders, and now to which you were inviting another set of responses that could occur in the processes that committees adopted. In this case, the committee did exactly that. As a result of that, there is an expanded ability of independent members of Parliament to participate at the committee stage of the process. They did so in this case. Their amendments were heard, an opportunity to proceed. We think that that is an appropriate response to the invitation that you provided specifically on bills of this nature, on the processes that we have in place. And I think for that reason, it's one that should be encouraged and rewarded. It fits foursquare within the direction that I believe your ruling set out and the invitation that you provided, and as such, I see no fault in the process. I may wish to come back to you, as I haven't obviously had any opportunity to prepare to make these arguments or to respond in this fashion, but I think that on its surface, that is the essence, that the committee has done exactly what you as Speaker asked them to do.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, this is first that I've actually had the opportunity just to go over some of the things that took place in committee, and I do think that we should be concerned. You know, at the end of the day, when the government House Law leader talks about the evolution of process, what we have witnessed is an evolution that takes away from individual members to be able to perform their duties on numerous occasions. The government House leader, for example, could ultimately argue that time allocation and the usage of time allocation is an evolution of process. Well, that evolution in which this government has adopted works against what we would ultimately argue Canadians' best interest in terms of limiting individuals the opportunity to express themselves on the wide variety of bills, including Bill C-60. So if we take a look in terms of what it is the government is now proposing to do, they're saying inside the committee that we now want to mandate all members of the House, whether they are a part of an official recognized party or not, to bring forward their amendments to the committee well in advance. Now, Mr. Speaker, one could imagine very easily in the way in which this government has managed the evolution of process that what they're really trying to do is to prevent independent members or individuals that are not a part of a recognized political party the opportunity to be able to present their amendments at a report stage, Mr. Speaker. And this raises a whole spectrum of issues that I think that really need to be addressed. I am concerned that if, in fact, the government was trying to demonstrate goodwill based on a Speaker's ruling, Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, then this is something that should have been raised at one of the House leaders' meetings, where there was a consensus that would have been received and ultimate support towards it. I think we have to be very careful when we look at changing rules, and that's ultimately what it is that the government House leader is proposing to do here. And I think that we've got to be very careful when we do that, Mr. Speaker, that there needs to be a consensus from all political entities inside the House. If we take a look at what took place at the committee, Mr. Speaker, you will find that there was no unanimous consent in passing the motion that's into question. I think that's really important for us to recognize. The second issue, of course, Mr. Speaker, that I would raise at this point in time is, imagine, if you will, receiving a letter, and I understand that this is a letter that was received by the leader of the Green Party, which gives a very clear indication that you have X amount of time, in essence, to get all of your information gathered and amendments in place, and this letter is making it suggested that it be for May 21st, well, or May 27th, 9 o'clock in the morning on a Monday, Mr. Speaker. Again, I call into question in terms of the legitimacy of it. This is something that has really just came up through the point of order from the New Democratic Opposition House Leader. I think that there is great merit for it. We will take a look in terms of what it is in more detail, and we might want to add further comment on the issue as time progresses, Mr. Speaker. But I do want to emphasize how important it is when the government House Leader makes reference to the evolution of process or rules. Whenever he starts to fantasize or talk about that, in the past it has not been a positive thing in terms of democracy here in the House of Commons. So I raise that as a red flag, Mr. Speaker, and that we need to tread very carefully before we start making any sort of a ruling that feeds into something that deprives an individual member or even collective members the opportunity to do things that they have been able to do in the past, but now the government is deemed, because it's maybe not as clean or as quick as the government would like to see things take place. So they're coming up with these new draconian type of changes or proposals that is not healthy for democracy here in the House of Commons. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, I'll hear very quickly from the Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabaska, then Sands Gulf Islands, and then does the Honourable Government House Leader want to come back? Okay.
Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabaska. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Because this concerns us too, this point of order. It concerns the unrecognized parties. I think it's important for us to have our say. I'd like to reserve the option to argue further at a later date, since we didn't see this point coming. But what I will say for now, Mr. Speaker, is that with all due respect for your decision in December, this reminds us of what happened in 2001 when Speaker Milliken made a decision which restricted the use of report stage amendments, because from 1968 to 2001, speakers were more flexible about the tabling of amendments at report stage. Now, with your decision, the openness you asked the government to show to unrecognized party members or independents participating and tabling amendments, well, we have to draw a major distinction here. You know, you're well placed to know, and the Conservatives know this too, because they were once unrecognized in 1993, and so were the NDP. So there are difficulties. Harper has two categories of members here in the House. In the House, we get questions, we get to speak, we even have the right to speak, which unfortunately doesn't come up very often because the House is using time allocation and closure on virtually every bill. But proportionately, we are equal with our colleagues from other parties. It's to be expected that we would have less time than others because there are fewer of us. But when it comes to committees, it's not like the Quebec National Assembly where the other parties have allowed unrecognized parties like Quebec Solidaire and the ADQ before. They were allowed to sit on committees. They were allowed to have a critic. They were allowed to make arguments. They were allowed to vote. But here, we're not allowed to do that. So, Mr. Speaker, what I wish to avoid, we don't want unrecognized members of unrecognized parties to be ping-ponged back and forth here in the House. We do have a say. The existence of report stage gives us an opportunity to table amendments that we wouldn't have been able to discuss or propose at committee. That's the only right we have left. I would like you to protect it. I'd like you to be careful when the government says there's an invitation. There's no party here in the House since 2011 who has given us any gifts. We haven't asked for any extra privileges. We just want our rights to be respected. But at committee, as was the case with C60, the only committee where we were able to put forward amendments, we were given a few minutes to present them. We weren't allowed to speak in any other way. We weren't able to ask officials questions, and obviously we weren't allowed to vote on our own amendments that we tabled. So, if that's the government's attitude, if they think they're doing us any favors, make no mistake. What we want to do is preserve our rights. We want the right to table amendments, discuss them, debate them, and vote on them here, and be aware of the process at committee, as we are able to do here in the House at report stage. So what I'm asking you, Mr. Speaker, is to protect our rights, the rights of all members here in the House, including those of which there are fewer, like those in the unrecognized parties. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I would like to thank the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition for raising this matter. I've been in a quandary, as you might imagine, Mr. Speaker, unable to imagine exactly how I would put to you the various ways in which I feel my rights are being infringed by this turn of events with the Finance Committee. I would like to reserve the ability to work to put my arguments together for you, Mr. Speaker, to present them tomorrow. And I turn to you, as in your own words, in your ruling on the matter raised by the Member of Parliament for Langley, your ruling in April, that is the, quote, the unquestionable duty of the Speaker to act as the guardian of the rights and privileges of members and of the House as an institution, Mr. Speaker. Those are your words, and I turn to you as the guardian of my rights and ask that I be allowed the right to present my response to the excellent point of order of the House Leader of the Official Opposition tomorrow.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'll say at the outset I'm bewildered but not entirely surprised. I suppose that some of the independent members whose rights you sought to protect and who the committee sought a process to protect are now complaining of that. But that is a paradox in itself. I only wanted to rise at this point to respond immediately to two very narrow things. One, my surprise at the Liberal Deputy House Leader's position, because it is entirely contrary to the position his party took at committee, where the Liberal finance critic said that he liked the comment of the Parliamentary Secretary's comments welcoming the independents to the committee, because the Liberals welcome the input of the independent members at that stage of their deliberations at committee. So that view is a little bit different. The other point I wanted to address just very quickly was his concern that the problem with this process is that in the invitation to the independent members to participate, there was a deadline for them to submit amendments. Well, guess what? There's a deadline for every member of the committee, of all the parties, to submit amendments. They are all constrained in exactly the same fashion. So there is no discrimination. There is no disadvantage to the independent members in that regard. So that argument is entirely without any foundation. As I said, I may come back with more. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Skeena-Vokey Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Two very small points. I'm appreciating the newfound passion that the Conservatives have for independent members, because we can recall that an independent members bill was at committee, at which the Conservatives were gutting that very same legislation and denied her the ability to even address her own piece of legislation, claiming the very rules we're talking about here today. My specific point, and I'm not sure my honourable colleague was present for the entire citation that I used. The main argument that we used is that if this is the remedy in which the government seeks to satisfy the involvement of independent members at the committee stage, that is a remedy that can be sought, but the power rests here with the House of Commons. It simply doesn't rest with the committee to invent this power that they can appoint or adopt motions from members who are not part of a committee. That's a fact. The committee itself is a creation of the House of Commons. The members who are involved with that committee, any stand-in members that may be a part, that comes from here, not from any chair, not from any motion that's passed. So in his response, and I know he's going to come back and I know he'll deliberate further on the points that we raised, he needs to address this specific point, because it's the argument we're making to you, is that the committee has the powers that are vested to it from the House of Commons. It is exclusive of the power to just invent who gets to sit on that committee. It is exclusive also on the power to suddenly invite amendments from members who are not there. You can't move motions of people who aren't present. That's a fact. It's here true. It is also true at committees. I don't see why the government House Leader has such a problem understanding that, other than he's found some convenient article. If they choose to do it this way, they can. But it has to come from here. For goodness sakes, let's protect some of the privileges and powers of the House of Commons. The instruction from the House of Commons did not allow the committee to do that. It did not. I read out your citation in reference to the committee. It didn't say to the committee chair, you can suddenly appoint whoever you'd like and take whatever amendments you would like. It didn't. It's in black and white. If my honourable colleague across the way would like me to read it to him, I can. But the fact of the matter is the power rests with you as you refer a bill, It rests with this House in designating which committee and how the committees are instructed to study the bill. How the committee does everything beyond that is their business, and we respect that right, of course. But to ignore the central point of our argument today in this point of order, either there isn't a counter-argument or they're going to search around for one for a couple of days. But the decision obviously rests with you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comments from my colleague from Sandwich Gulf Islands. Thank you.
Well, I look forward to members coming back to this question. Well, I'm loath to get into a point-for-point debate at this point. I know members are coming back to respond to points that have been raised in a more fulsome way. So can the honourable member for Winnipeg North maybe participate in that exchange, or does he feel that he just really has to get it off his chest right now? Okay. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, just a very quick point. The government House Leader tried to give a false impression. The Liberal Party voted against the motion. And I don't want to take words out of context, but we voted against the motion in committee. I think it's an important point.
Orders of the day. Order du jour. The honourable government House Leader.
Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move, seconded by the Minister for Transport, that with respect to Bill C-52, the Fair Rail Freight Service Act, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration of the report stage of the bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government business on the day allotted to the consideration of the said stages of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the stage of the bill then under consideration shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment.
Mr. Van Loan, seconded by Monsieur Lebel, moves that in relation to Bill C-52, an act to amend the Canada Transportation Act, Administration, Air and Railway Transportation and Arbitration, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at third reading stage of the bill, and that 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at third reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. There will now be a 30-minute question period. The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
As tempted as I am, Mr. Speaker, to draw some attention to what just took place with my friend from Sandwich Gulf Island and the whip for the Conservatives. Can I at least say it was a touching moment? I think that the House was able to share the newfound compassion across the political spectrum, but in seriousness, the frustration and the confusion that we have around this recent closure motion that has been invoked by the government here today is that they've left the category of feeling shameful about shutting down debate in the House of Commons and usurping our democratic rights. They do it with a certain glee and excitement, even on bills that the opposition has talked to the government about agreeing with, and limiting even the number of speakers so we can move through the legislation in a proper way. They're pushing an open door now, Mr. Speaker, and saying that the opposition is in our way. We can't get our jobs done here, so we have to invoke closure again. It's so tragic. They seem to take some sort of joy out of furthering shatter the record of any government in Canadian history for shutting down debate in Parliament. There's no prize for this, you guys. You don't get an extra set of balloons for having broken the record so badly. Is it not feasible, is it not imaginable for the Minister of Transport or anybody in this place to realize that actually talking with the opposition, finding common ground on legislation that we can see some agreement to is so much preferable to coming in with these closure motions one after another and invoking some sort of fear tactic about opposition that doesn't even exist? It just doesn't seem very parliamentary or decent to constantly come into the House and say our hands are forced, our arms are being twisted, when no such thing is going on. Je comprends absolument pas.
I just don't understand where the motivation is for do that again and again and again. And for the Minister of Transport and the House Leader to move such an anti-democratic motion and to say that it is necessary. Where is the proof for that? Our critic is going to work with you. It's not a problem. And potentially there's an opportunity for the House of Commons to work together. And we should do this more often for all Canadians. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Announced on December the 1st, 2012, that was very important for all the shippers of the country to have this bill. Je comprends très bien que mon confrère.
I understand that my colleague says that we do work together.
I vote for. And I don't try to suspend discussion. I don't try to block discussion. Monsieur le Président, pendant le comité,
Mr. Speaker, in committee,
with board, truck traffic, infrastructure replacement, rail safety, budget, because I have sheets of paper what they spoke about, but they're supporting that. What it is, what they don't. When we want to have something, a bill like that so important for the shippers of all this country, on prend les mesures nécessaires.
We take the measures necessary, Mr. Speaker, and taking the measures necessary means that we have to move swiftly. We have to pass this bill quickly for the economy of the country. It doesn't give anything to our government. We don't want a set of balls. We just want a bill that will hold water and that will ensure that shippers across this country, whether they be in trade or industry, we know how important it is for all of these people to be able to do their work with regard to rail shipping. We ship all kinds of things, and all grain shippers in this country have supported our bill, and today for us it is high time, after months and months of blockage and trying to delay it, we want to pass this bill.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, I listened to the Minister's response, and, you know, we'll get a chance to talk about the bill itself. What I want to focus the attention on is not the bill, but rather the process. This government has demonstrated it knows no shame in terms of closure inside the House of Commons. That is something in which all Canadians should be concerned about. Every piece of legislation has some sense of urgency to it. What's unique with this government, Mr. Speaker, is that it has this driving force to limit debate, to prevent members of Parliament, no matter how simplistic or complicated a bill will be, this government is determined to shut down debate on what are important issues. And that is what's so wrong with what the government is doing. We have seen this with this conservative, reform, majority government. It's a change in attitude. It's either my way or the highway. It's either you get behind the bill and stop talking about it and allow it to pass, or we are going to bring in time allocation. And time and time and time and time again, you could repeat it 36 plus times, this government has brought in time allocation. This is something in which is new for the government of Canada. No other government has used this so willingly, unshamefully, in terms of the history of our country. My question is not for the minister responsible for the bill. My question is for the government House Leader. Why is the government House Leader continue to bring in time allocation? Because that is a shameful behavior. And the Conservative majority government has got to take responsibility for their lack of respect for the House of Commons and all members of the House, Mr. Speaker. Why is the government continuing to bring in time allocation as a part of a normal procedure?
Minister of Transport.
The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker.
I have some quotes from Canadian organizations who are supporting this bill. These measures will create the conditions for improved railway performance and accountability. It will help ensure all shippers can gain access to an adequate level of level. We said that Kevin Bander, President of Western Canadian Wheat Growers Association. We especially thank Agriculture Canada and Transportation Canada and the federal government for listening to farmers and moving this legislation ahead. Stephen Van der Walk, President of Grain Growers of Canada. The level of service offered by Canada's railway can make the difference between companies investing years here or taking their business elsewhere. Richard Payton, President and CEO of Chemistry Industry Association of Canada. This legislation is critical not only for our industry's competitiveness, but for Canada's overall productivity and prosperity. Ensuring a fair and balanced relationship between shippers and the railways will help the forest product industry retain and create jobs for the benefit of the entire Canadian economy. David Lindsay said that. That's what we want to do, Mr. Speaker. We want to support the Canadian economy. And since the beginning, we are here, and since the last Economic Action Plan, that's only what we want to do, and we will continue to do so. And that's time to pass this bill, Mr. Speaker.
Question et comments. Honorable député.
The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Lafayette. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. If the minister is in such a rush to cut debate and to prevent me as a parliamentarian to speak to this bill, why did the Conservatives wait 5 years before putting forward such an initiative? It seems that this is some kind of doublespeak. It's all of a sudden they're rushing this through, whereas for 5 years they waited, whereas the predecessors had been in that same situation. The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, my dear colleague should realize what the history of this bill is. It started in 2006, Mr. Speaker, with the arrival of the preceding Minister of Transport, Mr. Cannon, and they set up analysis committees. They appointed a panel of 3 experts from rail transport who went across the country to listen to how this bill should be laid out. And I think this was a very long process because I think I'm the 4th or 5th Minister of Transport since this process began. When I came to Transport Canada, we hired Mr. Jim Dinning, a widely renowned personality for his major administrative skills. Mr. Dinning did excellent work in order to lay the ground for this bill, and this is a bill which is going to allow us to move forward. I even talked about the contribution to the Saguenay so that they could have so that they could twin the highway so that they could go through the harbor of Saguenay, so they could go through Abitibi down to the Saguenay. Our rail transport for us is a very, very important part of our economic future, and it is in that regard that we're going to continue today to support the economy and our shippers. But it does not just from today. This dates back many years.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Okanagan-Coquihalla.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly appreciate the Minister of Transport and his efforts on this. Obviously, this has been an encompassing process from 2006 to today. But I'm a little lost for words, Mr. Speaker. We hear some members speaking from the NDP saying that this is going too fast and we need to slow down. We have other members of the NDP that are coming up and saying, what's taking you so long? From my perspective, Mr. Speaker, what we've done as a government is support the infrastructure. For my own province of British Columbia, we have the Asia-Pacific Gateway. There's obviously been some needs expressed by the industry over the years to be able to have access. I just would like to ask the Minister to again repeat the economic reasons for seeing this bill to go forward so that we can have that sense of certainty for industry so we can see our economy grow. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Transport.
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
The bill is really an important part of our plan to strengthen our economy. Our government is working to improve rail freight service in Canada to better support economic growth, resource development, and our ambitious domestic and international trade agenda. Like I've said, my friend, for us, the corridors are very important. The Asia-Pacific Gateway is a success worldwide. I was in Germany last week for the International Transportation Forum with ministers of transport from all around the world, from Korea to China to Japan. All these ministers know very well what is the Asia-Pacific Gateway, and we have made a success of that. Why? Because we have invested in infrastructure of this country to improve this economy, and that's why we want to continue to do so. And this bill that changed the rules, but that will help shippers to have an agreement with rail companies. That's very important for these shippers. They're asking that for years. And that's why for us we have to continue. The goal of this legislation is to encourage railways and shippers to work together. Shippers will have the right to a service agreement with railways to enhance clarity, predictability, and reliability in rail service. The Act will help shippers to manage and expand their businesses while ensuring the railway can operate an efficient network for the benefit of all users. A strong, competitive rail freight supply chain is vital to Canada's economy as a whole, and it is the challenging global economic times. All sectors of the economy must work together to drive growth, job creation, and long-term prosperity, Mr. Speaker.
Question commentaire, questions and comments. Honourable Deputy.
The Honourable Member for Richmond, Arthabaska. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're not here to discuss the merits of the bill that the Minister has just already said all of a sudden that it's a global emergency. What I would like to understand from the Minister, because with this bill there are no major problems, but what I don't understand is why it is all of a sudden such an emergency. He has said that it's been blocked since 2006. Now, usually you would say when it's you would say that when it was a government from another party, but since 2006 it has been the Conservative government. It has been the Minister's government that is in place, and which, as he said, conducted a certain number of studies in order to get this bill going. But it's 2013, and all of a sudden today, at the end of the parliamentary session, they add a 40th time allocation, and that's what we want to hear about from the Minister. Why is this so urgent all of a sudden today? What is so urgent that means that we have to shout down all debate to once again prevent people from testifying, from debating, and from allowing democracy to follow its course? I think all ministers want to fast-track their bills, and they're using time allocations. So I'd like to hear an explanation, because I haven't heard anything from the Minister yet in that regard. The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, if my colleague had listened closely to what I said, I never said that there was something that blocked in our government. I said the only people who do any blockage here are them, because they want to remove Quebec from Canada, and I totally disagree with that. I want a very strong Canada, or rather Quebec and United Canada, but they want to block any progress, whereas I want to make sure that my Lac Saint-Jean and all regions in Quebec that are be visible and have a thriving economy so that we can create jobs across the country. We never said that this bill was going to be blocked. We said that we did things properly, following all the rules, by involving the shippers, rail companies, that we set up a panel of experts, that we crisscrossed the country. Sometimes things take time, but I never said that there was any kind of blockage. He's imagining things. Now we're at a stage where all shippers in the country are calling on us for this bill, and when business people from across the country in Quebec and Canada and in the Victoriaville, like elsewhere in Quebec, when they call on us to take measures to encourage the economy, well, that's what we do. And that is why we think that it's high time that this bill be passed.
Commentaire, questions and comments. Honourable Deputy de Gatineau.
The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is good to know that the Minister has finally unblocked himself as well. But this being said, I think that this is the fourth time in 4 days that I have risen to decry this procedure that has now become normal, the norm for the government. They are invoking a gag order in order to curtail debate. Since 2006, and perhaps the Minister didn't mention this, but the Prime Minister prorogued the House because he was going to be defeated by the opposition parties, and that would have derailed, if I may use the expression, his bills in that context. Then there was another election in 2008, another election in 2011, and all of a sudden on this beautiful day, May 29th, 2013, there's all of a sudden a major emergency. In fact, that's what they're telling us every day. Fourth bill, and not small bills, not minor bills, C-48 that affected all kinds of technical tax amendments, C-49 to entirely change the mission and the name of the Museum of Civilizations, C-54 concerning the Not Criminally Responsible Act, and now, all of a sudden, C-52. And I think that they let the cat out of the bag yesterday when the minister's colleague rose to say that at the end of the day, he wasn't interested in hearing what people from different ridings had to tell him. All that the Conservatives are interested in is what they think about the subjects, because once we say that we are in agreement with the bill, we should shut up and sit down, because they are not interested in hearing what people from Gatineau through their member have to say about the content of this bill. We're talking about how many hours? at third reading. We're talking about 3 hours of debate at third reading, Mr. Speaker. That is unbelievable. That is it's not a railway deviation. We're talking about a deviation and a diversion of the debate. It's shameful that that has become the government's normal procedure for reasons that we don't know. So I don't know whether the bill is good or not. We're going to vote in favor of it. I want to know why they are doing this in this way, and the minister is blocked enough to give us an answer. I'm not sure that was an answer that would be acceptable to the people of Gatineau. The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, I had the honour of going through a by-election and 2 general elections in 07, 08, 11, and I know very well what has happened in the parliamentary side in the past few years, and I know that it had a certain impact on the advancement of certain work. But if they are in agreement with this bill, whether it's debated a few more hours or not, well, she said that they are in agreement with this bill. So, on the Standing Committee of Transport, they talked about the ideological position of the Canada Week Board, our government's inaction with regard to rail safety measures, cuts at Via Rail, the opposition to the implementation of rail services. And much of this had nothing to do with the bill that was being discussed in committee, and that's what they talked about. So when there is time that is allocated to us, I think we should use that time to discuss the right topics and to bring forward relevant arguments. While they were in committee on C-52, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you about other things. They talked about potential crisis with regard to bitumen transport, public transit, the close down of itineraries between Gaspé and Chandler. I have 4 pages of this. If it had been so important to them, they would have put forward relevant arguments at the time that we were discussing this bill in committee. Mr. Speaker, we think that today it is time for us to pass this bill for the Canadian economy. We are the representatives of the economy, and there are people who want to create jobs. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was also present on that committee of transport, and unbelievably, the minister seemed to have forgot the numerous amendments that were proposed, that were moved by the opposition, and that were all defeated. But I don't want to get into that because right now we are talking about a time allocation motion, and for many days, day after day, minister after minister, bill after bill, we have seen constantly the same thing. And I really have the feeling that this government is working backwards. It's topsy-turvy. It has made an exceptional rule the norm. So I'm going to ask a question from backwards to forwards, and I'm going to ask the minister to speak on behalf of his government and ask him what the acceptable procedure would be to ensure that a bill, regardless of which topic it is, can follow normal procedure. The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, the bill will eventually be put to a vote, and I think it would be ideal if all parties could vote together on this bill. Earlier, I talked about the benefits of this bill in English, and of course I'm going to repeat them in my mother tongue, Mr. Speaker. This bill gives the right to shippers to have an agreement on service levels with railways. It provides that business negotiations, if they cannot reach an agreement, the shippers can call upon an arbitration process to put in place an agreement. If the agreement is not respected, then the shipper can call upon the Transport Board to ensure that monetary penalties are imposed up to $100,000 per offense. And this is a financial fine. We don't want this bill to be used too much. If the shipper feels that they have suffered financial damages, then they can sue the people in court. This is the bill that will force all players in the rail chain to improve their efficiency, allowing them to ship goods faster. So for us, that is what we're focusing on, Mr. Speaker. It's the improvement of services to create jobs and maintain them. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for...
The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
Are we to understand that this minister doesn't have the necessary influence in his cabinet to move this important legislation up sooner than it has been presented in the House, that he has to resort to a tool such as time allocation? Is he not showing the weakness of his influence in his own cabinet, that he can't, that this has been waiting for 7 years, this legislation, and he can't convince his own team to move it up on the legislative agenda?
Honourable Minister Transport.
Honourable Minister. Well, that's somewhat ridiculous, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I'm proud of the work of our team, the work that we've done since we were elected, and the fact that we're working together on the Standing Committee of Transport, all the work that has been accomplished. But what is important today, Mr. Speaker, is that all shippers across the country, and I could go on and on about how proud people are with what we've achieved in moving this forward, but I think we need to just let the people of Canada vote, express their views through a vote, and I'm sure that I'll be back winning my riding the next time around. We can work together. We work hard to move things forward, Mr. Speaker. He's the one who made those remarks. He brought it forward. I did not. Now, having said that, we will continue to ensure that in all regions of Canada and Quebec, as a member from Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean region, I want to work to help ensure that we have an economy that's flourishing, to move matters forward. We've worked well together because the bill is at the stage it's at, Mr. Speaker. They feel that we're going too quickly in terms of the vote, but it seems to me that we can't move quickly enough when it comes to the economy of the country.
Honourable Deputy de Saint-Bruno.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Bruno, Saint-Hubert. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member for Saint-Bruno, Saint-Hubert, I will say to all of my constituents listening that I'm very frustrated with the approach of this government. 4 gag orders in 4 days. This is the 40th time allocation. It is a Guinness record. It is unprecedented. And in addition, Mr. Speaker, they're proud of what they're doing. They're proud of muzzling members of Parliament, democratically elected members of Parliament, elected by their constituents. They're proud of stopping debate on these issues that will have an impact on all of our constituents. My question for the Minister of Transport is this. Why is it that each time amendments are proposed and put forth by the opposition, they don't take them into account at all? It's like you have to be with us or you're against us. So that is my question. Why is the government doing that? I'd like him to explain to the Canadian people who are listening to this debate. The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, as I've said on several occasions at committee and elsewhere, there are members on both sides of the House. We talked about this bill. Discussions have taken place. We talked about environmental concerns, greenhouse gas emissions due to road traffic. We've talked about increasing the efficiency of rail transport. We've talked about investments in rail in Toronto. We talked about the development of a public transit system and a strategy for that. I have a question for the member opposite. Why is it when we have such an important file, such an important issue for the economy of Canada, for shippers dealing with the railways, they've been calling for this approach for years, why doesn't she address the issue, focus on the issue? It could have been, we could have therefore advanced the matter. We could have moved on. Today, now, of course, no one lives on an island. The economy for the United States, in the United States, understands, but 75%, between 70 and 70% of goods from Canada are exported to the United States, and a great deal is shipped by rail. We need to offer those businessmen and women what they need in order to remain profitable. Of course, we've addressed these issues at committee. We've talked about matters for weeks, but now we've reached the end. We want to adopt this legislation so that we can help support the economy. We want to be efficient. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And comments. The honourable member for Scarborough Southwest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the minister asked why we're not debating the bill. Well, what we're left doing is debating this time allocation motion. Again, the 40th one. We want to debate the bill in committee and bring forward amendments. They don't want to do it. They accuse us of delaying the bill. They have a majority in the committee. They decide the witnesses. They decide how long it's going to take. Mr. Speaker, they control the agenda. They're the ones that have delayed for 7 years. And then when we bring forward many reasoned amendments to the committee, they ignore them because they don't want to hear from the opposition. They don't want to hear from Canadians. Of course, they bring up a list of people that are supporting the bill. Well, all they've done is throw them a bone. They'll, at this point, after this long, take what they can get. But what they could have had is far more if this government had actually listened to the NDP and had taken our amendments into consideration and added them to the bill. And that would have certainly, Mr. Speaker, made for a better bill that we could be passing that would have a greater economic impact that would help more Canadians than what this government is doing. And I want to ask the minister, why didn't they do that?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Some organization and some representative of this organization for this bill. Jim Fessett, President and CEO of the Canadian Propane Association. The new legislation respects the commercial nature of the relationship between the rail carrier and the propane shipper, but also addresses the recommendations of the Rail Freight Service Review Panel. It contains all of the measures that the propane industry requested, the right to a service-level agreement, an arbitration process should commercial negotiations fail, and consequences for non-compliance. The propane industry is pleased to support the Fair Rail Freight Service Act. It is our hope that the Act, coupled with recent improvements we have seen from the railways, will enhance competition and promote positive relationships between the railways and the shippers. Gary Cherwick, Executive Director of Pulse Canada. Every step in this process is just that, a single step towards the goal for a more predictable and reliable supply chain that makes Canadian businesses more competitive in the international marketplace. These businessmen and women, Mr. Speaker, what they want to create jobs. For them, what's going on here in Ottawa, the discussion, they want to have this bill done, and that's what we will deliver for them. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
It is my duty to interrupt the proceedings at this time and put forth the question on the motion now before the House. Monsieur Van Loan, appuyé par Monsieur Lebel.
Mr. Van Loan, seconded. The question is as follows. Mr. Van Loan, seconded by Mr. Lebel, moves that as regards Bill C-52, an act to amend the Canada Transportation Act, Administration, Air and Railway Transportation and Arbitration, that 2 additional days be provided for consideration at third reading.
That 15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at third reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, if required, for the purpose of this order. And in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. Plaît-il à la Chambre?
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
Que tous ceux qui appuient la...
All those in favor of the motion will please say yea.
Que tous ceux qui...
All those opposed to the motion will please say nay.
À mon avis, les oui l'emportent.
In my view, the yeas have it.
Call in the members, convoquez les députés. Order. The question is the following one. Mr. Van Loan,
Mr. Van Loan, seconded by Mr. Lebel, moved that in relation to Bill C-52, an act to amend the Canada Transportation Act, Administration, Air and Railway Transportation, and Arbitration, not more than one further sitting day shall be allotted to the consideration at third reading stage of the said bill.
15 minutes before the expiry of the time provided for government orders on the day allotted to the consideration at third reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, if required, for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Harper, Mr. Fletcher, Mr. Ashfield, Mr. Valcourt, Mr. Lebel, Ms. Ambrose, Mr. Taves, Mr. Nicholson, Mr. Van Loan, Mr. Paradis, Mr. Flaherty, Mr. Clement, Mr. Baird, Mr. Ritz, Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast, Mr. Moore Port Moody Westwood Port Coquitlam, Mrs. Aglukak, Mrs. Shea, Mr. Kent, Mr. Blaney, Mr. Oliver, Ms. Raitt, Ms. Finley Delta Richmond East,
Ms. Finley Delta Richmond East,
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North,
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island
Mr. Benoit,
Benoit,
Mr. Brightchrist, Mr. Merrifield, Mr. Moore Fundy Royal, Mr. Camp Pitt Meadows Maple Ridge Mission, Mr. Poiliev, Mr. Lake, Mr. O'Brien, Mr. Dykstra, Mr. Bernier, Mr. Gossard, Mr. Goodyear, Mr. O'Connor, Mrs. Yelich, Mrs. Wong, Mrs. Oblancy, Mr. Upal, Mr. Calandra, Mr. Anderson, Mr. Gould, Mr. Carey, Mr. Katie South Shore St. Margaret, Mr. Anders, Mr. Valacott, Mr. Reid, Mrs. Gallen, Mr. Lunny, Mr. Rajat, Mr. Sorensen, Mr. Schellenberger, Mr. Allison, Mr. Bazan, Mr. Brownies Granville, Mr. Hahn, Mr. Chong, Mrs. Greywall, Mr. Alexander, Ms. Rampel, Mr. Gauguin, Mr. Rickford, Mr. Del Mastro, Mr. Lemieux, Mr. Lukiski, Mrs. Troupe, Ms. Adams, Mrs. Glover, Ms. Leach, Mr. Leong, Mr. Saxton, Ms. Brown Market Aurora, Mrs. McLeod, Mr. Hebert, Mr. Jean, Mr. Komarnicki, Mr. Cram Prince Edward Hastings, Monsieur Lauzon, Mr. Mackenzie, Mr. Miller, Mr. Preston, Mrs. Smith, Mr. Tilson, Mr. Trost, Mr. Tweed, Mr. Warwa, Mr. Watson, Mr. Allen Tubik Mactaquac, Mr. Brownberry, Mr. Brunouge, Mr. Calkins, Mr. Cannon, Mr. Albrecht, Mrs. Davidson, Mr. Galipo, Mr. Mays, Mr. Norlock, Mr. Shipley, Mr. Storsett, Mr. Sweet, Mr. Van Kesteren, Mr. Wallace, Mr. Walkerton, Mr. Clark, Mrs. Block, Mr. Bowen, Mr. Braid, Mr. Dreeshen, Mr. Holbach, Mr. Holder, Mr. Kerr, Mr. Lobb, Mr. Rathgaber, Mrs. O'Neill-Gordon, Mr. Payne, Mr. Richard, Mr. Shorey, Mr. West Vancouver Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country, Mr. Western St. John, Mr. Woodward, Mr. Armstrong, Mr. Sopak, Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George, Mr. Adler, Mr. Albus, Mrs. Ambler, Mr. Aspen, Madame Bateman, Mr. Butt, Mr. Carmichael, Mr. Chisu, Mr. Daniel, Mr. Hayes, Ms. James, Mr. Menegakis, Mr. Toast, Mr. Wilkes, Mr. McColman, Ms. Young, Vancouver South, Mr. Lizon, Mr. Opitz, Mr. Seaback, Mr. Straw, Mr. Trottier, Mr. Williamson, Mr. O'Toole, Ms. Crockett, Mr. Zimmer, Mr. Stanton, Mr. Devolin, Mr. Goldring.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Mulcair, Ms. Ashton, Madame Day, Mr. Alan Whelan, Mr. Godin, Ms. Chow, Mr. Dewar, Mr. Harris St. John's East, Madame Boivin, Ms. Leslie, Mr. Collins, Mr. Christopherson, Ms. Nash, Mr. Julian, Ms. Crowder, Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway, Ms. Matheson, Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona, Madame Perrault, Mr. Martin, Madame Ayala, Mr. Beddington, Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Mr. Massey. Ms. Sims, Newton-North Delta. Madame Leblanc, La Salle-et-Mar. Madame Brosseau. Madame Turmel. Ms. Charlton. Mr. Chisholm. Monsieur Boulris. Mr. Angus. Madame Hughes. Monsieur Dubé. Madame Laverdière. Mr. Scott. Madame Papillon. Monsieur Dussault. Mr. Cash. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Garrison. Monsieur Ravigna. Madame Blanchette-Lamotte. Monsieur Aubin. Mr. Harris-Scarborough Southwest. Monsieur Toone. Madame Boutin-Sweet. Monsieur Saganache. Monsieur Caron. Madame Péclet. Monsieur Gravel. Monsieur Maille. Monsieur Larose. Monsieur Giguère. Monsieur Côté. Monsieur Genet-Jourdain. Monsieur Lapointe. Monsieur Choquette. Madame Lou. Mr. Sandou. Madame Stella. Madame Quash. Mr. Rankin. Monsieur Nantel. Madame Latendresse. Madame Freeman. Mr. Sullivan. Monsieur Blanchette. Madame Michaud. Mr. Atamanenko. Monsieur Jacob. Monsieur Nunez-Melo. Monsieur Tremblay. Mr. Stoffer. Monsieur Chiquan. Monsieur Dionne Labelle. Mr. Cleary. Monsieur Morin-Chicoutimi-Lefiard. Madame Doré-Lefebvre. Madame Morin-Notre-Dame de Grasse-Lachine. Monsieur Pilon. Madame Reynaud. Monsieur Nichols. Monsieur Morin-Laurentide-Labelle. Mr. Ray. Mr. Goodale. Monsieur Leblanc-Beauséjour. Mr. McCallum. Correction, Mr. Macaulay. Mr. Easter. Ms. Fry. Mr. Regan. Monsieur Bélanger. Ms. Foote. Mr. Lamoureux. Mr. Byrne. Monsieur Dion. Mr. Cochler. Ms. Groh. Mr. McKay-Scarborough-Gilwood. Mr. Cosner. Mr. Eiking. Mr. McCallum. Mr. McGinty. Mr. Garneau. Mr. Casey. Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gander Grand Falls, Windsor. Mr. Andrews. Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North. Mr. Valerius. Mr. Chou. Mr. Carriajanis. Monsieur Plamondon. Monsieur Bellavance. Monsieur Fortin. Monsieur Patry. Mr. Heyer. Ms. May.
Yeas pour 153, 153. Nays contre 117, 117.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion carried.
Je désire informer la Chambre.
It is my duty to inform the House that because of the debate on the time allocation motion, the government orders will be extended by 30 minutes.
It being 6:14, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Order.
Private members' business, resuming debate at third reading on Bill C-419, Language Skills Act, standing in the name of Ms. Latendresse.
We're about to resume debate, private members' business. I'd ask members to take their private conversations outside the chamber to the lobby. Resuming debate. L'honorable député de Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier.
The honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier.
Try again. L'honorable député de
The honourable member
Saint-Laurent-Cartierville.
for Saint-Laurent-Cartierville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hadn't recognized myself in that name. Mr. Speaker, here we are speaking to a bill that should have been perfectly needless, a bill that we should not have needed to even debate, because it did seem to me that it went without saying, and so did the majority of Canadians thought, that the officers of Parliament should be bilingual. Mr. Speaker, even you aren't listening to me, so I don't see why I should go on.
Again, can I repeat? If you want to have a private, loud conversation, please leave the chamber. I can't hear the member, and he can't hear himself think or talk.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, now that everybody is listening carefully, I'm just saying that we are discussing a bill that normally we should not have to discuss. Something that was so granted that Canadians thought it was done already. The obligation that the
The obligation for officers of Parliament to be bilingual, to speak both official languages of this country, is something that went without saying until this government, this Prime Minister, appointed an Auditor General who was unilingual. That was a shock, Mr. Speaker. The party to which I belong refused to vote on the nomination of this Auditor General. We left the House, in fact, because we were so outraged. So I would like to thank my colleague for having brought this bill forward, that we are obviously supporting, and that will ensure that officers of Parliament will be obliged by law to be bilingual when they are appointed. Because it doesn't make much sense to say, well, we'll nominate them, even if they're unilingual, and they'll learn on the job, because it's more difficult than that to learn the French. And that is an insult to Canadians to tell them that in such crucial positions as those, that these public office holders should take their time to learn a language, whereas they are usually aged over 40 or 50. So they must be able to understand both official languages at the time of their appointment. And the reasons for this are clear. First, the role of an officer of Parliament, whether it be an Auditor General or other, for example, the Commissioner of Official Languages, is to be able to discuss with parliamentarians, to understand them and to be understood.
Many of our colleagues are unilingual. To be elected in Canada, you don't need to be bilingual. You need to convince your voters that you are the best. And then it's very important that you have the ability, when you speak, let's say, to the Auditor General, to be understood and to understand what the Auditor General has to say. So since they are at the service of Parliament, they should be able to be understood by all parliamentarians. Ça, c'est la première raison.
That's the first reason. The second reason is because these officers of Parliament must make decisions based on the reading of a great deal of information from across Canada, including from Quebec, New Brunswick, and many places in Canada where this information exists only in French. So how could these officers understand if they cannot read it on their own? That is essential to bring about proper decision-making. The skill includes the ability to read in both of Canada's official languages. The third reason, Mr. Speaker, is that the office in question, for example, the Auditor General, must also be able to work in both official languages. And yet we know that if the person at the head is a unilingual Anglophone, everything is going to happen in English. So at the very top, the person has to be able to understand both languages, so the office in question can function in both languages. Something else essential, Mr. Speaker, is that the Auditor General and other officers of Parliament are not just bureaucrats. They are communicators. They must communicate their information to Canadians. And that cannot be communicated in all its subtleties if they cannot communicate in both languages. And I can tell you that all the saga around the sponsorship scandal would have been completely different if the Auditor General at the time had not been able to speak French. And I'm telling you that because I was there. And the last reason for which the Auditor General and the other officers of Parliament must be bilingual.
The other reason why they should be bilingual is to send the right message to the youth of our country. You have an ambition, you want to have access to all the responsibilities of your country, learn the two official languages. It's key for you to do that when you're 18 years old, because it will be much more difficult when you will be 48. And at this moment, when you will want to have access to these responsibilities, it will be maybe too late. And we need to send this message right now through this bill. It's why that is key for the shape of our country and the ability for Canada to pay tribute to its two official languages. It's an incredible asset for us to have two official languages that are international languages. And for that, we need to be sure that it will be part of our future. And for that, we need to send the message that the most important responsibilities, including yours, Mr. Speaker, is to be able to address your fellow Canadians in the two official languages. The
Conservative government has finally accepted these arguments, and I think we're very happy about that. And it must be underscored. It was not easy, though. They moved amendments that will not prevent us from voting for the bill, but I would just like to take this last opportunity to mention that these amendments are not useful. They didn't bring anything positive or relevant to the bill. For example, they weakened the obligation to bilingualism. Now, it is weakened, but it is still sufficiently strong in this bill, in my opinion. The ability to speak and to clearly understand both official languages is a prior requirement for this bill. The bill remains votable despite this weakening. Second, the Conservatives also deleted Section 3 that provided that the Governor and Council can, by order, add a position to Section 2, so they could come back and add to the list of positions that must be mandatorily bilingual. Now, when you truly believe in bilingualism, you facilitate its expansion. The government did not want to equip itself with this power, but that doesn't really change a lot, because if the government really wanted to add positions, well, it will just go to Parliament and convince the Parliament thereof. And if it doesn't want to do that, well, there is no bill that will oblige it to do so. But that was not useful.
Now, another amendment was that the government party eliminated the Section 4, which dealt with people holding positions in an acting capacity. And it was in the event of absence or incapacity of the incumbent of any offices listed in Section 2 of the vacancy of any of these offices, the person appointed in the interim must meet the requirements as set out in Section 2. Well, we can see what they're trying to do, but they can't. Once this is adopted in the House of Commons and the Senate, it will not be possible, Mr. Speaker, to prevent the acting person will have to be bilingual, because when responsibilities are entrusted in someone, responsibilities of that nature, they have to be permanent or on an acting basis. They must fall within the requirements of the Act. So if the Act requires the Auditor General to be bilingual, then the person acting in that capacity must be so as well. If they were to not comply with that, they would expose themselves to court action, Mr. Speaker. So we have a good bill. I would urge the government not to play games. In the Senate, they are prepared to move quickly on this bill. We're prepared to move quickly on it. We'll adopt it here. We'll send it to the Senate, and the Senate will take a careful look at it. They will be diligent and ensure that this act will not simply fall into a black hole because the government decides to prorogue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise de débat, resuming debate. L'honorable député de Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very happy today to have an opportunity to speak to Bill C-419, an act dealing with the language skills. And I'd like to sincerely congratulate my colleague, the member for Louis Saint-Laurent, for putting forth such a great bill. I often see her because her riding borders on mine, and I see the work that she does on a daily basis. The bill that she put forth is just another example of the good work she does on a daily basis. I'd also like to say hats off to the member for Acadie-Bathurst, who is our NDP critic on bilingualism. He has long strongly defended bilingualism and Francophones in a minority situation. So I'm very proud to say that I support this bill wholeheartedly. This bill seeks to ensure that the office holders for 10 different positions are bilingual.
Family, I've always cherished both official languages. I grew up watching both Passepartout and Sesame Street and learning both French and English at home. At a very early age, I was taught the importance of bilingualism in Canada as a way to better understand two of our founding nations and their culture. I was also taught that speaking Canada's both official languages would offer me better employment opportunities, especially if I wanted to work in the public sector. I have therefore always believed it was an essential prerequisite for the highest-ranking public servants to master both official languages in order to be appointed to such important positions. Actually, when I was a parliamentary guide here in 2007, it was actually a point of pride to me to point out to visitors from other countries this fact, the fact that bilingualism was a prerequisite for our highest-ranking public servants, as a proof of the importance that was given to bilingualism in Canada. But
unfortunately, as has been too often the case since I became a member of Parliament, I've seen the Conservative government deny this fundamental principle, and they did so when they earned a minority, and they appointed a unilingual Auditor General. He's an Anglophone, and he's still not in a position to answer questions in French during press conferences. Bill C-419, it designs to deal with this shortcoming that's contained in the current legislative framework. Bill C-419 will clarify the linguistic obligations for the 10 officers of Parliament. Because those people, through their positions and their duties and roles for parliamentarians and citizens, must be able to communicate to members and to Canadians in the language of the language of choice for the people they are speaking to. In fact, Mr. Speaker, there's nothing that will prevent an officer of Parliament, like the Auditor General, to hold a press conference in English only. No, he has to, however, be in a position to field questions in French when French questions are put to him. So we're not violating anyone's right to work or not work in French. No, instead, what we want to do is to guarantee linguistic rights for all Canadians. So this is an issue of respect for the linguistic rights of all Canadians, whether they live in a linguistic majority situation or not. As a member of the Standing Committee on Official Languages, I had an opportunity to consider carefully the bill put forth in my colleague's name, and I saw firsthand the need for this bill and its merit. The version presented to the committee by my colleague was excellent and responded specifically to the concerns raised by or from the situation where we saw the Auditor General appointed. The bill had received the support of all members in the House, but at committee stage, unfortunately, the bill was gutted by the Conservative majority. They did their utmost to restrict the scope of the bill, and they went as far as to say that the NDP was seeking to put in place measures that were discriminatory to people with a hearing impairment. I've seen a lot of things since I've been here, but that took the cake. Now, there is a section that was removed from the bill. There is some ambiguity as a result. The Conservative government also removed from the bill any reference to the Constitution, which recognizes French and English as languages of two languages of Canada, and states that they are equally applicable in Parliament. That is something, regardless of party, that is recognized or must be recognized in here, and I found it extremely disappointing to see that the Conservatives didn't want to include those fundamental principles contained in Bill C-419. Honestly, when we look at their record in terms of official languages, and more specifically, their record for defending the French fact and the French language in Canada, we're hardly surprised. Just look at the appointment of a unilingual Anglophone Auditor General. We've mentioned that before here in the House. We were promised that within the space of a year, Mr. Ferguson would master the French language sufficiently so that he would be able to answer questions, but that still is not the case today. It was unrealistic to make a promise of that nature. When you think about just how much work the Auditor General faces, period. It was inconceivable, in fact, to think that within the space of a year he would master French sufficiently in order to take questions and interact without the assistance of an interpreter. What about the appointment to the Supreme Court, a unilingual Anglophone as well? The member for Acadie-Bathurst for years has been calling for changes to the Act to ensure that at the Supreme Court people can choose the language. But it's not, there are no guarantees that the judge will, in fact, be able to understand them. There are some very subtle aspects of evidence that might not be understood by a judge, a Supreme Court justice, who doesn't understand French. The member for Acadie-Bathurst and other members in the NDP have been working on resolving these matters for years now, but once again we're facing the same situation here today with the judges appointed to the Supreme Court, judges who don't understand French, basic French. So that is very problematic, and we see that this government continues to refuse to take action. Now, they also closed the library at the Maurice Lamontagne Institute. It was the only bilingual library at DFO, and with a view to saving a bit of money, the government closed it. When we look at all the decisions they've made, what we see is that for them, all French represents is additional costs. It isn't valued as a fundamental value in this country or as a founding principle. It's seen as an obstacle that needs to be overcome, as the Commissioner for Official Languages said. And I'd like to go back to the issue of the closure of the Search and Rescue Center in Quebec City. Now, there are some rumors that the government might well go back on its decision, but they've reversed their decision, but they've refused to comment on that. At the Official Languages Committee, through various motions, we have raised the matter several times. Even the last time the Commissioner of Official Languages appeared before the committee, we devoted some time to that matter. And the Commissioner fully agrees with the NDP's position that we need to ensure that bilingual service is offered at Halifax and Trenton, but that's not the case at present. That's what we were shown, but the government simply wants to save some money, and in doing so is going to be jeopardizing the safety of the thousands of users of the St. Lawrence River who are Francophone. That's particularly unfortunate, and that's the attitude we saw at committee. Now, despite the government's position, we did succeed in maintaining the spirit of the Act, and we should be proud of that. I want to once again congratulate my colleague for her work and for the diligence she showed in working with members of all parties, her patience. I admire her for her patience. I don't have that myself. I admire her for that. The NDP will always be committed to protecting the linguistic rights of all Canadians and Quebecers. I hope that parliamentarians will all support this excellent bill, Bill C-419. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Scarborough Southwest.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague, the member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier, for her work and for her passionate speech here today. Mr. Speaker, it's an honor for me to rise today in support of Bill C-419, standing in the name of my colleague, Louis Saint-Laurent. I've experienced something rather unique. I'm a Franco-Ontarian, but I was raised in Toronto. My father's family lives in Scarborough and has lived there for over 90 years, and my mother's family is Francophone. They are from Sherbrooke and Montreal. I was very fortunate to have an opportunity when I was young to study, to go to school in Toronto, to go to Georges-Étienne Cartier, which is a French Catholic school, as well as a French high school. I went to a French Petit Chaperon Rouge daycare as well. I was also very lucky because my father, David Harris, who was an Anglophone, studied in Montreal. He went there to learn French. And today, he has been teaching for the past 25 years French to young people in Scarborough. For me and my family, linguistic duality is very important. Bill C-419 aims to make a positive change to ensure that future officers of Parliament can work in both official languages from the outset. This will ensure that Canadians can receive the services they need in the language of their choice.
It is indeed my privilege to rise this evening to speak to a very important and critical bill, C-419, an act respecting language skills. As a fluently bilingual Franco-Ontarian with deep familial roots in Quebec, my support for this bill is partly technical and partly personal. I've lived my whole life with the linguistic duality of Canada and understand the importance of protecting our traditional language rights. When I was a member of the Standing Committee on Official Languages after being elected in 2011, I had the distinct honour of course, working with Mr. Graham Fraser, the Commissioner for Official Languages here in Canada. I developed a strong respect for Mr. Fraser and his view about official languages. His testimony in particular about this bill at committee was very important and I think provided a very important summary of this bill. He said, and I quote, "Bill 419, which was put forward by the New Democratic MP for Louis Saint-Laurent, is to the point and unequivocal. Its purpose is to ensure that persons whose appointment requires the approval by resolution of the Senate, House of Commons, or both Houses of Parliament can understand and express themselves clearly in both official languages without the aid of an interpreter from the moment that they are appointed. It is an important bill for the future of Canada's linguistic duality, and I therefore support it unconditionally." Of course, Mr. Speaker, this bill is a response to the controversy caused by the Conservative appointment of a unilingual Auditor General in November 2011. While the notice of vacancy clearly indicated that proficiency in both official languages was an essential requirement for the position, the Conservative government sadly ignored this. Now, given the protection of language rights embedded in the Constitution and the long history of custom and tradition, it is very unfortunate and disappointing that this type of bill is even necessary. However, the appointment of a unilingual Auditor General for Canada seemed to indicate the Conservative government's willingness to ignore our rights and tradition and roll back our official language rights. Mr. Speaker, we cannot let this happen. As parliamentarians, we must do everything we can to protect our language rights when they are threatened. And for that reason, I thank in particular the member for Louis Saint-Laurent for bringing this bill forward and for getting support from all parties to ensure that that kind of situation never happens again. Now, this bill helps tremendously in that effort. The member for Louis Saint-Laurent, her bill clearly seeks to clarify the linguistic requirements for officers of Parliament to ensure that this type of situation does not happen again. It is a question of respecting the linguistic rights of Canadians and the members who represent them. Mr. Speaker, officers of Parliament must be able to communicate with members of the Senate and the House of Commons, as well as Canadians in the official language of their choice. This bill, when adopted, will ensure that future holders of the 10 following positions should understand both French and English without the assistance of an interpreter and be able to express themselves clearly in both official languages when they take office. It recognized the fluency in both official languages is essential for anyone holding the following positions. Unfortunately, as my colleague from Paul HoC mentioned, there were some changes at committee that have added a little bit of nuance or a lack of clarity in the bill. But the 10 positions that we are speaking of as officers of Parliament are the Auditor General of Canada, the Chief Electoral Officer, the Commissioner of Official Languages for Canada, the Privacy Commissioner, the Information Commissioner, the Senate Ethics Officer, the Conflicts of Interest and Ethics Commissioner, the Commissioner of Lobbying, the Public Sector Integrity Commissioner, and the President of the Public Service Commission. Each of the above offices is created under legislation that specifies, among other things, the terms of appointment and the nature of the office's relationship with Parliament. In my opinion, all of the positions I've just mentioned are officers of Parliament. And this is important, Mr. Speaker, because officers of Parliament must work closely with Parliament and must interact with parliamentarians on a daily basis. It is essential that these officers can work with members in both official languages and must therefore be proficient in both official languages at the time of their appointment. And, Mr. Speaker, why must officers be bilingual at the time of their appointment? Well, first we have the Constitution, which stipulates that French and English are the official languages of Canada. Second, French and English have equal status and equal rights and privileges as to their use in all institutions of Parliament. And third, Mr. Speaker, parliamentarians have the right to use either French or English during debates and work in Parliament. And of course, Mr. Speaker, I just want to take a moment to express the joy and pride that I have being a member of the NDP caucus, with so many of our members being fluently bilingual, and those that are unilingual making tremendous efforts to learn Canada's other official languages so that they're better able to do their jobs, interact with their colleagues and other people here in Parliament. I'm incredibly proud of the number of MPs that are working on that on a day in and day out. And almost every single day when I pass by the lobby, you can see 2 or 3 of our members working on that other official language in order to gain the skills to be parliamentarians. And of course, Mr. Speaker, I say again, this bill only became necessary following the appointment of a unilingual Auditor General. Shortly after the announcement, the NDP filed a complaint with the Commissioner of Official Languages for Canada. In June 2012, the Commissioner, in his final report about his investigation, concluded that the position of Auditor General should have been filled by a candidate who is proficient in both official languages. For the Commissioner under the Official Languages Act, the Office of the Auditor General, as well as the Auditor General himself, is required to provide services in both official languages as a public figure of a government institution which responds to Parliament. He also concluded that the Privy Council Office, which manages Governor and Council appointments, failed to comply with their obligations under the Official Languages Act. According to the Commissioner, and I quote, "Historically, the appointment process for officers of Parliament was administered by the Senior Appointments Secretariat at the Privy Council Office. The process does not contain precise language proficiency provisions for incumbents of these positions. It is when the position becomes vacant and a recruitment strategy put in place with specific selection criteria that linguistic requirements are determined." And of course, in the case of the Auditor General, the requirements did state that the Auditor General should be proficient in both of Canada's official languages. And Mr. Speaker, respect for Canada's 2 official languages has always been a priority for the NDP. Bill C-419 is consistent with this priority. We want all MPs to give their support to C-419 so that it soon becomes law, and proficiency in both official languages at the time of appointment must be recognized as essential, in particular for the 10 offices targeted in this bill. Of course, with the adoption of C-419, we take the first step in ensuring that all future officers of Parliament are going to be bilingual, and that we can move on to other aspects like ensuring that Supreme Court justices are bilingual so that they can hear court cases in both official languages without the need of interpretation. And of course, Mr. Speaker, I do believe that everyone who ever aspires to those high positions and roles should take it on to themselves to learn the other of Canada's official languages if they're not already bilingual, so that they can apply for these positions and take on the roles that we have in the institutions of Parliament, in the Supreme Court, and elsewhere to ensure that Canada's linguistic duality is not only respected, but enriched through those additional appointments of bilingual officers of Parliament. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Quebec. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm extremely pleased to take the floor today to speak to Bill C-419. First off, I'd like to warmly congratulate my colleague from the neighbouring riding of Louis Saint Laurent for her excellent work. By way of background, Bill C-419 was presented by my colleague after a unilingual Anglophone judge was appointed Auditor General in November 2011. At the time, the government had started defending the appointment of the Auditor General, and it took a position against Bill C-419. Fortunately, since then, the government has done an about-face and now apparently supports the NDP's bill. If passed, Bill C-419 will provide that the people appointed to the 10 Officer of Parliament positions listed in the bill will have to understand French and English without the assistance of an interpreter and be able to express themselves clearly in both languages. Bill C-419 is basically a list of the 10 positions where bilingualism is considered an essential requirement. These positions require the ability to communicate with all parliamentarians and Canadians in the official language of their choosing. It's a matter of respect. I'm satisfied to see that the bill has gotten through a significant step following committee study at the Official Languages Committee. Most of the bill is intact, and that's good news. However, I do have some questions about the absence of explanation for the few amendments put forward by the Conservatives. The preamble, which reiterated the importance of the equality of status of French and English in the institutions of Parliament and the Constitution, was removed from the bill by the Conservatives. When he was called upon to express a view, the Official Languages Commissioner, Mr. Graham Fraser, defended the inclusion of the preamble. He said he hadn't heard any argument to explain why the preamble should be taken out of the bill. He found it practical and useful. He said it expresses the spirit of the Act, its purpose and its goals, so that ordinary people could understand why there was a need for the bill. So it's really too bad, because too often with legislation, when the Conservatives make changes, unfortunately, they take away the contextual information, and that's deplorable. That's an attitude that has to change, and I call on the government today to have a change in attitude. I get the feeling sometimes that the Conservative government gets muddled up in its definition of bilingualism. It's hard to understand how, on the one hand, the Conservatives say they're champions of official languages, and on the other hand, they make budget cuts to the detriment of bilingualism. Behind the talk on the facts, French too often takes a backseat. The examples are too numerous for us not to have doubts about how sincere the Conservative government is about this. Mr. Speaker, the fact is that this is the government that appointed a unilingual Auditor General. This is the government who appoints unilingual Anglophones to the Supreme Court of Canada. This is the government that's forcing Francophone public servants to work more in English. It's on this government's watch that ship's captains on the St. Lawrence between Quebec City and Montreal made a complaint to the Official Languages Commissioner last winter because they couldn't communicate in French with the crew of the two icebreakers of the Coast Guard. And finally, it's also this same government that sees no problem with closing the only search and rescue center in Canada that's bilingual, the only one in North America for that matter. The situation of bilingualism in Canada is very worrisome. There's no doubt about that. Last year, the Official Languages Commissioner, Graham Fraser, said that he was concerned about spending cuts of $5.2 billion by 2015. This could lead to some nasty surprises, including reduced service in both official languages. Unfortunately, what the Commissioner feared appears to be becoming a reality. According to an article in Le Devoir, budget cuts are causing departments to reduce the number of documents that get translated. So, in concrete terms, this is what's happening. The activities of the Translation Bureau have dropped 9% in 2011-2012, and 17% is forecast for 2012-13. Increasingly, departments are calling on French-speaking staff to draft their reports in English in order to save time and money, and that situation, in my view, is quite simply unacceptable. Even Commissioner Fraser's office is having its belt tightened. They now have to have the deal more efficiently with their complaints. And if the government truly cared about bilingualism, they would logically give the commissioner more resources so that he can do his job properly. I read recently in the newspaper that over the past 10 years, bilingualism was stagnating. And that's deplorable, because what we want is to see more and more people all across the country, in the second biggest country in the world. We want people to be proud of their history and realize how lucky we are to have 2 official languages. And this is a way of enabling us to reach out to people on all continents. So that's something that more and more people should be getting into. And to do that, we need to invest more in it so that people will be proud of being Canadians, proud of their bilingual country. The Prime Minister said in 2002 that Canada was not a bilingual country. Ironically, today, he says it's his duty to protect French all across Canada. Things have really changed. According to an article in Le Droit, the Official Languages Commissioner said that he's going to have to assess his options in order to force the government to comply with the Official Languages Act when the time comes to appoint judges, ambassadors, deputy ministers, and the CEOs of Crown corporations. Graham Fraser last year asked that the Privy Council officer, the Department of the Prime Minister's office, that the Privy Council office take into account the Official Languages Act in determining language requirements for thousands of positions that are appointed through governor and council appointments. According to the Commissioner, if a position has a bilingualism requirement, the government should make sure that the selection committee respects that requirement. 1 year later, the government has said nothing about that recommendation. And I'll quote from a letter from Mr. Fraser. He says, "To date, the Privy Council office has not followed through on our recommendations. We are currently assessing the options available to us to ensure that Privy Council office fulfills this key role, which is to support the government in implementing its commitment under Part 7 of the Official Languages Act." Part 7 of the Act stipulates that the federal government is committed to enhancing the vitality of language minorities and to promoting the use of French and English in Canadian society. It's important to point out here that it is far from necessary for all appointments by Privy Council office to be bilingual, but those who deal with the public should generally have a mastery of both languages. There have to be objective criteria when it comes to language levels so that each position should have required levels, and that's why C419 is so important. By way of conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I would invite each and every one of my colleagues opposite, from all parties, the Conservatives opposite, to massively support this bill. Too many mistakes have been made in the past, And as you know, when you show leadership, truly, you're able to admit your mistakes and move forward. With this bill, which we're proposing, which is a great bill, because it goes to the very pillars of Canadian history and society, bilingualism is one of those pillars. We have a chance here to unite and vote unanimously on a bill that we all care about. And I think that would be definitely a step in the right direction. It's time we showed Canadians that we parliamentarians may disagree occasionally on various things, but when it comes to respecting official languages, we can show a united front. We can say, yes, we're proud of this, and we have to invest more in it to make sure that one day everyone can speak both languages and better communicate together to have a better society. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Resuming debate. Order. Order.
Alors,
Order.
reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Député de Montcalm.
The honourable member from Montcalm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to take this opportunity to congratulate my colleague from Louis Saint Laurent on her bill, which has to do with bilingualism as a hiring requirement for officers of Parliament. This is a shortcoming that was unacceptable and that has been a problem for far too long. There's no need to say that the linguistic duality in Canada is a major issue. In the NDP, we make respecting both official languages a priority. This bill is timely because this year marks 50 years of the Laurendeau-Dunton Commission, a study published by StatsCan covering 1961 to 2011 shows that fewer young people are in contact with the French language and few immigrants are bilingual. The Official Languages Commissioner, Graham Fraser, said he was concerned about the data in this recent study. This is not a good trend. The study measures the evolution of bilingualism in Canada since the creation of the Laurendeau-Dunton Commission. This formed the basis of the bilingualism policy in Canada. When it comes to the public arena and bilingualism in Canada, certain concrete steps are meaningful, and that's what this bill is all about. When it comes to defending bilingualism in Canada, concrete action needs to be taken. Obviously, we all know the origin of this bill, which came out of the controversy caused by the appointment of a unilingual Anglophone Auditor General in November 2011. And yet the job description for the vacancy clearly indicated that a mastery of both official languages was an essential requirement for the job. Despite this government's flip-flop on this bill, the fact remains that its record is hardly good, and their neglect of bilingualism has been harmful to Canada. We've unfortunately seen this example. The most flagrant example was the appointment of Michael Ferguson as Auditor General. This is why the NDP decided to table its own bill to recognize mastery of both official languages as an essential requirement for officers of Parliament from day one on the job. I'm delighted that the government has finally seen the light, at least when it comes to officers of Parliament. But this is just a start. This is a chance for the government to stop making us lose ground on official languages. It's a simple question. It's a simple matter of respecting language rights for Canadians and for their elected officials. A command of both official languages at the time of appointment has to be recognized as an essential job requirement for the 10 Officer of Parliament positions listed in the bill. The political view, or the bilingualism policy, our official policy, has to apply to officers of Parliament. Otherwise, it's a serious attack on language duality in Canada. Let's look at the bill in more detail. Officers of Parliament have to be able to communicate with all parliamentarians and Canadians in the official language of their choosing. And yet we know this is not the case for the current Auditor General's appointment. If this bill is passed, it will see to it that the next office holders will have to understand French and English without the assistance of an interpreter, and they'll have to be able to express themselves clearly in both official languages from day one on the job. It also recognizes that a command of both official languages is essential to the performance of their duties. Among the positions in question, there's the Auditor General, the Chief Electoral Officer, the Official Languages Commissioner, the Privacy Commissioner, and the Information Commissioner. With a bill like this, the appointment of unilingual officers of Parliament would not have happened. This bill does a brilliant job of clarifying the language requirements for officers of Parliament so that this type of thing never happens again. Only 10 positions are affected. A command of both official languages is essential for the performance of the role of an officer of Parliament. As a result, the command of both languages is necessary from day one for the following reasons. The Constitution stipulates that French and English are the official languages of Canada. French and English enjoy the same status and rights and privileges when it comes to their use in the institutions of Parliament. Parliamentarians have the right to use French or English in the debates and other work of Parliament. Because officers of Parliament have to deal closely with Parliament and interact with parliamentarians, it's essential that these office holders have a command of both official languages from the very moment of their hiring. It's also a simple matter of respect for our official languages, which, under the Constitution, have the same status in Canada for both language groups. All of this is the result of the NDP, because after a unilingual individual was appointed Auditor General, the NDP complained to the Official Languages Commissioner of Canada. In June 2012, the Commissioner, in his final report, found that the position of Auditor General should have been filled by a candidate with a command of both official languages. According to the Commissioner under the Official Languages Act, not only the Office of the Auditor General is required to provide services in both languages, but the Auditor General himself, as a public figure from a federal institution that responds to Parliament, reports to Parliament, should also be bilingual. The Commissioner also found that the Privy Council Office had fallen short of its requirements under the Official Languages Act. According to the Commissioner, historically, the appointment process for officers of Parliament is run by the Secretariat of the Privy Council Office. The process does not contain specific provisions when it comes to language requirements for officers of Parliament, but when the position becomes vacant and a recruitment strategy is designed, the language requirements are determined. Bill C-419 also provides a solution to the absence of specific provisions regarding language requirements for officers of Parliament. This bill is particularly important to Francophones all across Canada, including Quebecers. Don't forget, the National Assembly of Quebec unanimously condemned this appointment, and the Federation of Francophone and Acadian Communities was also highly critical of the Auditor General's appointment. The official languages response, and that of Francophones all across the country, is clear, and so is the NDP's reaction. We will no longer tolerate unilingual appointments to such important positions. I'd also like to repeat the importance of bilingual judges at the Supreme Court. This would be the next logical step for the government to take. The debate is not over. We still are not happy about the appointment of Justice Moldaver to the Supreme Court, who's a unilingual Anglophone. When justices are not bilingual, English becomes the main language of such an important institution. There's a lot of work still to be done when it comes to bilingualism in Canada, and it's time for things to change. Unilingualism can no longer be defended at an institution as central as the Supreme Court. I said it before and I'll say it again, this bill will correct the situation. For certain positions, a command of both official languages is an essential requirement. As you can see, the NDP is determined to protect language rights for Canadians, and we hope that all parliamentarians will support Bill C-419 and see that it passes and becomes law. Mr. Speaker, you'll agree with me that this bill is truly important for Francophones from all across the country, particularly the residents of Montcalm, who are mostly Francophone, and some are Acadian. So, on behalf of all of these people and the NDP members from Quebec, respect for both languages is a priority. And for the people in my riding, Montcalm, using French is not just a choice, but it's also their right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. En conséquence, j'invite l'honorable député de Louis Saint Laurent.
Therefore, I invite the member for Louis Saint Laurent for her right to reply. The honourable member will have 5 minutes. The honourable member, go ahead.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Speaker.
I would like to thank all my colleagues for their kind words. This is the ultimate chance for me to express my deepest gratitude to everyone. Thank you, all of you, for believing in this bill. We are going through a rough week this week here in Parliament, and I believe it is a welcome change to see that everybody is on one mind on at least one topic. I have enjoyed listening to what was said here in the House during the debates. I'm impressed by the attachment felt and expressed by my colleagues towards Canadian bilingualism. If we look back just a short 50 years, we can see clearly that all the progress that has been accomplished in matters of minority linguistic rights in this country. Linguistic diversity is a wonderful thing, and in this particular case, Canadian society is a very fortunate society. We have made a choice to become a state where 2 languages will be equal in rights. For all those small French-speaking communities across the prairies, for the Franco-Ontarians, for the dynamic and creative Anglo-Quebecers, and for the wonderful Acadian nation, this decision embodied one very clear need: survival. Because the days when we thought the only way for us to live together was to trample each other are not far removed from us. Terrible things were said, insults were exchanged, and injustice often had the upper hand. Looking back, we can see that somehow, by believing in this crazy ideal, we have changed and succeeded. This House, the House of our common understanding, represents this leap forward that we have accomplished. The Parliament of Canada, true to the ideals of state bilingualism, function in both official languages, and if I may add, functions really well in English and in French. I would like once again to salute the hard work of the talented translators and interpreters who contribute every day to making this institution all that it hoped itself to be. What we have here is a case of genuine excellence, and I believe all Canadians should be proud of this. To you all, our most grateful thanks. Thank you. But translators and interpreters cannot do everything. They cannot be everywhere all the time. And certain positions necessary to the proper functioning of Parliament require a skill that elected officials do not. Officers of Parliament are an integral part of the system. In fact, they are the safeguards embedded in the system that make sure everything is lawful, proper, and in order. As such, the individuals who hold these positions are as important as the security staff on the Hill. The friendly security guards protect the physical integrity of this Parliament, whereas the officers of Parliament protect its moral integrity. It goes without saying that both groups need to be bilingual. Both groups need to be available for elected officials and Canadians at large as they come, en français ou en anglais.
In French or in English. Fortunately, it would seem that we all agree that the list of the 10 positions proposed in Bill C-419 includes people whose bilingualism is essential to carrying out their work. I think that this list, the centerpiece of my bill, maintained as such even with the amendments brought in committee, strengthens the basis of our Parliament. We contribute to parliamentary effectiveness, and we increase the respect for this institution, which, after all, represents all of Canada's residents. Thanks to our good agreement, we have made tangible improvements, and in addition, we are sending a clear message to the people of Canada, saying that bilingualism represents excellence within the state apparatus, and if bilingualism opens doors, it first and foremost opens hearts. I imagine that we will continue to quibble because language is the highest rampart of identity. As soon as there is a small challenge to the pride of place that language occupies in identity, everyone is ready to fight. We say we instead of I, and we must remember that at times we have been on the verge of disaster on trying to be too proud and too strong. I think that my generation has understood that having a fluid identity is an asset. The world is kaleidoscopic, and my generation is too busy living this diversity to waste its soul on looking inward. My generation does not fear disappearing. It merely fears not being able to become everything that it could be. I encourage all young people who are in minority linguistic situations to believe in your language, and to young people who live in majority linguistic situations, do not close your horizons because you are lazy grammatically. Go towards other languages with an open heart, and you will never regret it. The period provided for debate has expired. Therefore, the question is as follows. Ms. Latendresse, seconded by Mr. Benskin, moves that Bill C-419, an act respecting language skills, be now read a third time and do pass.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes? All those in favor of the motion will please say yea.
All those opposed to the motion will please say nay.
À mon avis, les oui.
In my opinion, the yeas have it.
Conformément à l'ordre adopté.
Pursuant to the order adopted Wednesday, May 22, 2013, the deferred recorded division will be held on Wednesday, June 5th, 2013, at the end of the period provided.
Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Government bills commons. Resuming debate at third reading of Bill C-52, Fair Rail Freights Act.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to speak to you in support of Bill C-52, the Fair Rail Freight Service Act. Mr. Speaker, I'll focus my remarks on how this bill will contribute to strengthening the shipper-railway relationship as it facilitates the commercial negotiation of service agreements. Canada's freight rail network is a vital link to global markets and supply chains. This is because it facilitates the import and export of millions of dollars worth of commodities and manufactured goods each and every day. Our economy relies on the billions of dollars of revenues that Canadian manufactured goods and export commodities such as grain, pulp and paper, coal and potash generate. Canadian consumers and businesses also depend on containerized goods arriving daily from Asia and Europe, moving to cities across the country in an efficient manner. Bill C-52 will help the thousands of companies that rely on rail to ship these goods and will help the Canadians that are employed by these sectors. Given the importance of rail to Canada's economy and trade, ultimately Bill C-52 will contribute to Canada's economic growth and job creation. The goal of Bill C-52 is to support the adoption of service agreements between shippers and railways. Service agreements can help strengthen the shipper-railway relationship. They can make it easier for businesses to plan how they will transport their goods to market. In recent years, the railways and their supply chain partners, including shippers, ports and terminals, have signed many such agreements. These agreements have improved rail service, collaboration, communication, and ultimately supply chain efficiency. In short, Mr. Speaker, service agreements are a tool to bring greater certainty and reliability to rail freight service. This bill is indeed supporting a best practice in the industry. To achieve this, Bill C-52 has two parts. It provides shippers with a right to a service agreement, and it offers service arbitration to establish the terms and conditions of service in the event that negotiations fail. Most importantly, the new provision creates a strong incentive for the parties to negotiate service agreements commercially. In those cases where a shipper wants a service agreement, it can approach the railway. In turn, the railway is obligated to respond to the shipper within 30 days. This will ensure that shippers and railways first try to reach commercial solutions to tailor their service relationship. In the event that negotiations fail, the shipper can then turn to service arbitration to receive an imposed service agreement. However, before arbitration can begin, the shipper must provide advance notice of 15 days to the railway. This 15-day period further supports commercial negotiations as it allows both parties one last chance to reach a compromise before service arbitration starts. In the end, it is expected that the current use of service agreements will be expanded. Going forward, any shipper who needs a service agreement should be able to obtain one either commercially or through service arbitration. Some may try to say that this proposed legislation would be adding red tape and would burden rail companies. To this, I would like to respond, no. We are providing a solution in case of service failure. We expect railways and shippers to continue working together and building from the success of proactive measures from the Rail Freight Service Review. This proposed legislation is important because it provides the framework to enhance the standard level of respect for service agreements. And this has many benefits. By facilitating better collaboration between shippers and railways through negotiating service agreements, parties can then agree on clear service elements and performance standards. Shippers and railways will know clearly what is expected of each other and will be able to work to get better together to make their day-to-day interaction more efficient. Service agreements can also strengthen the relationship between shippers and railways by determining what to do when there is a service failure. Communication protocols can be put in place, and recovery plans can lay out how and when service can resume. Canadian shippers and railways can also use service agreements to lay the foundation of how they can expand their businesses together. Negotiations on a service agreement can be an opportunity for a shipper to discuss traffic growth plans and see how railway service can be adapted to respond to growth. The legislative right to a service agreement, supported by an arbitration process if commercial negotiations fail, is therefore quite powerful. Across Canada, shippers, whether large or small, whether shipping intermodal containers or raw commodities, will be entitled to obtain service agreements establishing a roadmap with the railway to achieve the benefits I just explained. But don't only take my word for it. This is what Mr. Rick White, General Manager at the Canadian Canola Growers Association, has to say about Bill C-52. Quote, the Canadian Canola Growers Association is pleased to see the inclusion of a number of important elements in Bill C-52, including the right to negotiate a service-level agreement if commercial negotiations fail. With over 85% of canola seed, oil and meal exported to more than 50 markets worldwide, effective and efficient rail service is critical to the success of farmers and our entire industry. End of quote. That brings me to talk about Canadian trade and our gateway and corridor initiatives. The railways play a primordial role in Canada's settlement and economic expansion, and they continue to play a key role. Rail networks are a core part of Canada's transportation system. Our Conservative government has worked to strengthen Canada's transportation system in various ways, including strategic gateways and trade corridor initiatives. Through these initiatives, our Conservative government, along with its partners, has made significant investments to reduce congestion along key corridors and build capacity to capitalize on growing trade opportunities. Our gateway initiatives also encourage stakeholder engagement and dialogue as a key means to improve how our gateways function. Evidence shows this gets results. Through working together, stakeholders have been able to address operational issues and enhance the performance of our gateways. The proposed new legislative measure on service agreements supports such partnerships. Mr. Speaker, it is through such partnerships that we can achieve an efficient and reliable supply chain. This will allow us to meet demand in existing, expanding, and new trade markets. In this sense, the legislation supports our government's economic agenda. In my role as Chair of the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities, I had the opportunity, as the other members did, to hear firsthand from shippers and other stakeholders on the importance of this legislation. I was pleased to hear that there was an astounding amount of support for this bill, and the committee heard this testimony from the groups involved. And whether it was Port Metro Vancouver from British Columbia, Manitoba Minister of Infrastructure and Transportation Steve Ashton, or the Halifax Port Authority, Canadians from coast to coast to coast were supportive of this legislation. And that doesn't take away the fact, Mr. Speaker, that in agreements like this, not everybody gets everything they want. But I think that it came out with everybody would have to admit that we came out with a balanced bill here, and that's why I'm certainly up here speaking in support of it. So let me just take a few minutes to read some of the testimony that we heard on this legislation. Bill C-52 is extremely important to Port Metro Vancouver. The quote goes on to say, past performance of the railways has made Bill C-52 necessary. I think the bill has appropriately walked the fine line of mandating action, but allowing for the flexibility to tailor agreements to the needs of each shipper. I would recommend proceeding with the approval of Bill C-52. And the quote goes on, Mr. Speaker, to say, I think we need to accept the fact that in some circumstances it won't be possible for a party to actually, in good faith, negotiate an agreement. In that sense, Bill C-52 does suggest a mechanism for resolving that impasse. The legislation includes the right to ask an arbitrator to establish an agreement. In that sense, Bill C-52 is an improvement, and it needs to be passed. Now, Mr. Speaker, I will not reread the entire transcript of the meetings that we held, but this does give the House an indication of the testimony that we heard at our committee. So far, I have discussed the benefits of this bill in terms of the service agreements that are in place, how this bill expands Canadian trade, and have gone over some of the testimony that was heard at Transport Committee during the study of this bill. I would now like to shift the focus to a sector that is very important to me, agriculture. Mr. Speaker, I represent the rural riding of Bruce Grey Owen Sound, and while shipping by rail is not extremely common in my neck of the woods, I have certainly seen that farmers are very concerned about how their product is transported from the farm to the markets. And having been a farmer myself, I know that the agriculture business is full of uncertainties. That is why I'm very happy that we will be moving forward with Bill C-52 to ensure that Canadian farmers will be protected by these service agreements so that they know they will always have a viable option to ship their product. As I said, agriculture is one of the main pillars of my riding and certainly one of the main pillars of the Canadian economy. Canada's agriculture, and indeed the entire agri-food industry, plays a vital role in creating jobs and keeping our economy strong. However, our farmers depend on efficient, effective, and reliable rail service so that they are able to move crops off the farm to valued customers not just in Canada but around the world. Mr. Speaker, that is exactly what Bill C-52 will do for our hard-working farmers. It will ensure their right to a service agreement with railways to enhance clarity, predictability, and reliability when shipping their product. Furthermore, I would like to expand on the nature of this bill and indicate to those that this bill is not only a benefit to the shipper, the rail services will also benefit from the changes that will be brought forth in this bill. The bill does not pit shipper against rail service. The goal of this legislation is rather to encourage railways and shippers to work together. The Fair Rail Freight Service Act will help shippers to manage and expand their businesses while ensuring the railways can operate an efficient network for the benefit of all users. This will ensure a strong, competitive rail freight supply chain, which is critical to the success of the Canadian economy. In these challenging global economic times, all sectors of the economy must work together to drive growth, create jobs, and ensure long-term prosperity. Before I wrap up my comments, I would like to proactively answer some of the questions that opposition members of the House may have with regards to this bill. And I'll begin with the possible question that may rise about why the bill had not been tabled earlier. The response to this is quite simple. It takes time to get things right. On this piece of legislation, we took the time necessary to hold in-depth consultations with stakeholders on the matter and carefully reviewed the submissions that we received so that we could advance with a framework that will benefit all parties involved. It was a long process, but as you can see by some of the quotes that I presented earlier, it has worked, and we have a very useful bill before us in the House. And Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all the members of the Transport, Infrastructure and Communities Committee. I see members of that committee from all sides of the House here. We always didn't agree on everything, but I think at the end of the day, we got a good bill, and I would be remiss if I didn't mention the strong work and support by the Minister of Transport, Infrastructure and Communities. This is a bill that a lot of people, including shippers, have asked for a number of years, and this minister got it done, and we're here today discussing it in the House. Another question that is brought up around this bill is the notion that new provisions in the bill will negatively impact the efficiency of Canada's rail system. This is not true. The arbitrator must consider the efficiency of the rail network and railways' obligation to provide service to all shippers when making decisions. Finally, I will respond to the possible question of why there is not a list of elements that must be included in a service agreement under the bill. This is because there is not a one-size-fits-all solution to these agreements. Every situation between shippers and rail services will be different and will require different needs. Therefore, this will ensure that the arbitrator has the flexibility needed to make the appropriate decisions. And I think, Mr. Speaker, that these arbitrary decisions, I think, will come, that I think there'll be few of them, but when they, because it gives that flexibility for the two parties to sit down, and the arbitrary process is only when they can't work out a custom-made deal that works for the both of them. To conclude, service agreements are an important commercial tool that supports the shipper-railway relationship because they bring clarity and predictability to rail service. As some associations put it after the tabling of the bill in December 2012, this will serve as a platform to continued collaboration with Canadian Railways. This bill will work wonders for shippers and rail services in Canada and will have an enormous benefit to all sectors, including the agriculture industry. The government's objective is to facilitate the adoption of service agreements between shippers and railways for those shippers that want one. Bill C-52 will accomplish this. I urge you to join me in supporting this bill and hope that my colleagues across the way will show their support for this and vote in favour of its passage. And while we were in discussions with this, or on this bill, Mr. Speaker, we heard from all members. I've mentioned agriculture quite a bit because that is certainly one of a lot of agricultural products that travel, but it's everything from forestry to fertilizer, potash, which of course our good province of Saskatchewan, largest producer of potash in the world, and a lot of that is produced and mined for export. and it allows it to get out, but the mining industry, all kinds of products. So this is very, very important. There's even talk, Mr. Speaker, right now of more crude oil moving by rail. I think we'd all have to admit that pipelines are the preferred route, but business will always look at every opportunity that's out there, and rail is one of them on this. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to leave it, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? La députée de Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
The honourable member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
Speaker, you know, farmers in my area have been waiting nearly 2 decades for reform concerning service agreements, and they've been waiting almost 2 decades for this legislation. My question is quite precise a precise question to the chair of the Transport Committee. We've heard from the government side that this is very important legislation, so my question concerns the timing of this bill in the 41st Parliament, this Parliament. When did the minister approach the House Leader to table this legislation in the House? What date? I don't need a precise date. I need the month and the year.
The honourable member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound.
Well, thank you. Through you, Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for the question. And I noticed that he mentioned his farmers, like a lot across this country, have been waiting for a couple decades. And I don't know whether that number is actually accurate, but I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that this government wasn't here 2 decades ago. But I think the part that we need to point out is we're here today. We got the job done on it, and we're here to debate it. And if this member is as concerned about his farmers and producers getting their product out to where it needs to go, as much as he seems to imply that he is, I'm certainly at the end of the day going to be thanking him for his support on this bill.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think it's imperative that we give credit to where credit is due. It's actually the shippers, which come in many different forms, that have taken the approach of lobbying all 3 political parties a half-dozen years ago, indicating that we needed to be able to enact legislation that would allow for things like service agreements. This is, it has been fairly widely believed that the field is not level in terms of shipping products throughout North America, but in particular, if we can focus on Canada, that the scale has been heavily in favor of rail. And that is one of the reasons why we had to have the service agreements. I have known for many years, in the last, in particular, 3 or 4 years, that the member from Wascana has been representing the Liberal Party exceptionally well, applying pressure on the government to materialize on this issue. And the Liberal Party will support the bill, Bill 52, going forward. My specific question to the member is that there were amendments that were brought forward, and I'm curious as to knowing why it is the government wasn't prepared to accept some of those amendments which would have made this legislation that much stronger and ultimately even receive that much more support from the different stakeholders.
Well, member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the member, thank you for his question, for his comments, and I thank him for his indicated support for this bill. And the fact that he obviously understands this bill. He talks about the service agreements, what have you. And yes, there were some amendments that were put forth, Mr. Speaker, but his party, as well as all parties in this House, were represented on the committee. There was some great discussion and debate about those amendments, and at the end of the day, the committee's wisdom was to present the bill like it is. And he did mention his colleague from Wascana, and you know, that member from Wascana was here for 13 years before we came to power, And, you know, I guess he's probably asking or wondering the same question I am, is why didn't they get the job done in that 13 years?
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to my colleague, and actually to my colleague on the other side who just asked a question about the introduction of this piece of legislation. It actually started in 2008 with the Rail Freight Service Review that took a 2-year process, which actually was quite extensive and exhaustive, and there was enough guilt on railway side as well as the shipper side when it comes to numbers, and it was clear that something had to be done. And actually this was first introduced by our government, actually by myself, in March of 2012, prior to the election, and then was picked up after the election in December. So this is a piece of legislation that has come a long ways and has had lots of consultations. So my question to a colleague would be, the railways, when they looked at this legislation initially, fought against it and said, we don't need it, we'll have our service arrangements by themselves, and it would drive negotiation away from the table. The experience that I believe will happen is it'll drive both parties to the table, and if they can't negotiate, there'll be an arbitrated settlement. I wonder if my colleague would agree with me.
The honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through you to my colleague from Yellowhead. I know that a lot of product from his riding, very agricultural riding, which I've passed through not often enough, but it's a beautiful agricultural part of the country. They certainly use this the rail to get a lot of their product out. And as to his question, I mean, in order to get these negotiations at the start, neither side was happy, probably, you know, fair to say, with the proposal. But at the end of the day, I think my colleague is absolutely correct that this will encourage even more agreements between shippers and railways. And there, as everybody knows through the debate today and tonight, that some were already voluntarily you know, signed between them. But this will create more, bring them all to the table, and nobody likes change, and that probably includes shippers and railways. But I think this bill will do what is intended to do, and I thank him again for his question.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member from Yellowhead for that clarification about when the legislation was tabled. And we know the genesis of this bill was, I believe, around 2006 when the conversation began with the government. And my question prior to this was specific to the 41st Parliament, which the member from Yellowhead also clarified, saying that the bill was tabled in December 2011. So my question, a follow-up, a supplementary to my first question to the chair of the Transport Committee is, can he give us an overview of the history of this legislation's movement through the House and Committee? We know that first reading took place in December 2011. When did second reading take place? When was it considered in committee? And how long has the time between when it was in committee to the time when it's arrived in the House? Can he give us the timelines, months and years of the different readings and the consideration in committee?
The honourable member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Well, thank you, and again to my colleague, I can't give him all the answers that he's looking for, Mr. Speaker, and it's because I took over my role as chair of Transport, Infrastructure and Communities Committee last September. But since that time, this bill came forth before us earlier this spring, and we've been working on it. And I believe it would probably be the end of April, first part of May when the vote came through the first time, second reading. So he's wanting dates, and I mean, if he calls me, I can get those for him. I just don't have them all off the top of my head.
We have time for one short question left and one response. The honourable member for Okanagan, Coquihalla.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his speech and for his work on the Transport Committee. It's a lot of responsibility to be a chair, and I certainly wouldn't be the person to go up to it. There seems to be a fundamental misunderstanding here with the opposition. First of all, they keep asking process questions, yet arguing that there should be results. We hear, this is going too fast, and then we hear from other members saying this isn't happening fast enough. But this is a complex problem. You have a case of where there's a de facto duopoly. You have hundreds of small industries, workers, agriculturally based, different mining based, and the government has fundamentally addressed it with this legislation. I would just like him just to, again, reinforce the whole reason for this bill being here is to build certainty and to allow Canadian goods to be shipped across this country, to use the ports we've put billions of dollars into, and to see good things happen here in Canada.
The honourable member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to my colleague for a great question, and to his surmising why the NDP are more worried about process than, he'd have to ask the member that, but it seems that it doesn't matter what the issue is, Mr. Speaker. The NDP, they want you to do something about it, bring in some new rules, et cetera, and when you do, they stand up and vote against them. So I have no idea on that point, but to the question from my colleague, this is something that I know businesses and industry and agriculture in his riding will certainly use this act, this new act, and it'll certainly work for them, no doubt in my mind.
That's right. Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. Par la députée de Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
The honourable member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to say before I begin that I'll be sharing my time with the excellent member for Churchill. I'm happy to rise in the House today to speak to this bill, which would give clients of railway services the right to enter into service-level agreements with railway companies and to set up an arbitration process for failed negotiations. A bill which, despite its weaknesses, is very important to the Canadian economy, especially for agriculture, mining, and forestry, which rely heavily on rail. As I'll be discussing in the next few minutes, this bill isn't perfect, but at least it's pretty good after so many years of rhetoric and inaction from the Conservatives, who have finally put forth legislation. I'd also like to thank my colleague for Trinity Spadina, who, by tabling her own bill on protecting railway clients, finally got the Conservatives to do something and table their own legislation 6 months later. Better late than never. My speech will be divided into 3 parts. First, I'm going to underscore the importance of strengthening the position of shippers when it comes to rail transport in Canada. Then I'm going to demonstrate how this bill doesn't go far enough to improve services and protect shippers. And finally, I will propose amendments to the bill, including recommendations from the Coalition of Shippers, which were presented at the Transport Committee. So why is it important to do something to improve railway transportation services? Well, first of all, it's because this is one of the most heavily used modes of transportation in Canada. And in Canada, over 70% of shipping is by rail. So you can understand the economic importance of railways, which leads me to my second point. Despite the importance of rail to many shippers, interruption in service, delays, and various shortcomings in the performance by railway companies are commonplace. This is a situation which affects a number of industries, including natural resources, agriculture, forestry, mines, chemical products, and the automobile industry. In the agriculture case, 80% of service commitments are not met by railway companies. I'm talking here about trains that are late or don't even show up at all, or damaged railway cars, or not enough cars. In addition to the losses caused by this type of problem, There are crops that could rot. The poor quality of transportation services by rail undermines the capacity of Canadian exporters to compete internationally. This is a situation which costs hundreds of millions of dollars to the Canadian economy every year. Let's try to understand where these problems come from. One of the sources of these problems is certainly the virtual monopoly, as my colleague from Okanagan-Coquihalla said in his question previously. It's the problem of the monopoly of railway companies in Canada. In most parts of Canada, shippers cannot choose the company they want to deal with because they only have access to either CN or CP. And even in cases where both companies are active, one of the two usually has prices that are too high, which really leaves shippers with no real choice. This monopoly was made possible to some extent by the Liberals when they were in office, because it was the Liberals who privatized CN in 1995 without providing any protection for shippers, and this essentially solidified the virtual monopoly that we have today. One of the two options at the time would have been to privatize activities, while at the same time making sure that the railway network would remain public, and this would have also benefited Via Rail. Via Rail is currently obliged to use railways that belong to CN.
You know, Speaker, when I was Deputy Critic of Transport, I met with the Western Canadian Shippers Coalition, and they let me know what they needed to help foster economic growth in the West, on the prairies, and I'm sure they're going to be happy tonight to see some of this legislation come to light in this very bill. But they've been waiting for more than 5 years. They've been waiting for 7 years for this legislation to come to light. And just to clarify to Canadians who the Shippers Coalition is, these are important Canadian companies like the Alberta Newsprint Company, Alpac Forest Products Incorporated, Canadian Forest Products Incorporated, Canadian Oilseed Processors Association, the Canadian Wheat Board, Coal Valley Resources Incorporated, Coalspur Mines Limited, Dunkley Lumber Limited, Grand Cache Coal Corporation, Lehigh Cement, Chemtrade, Millar Western Forest Products, and Suncor, amongst many other important Canadian companies. And if you'll notice, Speaker, many of these companies are in the natural resources sector, which the government tends to think that they're the best friends of the resource sector. And yet we find that what they're asking for from the government, they rely on the government as a regulator to ensure reliability in terms of service. And the result, if it's done properly, is that the companies can prosper and flourish. But without leadership, without the government taking on its role as regulator, companies simply endure or flounder. Even worse, sometimes they flounder. This legislation will allow the companies to simply endure. It's not good enough to let them prosper and flourish. The NDP would prefer to see these companies prosper and contribute to the health of our resources sector and the agricultural sector. These two sectors in committee proposed amendments, Speaker, at committee. We listened, the NDP listened, but the government was in such a rush to fall behind that it really didn't listen to what these companies were asking for. And so I'm gonna read out to them again what the companies asked for and what the Conservatives did not listen, did not consider. So some of the things that they wanted to do, just let me find here, Speaker. They wanted to fix the service agreements, Speaker, because one of the things was they wanted to include details on service agreement components. Number two, they wanted a deletion of the term operational, as it would limit the ability to negotiate and arbitrate service agreements. Number three, they wanted to include a dispute resolution mechanism in service agreements for breach of contract. Number four, they wanted to limit the ability of railway companies to levy penalties and charges that are not in a service agreement. Number 5, they wanted to limit arbitration for failed service agreement negotiations to matters raised by the shipper. And number 6, they wanted to limit railway companies' ability to raise network issues in arbitration. For example, finding convenient excuses for not agreeing to shippers' demands in contract negotiations and arbitrations. And we felt that these were very reasoned amendments, and the government had a choice. It could have listened to the resource sector and Canadian farmers, or it could have listened to a monopoly with a long history of manipulating government throughout Canadian history. And unfortunately, it looks like they chose on the side, for these amendments at least, on the side of the monopoly, as the member from Okanagan-Coquihalla mentioned, the duopoly. Well, a duopoly, sure, I'll give him that. But I'd like to read a quote about monopolies, Mr. Speaker. It goes like this. They had begun to consider the government as a mere appendage to their own affairs. We know that government by organized money is just as dangerous as government by organized mob. And that's a quote by Franklin Roosevelt, a Democrat. And Mr. Speaker, contrary to illusions by the government, the D in NDP stands for democratic. And we are the only party over the past 50 years to stand up for the democratic rights of all Canadians and not just a select few. You know, Speaker, when we hear the smears from the other side, we know our principles, Speaker. We don't abandon those principles for the sake of power. We don't remain silent in the face of adversity. As I mentioned before, Speaker, for competition to flourish in this country, sound, organic, and healthy competition, it requires cooperation. The government should have listened to the good people who work on the farm or the people who work in the resource sector. Instead, time after time, they choose to listen to the privileged few to enable their abuse of power and give them carte blanche to crush Canadian competitiveness. Canadians deserve better. In 2015, the NDP will provide the leadership to steer our economy out of the perilous straits, out of scandal and corruptions, to that prosperous future Canadians long for and desired. Thank you, Speaker.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments?
Okanagan-Coquihalla.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member opposite for his speech. I'm glad we've had an exchange of ideas talking about the difference between monopolies, duopolies. You know, there's many things in the speech that the gentleman has brought up tonight, and I think are worthy of noting. First of all, when it comes to the resource development, it's quite obvious by the policies that the NDP espouse on a daily basis. Particularly, if we just look recently, Mr. Speaker, to the election in BC, where the New Democratic Party and its policies, its economic policy, particularly around resource development, was flatly denied by British Columbians. So when the member says that they represent rural communities, when they represent the resource sector, I would ask them just to take a stark look in the mirror and ask to see if that's true. Because definitely in British Columbia, my province, that's not the case. Now, Mr. Speaker, again, this is a complicated issue, and I just would like to ask the member whether he agrees to this, that government does have a responsibility to listen, particularly in cases where there is a complex, difficult issue, where you do have a duopoly, where you do have numbers of shippers that are unhappy with the services they receive, and they're all competing for the same services. So when you're going from a system which is predicated right now on a court system where they have to take these companies to court, now to a regulated system. Yeah.
5 minutes for questions and comments, so we're well past the first minute, and maybe go to the l'honorable député de Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
The honourable member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
The NDP is the party that supports the people that are working in this sector every day, in the resource sector, in the agricultural sector. We're the ones that are there on the ground helping.
Potentially even better. With respect to Bill C-52, we also represent the interest of small businesses. It is the shippers in particular that are most impacted by this. Indirectly, obviously, the workers too. But we're talking about, in many ways, large business, small businesses that have been anxiously awaiting for this. I want to ask him a very specific question in regards to the CN. He brought up the fact that the Liberals privatized it back in 1995. A few years later, that's when this issue came to light. My question to the NDP is,
Are they going to take the position that they would buy back CN or nationalize a railway?
Honourable member.
The member from Winnipeg North missed my point there. It was that when a government, whether it be Liberal or Conservative, take an ideological position, in this case, the Liberal government taking an ideological position of privatization, without really thinking of the consequences of that ideological decision, then you end up having to do repair legislation, as we're having to do tonight. And this member talks. He says that they also defend the workers, but all I've heard for the past few months is them defending the rights of middle-class workers. So I'm wondering about what about the workers that are having difficulty that aren't in the middle class? They're having difficulty day to day. I haven't heard anything from this party about that. And so I find it very rich that the member from Winnipeg North brings this up and pretends to be the defender of working people in Canada.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Churchill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleagues for such a warm reception. I'm pleased to stand in this House and speak to Bill C-52, an act to amend the Canada Transportation Act. This has been an act. Well, certainly this topic has been a very important one for my constituents, for people across rural and particularly Western Canada. And before I go further, I also want to acknowledge the hard work of my colleague, the MP for Trinity Spadina, who for years has been a real advocate when it comes to fairness in the transportation industry, and has worked very hard on reforming this act in particular, and really bringing forward the NDP position, which is fundamentally a position of seeking fairness and seeking a fair playing field for those that depend on rail service as part of their work, as part of their business, as part of their industry, and of course, very importantly, the communities that depend on fair rail service and making sure that their employers and that their industries are dealt with appropriately. We in the NDP have made it clear that we are supporting this bill at this point, but we do believe that it must it must be strengthened as we go forward, and we're not pleased with the delays that this government has allowed for, and also the kind of cowering we've seen from the government, which is not a surprise, to major corporate interests in this field. As we know, this bill gives rail freight customers or shippers the right to service agreements with rail companies. It also puts in place a Canadian Transportation Agency-led arbitration process for failed negotiations and penalties for those that violate the arbitration results. Key amendments that the shipping community pushed for and that were championed by the NDP, unfortunately, were defeated in the committee. Without these rejected amendments, the bill, we believe, remains a partial success for the shippers, and we believe that in the future it must be strengthened. It is important that we indicate indicate to stakeholders and very importantly to this government that this isn't a done deal, that as in anything, but particularly when we're talking about this area, this act needs to be further strengthened. Bill C-52, we find, partially addresses the fact that rail freight customers, known as shippers, have been suffering from insufficient freight services stemming from the abuse of market power by the large rail companies. The Conservative government has finally tabled legislation after years of talking and inaction to address the fact that many shippers cannot even get a service agreement as rail companies haven't been willing to negotiate. As the bill covers only new service agreements, current agreements and contract violations, a major source of revenue loss for shippers are not, which are all a major source, of revenue loss for shippers, they are not affected by Bill C-52. And in saying that, certainly in terms of stakeholders that have been involved, I would like to read into the record some of the stakeholders that have spoken out in support of the NDP broader position, which is that this act must be strengthened. And I recognize that that this act has been very much the wish for it to be strengthened has come in large part from people that work in the mining industry. And as someone representing an area that depends on mining, and as somebody who's proud to say that I come from and I live in a mining town, I recognize that in order to ship the ore and ship the goods that are needed from the mining industry to both do its job and to export its product, fair mining services, fair rail services are essential. So I want to recognize that the Mining Association of Canada, as represented by Pierre Graton, indicated, quote, although the Mining Association of Canada appreciates the government's initiative through Bill C-52, it is our view that the bill, unless amended, will not deliver on the government's promise to enhance the effectiveness, efficiency, and reliability of the entire rail freight supply chain. Coming from Western...
These people out when they have problems with their employer, when they feel that injustice is being done. And we're the only ones in this House to truly support these workers that are working in these sectors. And to help them, the government should take on their role as a regulator, which is to provide fairness in an industry, to allow competition to happen so more jobs can be created. And in their role as a regulator, they have not done their job, Speaker. They had a choice. They had a choice. They could have chosen healthy Canadian companies and their workers or a duopoly, and they chose the interests of a duopoly over those of great Canadian companies that are making our economy work.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, and you know, it's interesting. I can assure the member that he is not the only party that represents the workers. There are actual other parties in this House that do believe that we represent the workers just as well, if not even.
Canadians and rural Canadians deserve far better. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Elmwood, Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I listened to great interest to my colleague from Churchill's comments, and she started off talking very much about her colleague from Trinity Spadina and the great work that she had and the great comments that she was doing on this file. And it's interesting to note that one of her propositions is that there would be absolutely nobody looking at the overall network. So whether this network is owned by a government, as it used to be, or whether it's a private enterprise, she wants the shipper to be able to go to the arbitrator or go to the rail company and say, I want you to ship my goods, and I don't care what else you have in your network. It has to be completely ignored. I don't care if your network gets overwhelmed or collapsed. Nobody should be taking that into account. You only got to worry about my one shipment or my shipments over the course of this year. Does she not realize that there's a thing out there called the folly of the commons, where if you take a field that can only handle so many sheep and you try to put 1,000 more sheep in it, what do? You're actually killing off the whole network. You're killing off the field that is feeding that network, and there's absolutely no gain in that. In fact, what you do is you not only destroy that shipper's ability to ship, but you destroy everybody's ability to ship, and nothing gets to market. Is that really what you want to see happen in this situation?
The honourable member for Churchill.
I certainly appreciate the member's contribution. I was a bit surprised by the repeated reference to sheep. I mean, I think we're a bit beyond that, although some days I wonder about the government's members and any comparisons to that. Oh yes. But what I was going to say is that this member is my neighbor in my province, and I know that he represents an area that very much depends on rail transportation. And my question to him is recognizing the importance of industry, of customers getting a fair deal from their rail transportation companies. Isn't that critical to expanding the economy? Isn't it critical to making sure that people in his constituency and in our province have a brighter economic future to look to? So instead of criticizing, wouldn't he join with us in calling for his own government to do better?
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, and just to pick up on that point, recognizing the valuable contributions that our rail lines make to the province of Manitoba, as I suspect it does to all provinces. But if I can gloat for a bit in terms of the province of Manitoba, in particular the city of Winnipeg, whether it's our CN shops, our CP shops, the potential of Centerport, all of this humongous network that's virtually nationwide, but Manitoba, because of its geographical location, is actually in a great position to be able to really do that much more, and the potential is there, and it's real and it's tangible. But one of the core aspects of being able to ensure that we have that future growth of demand depends on the shippers. And it depends on a number of elements that will actually allow for that growth to proceed. And that's why it's so critically important that we have this service agreement, and that's why, in essence, it could have been better, but the bill itself, in principle, is good. It's worthy of supporting, but it would have been better had there been some amendments.
Order. Need to leave some time for the response. The honourable member for Churchill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The NDP's position is clear that this bill can go further, and it must go further when we're talking about truly making it a fair deal and looking at how we can strengthen the kinds of service agreements and the ability as well of clients and industry to engage in arbitration when things are reaching a breaking point. I mean, I think it's very clear that this government time and time again is short-sighted, and when it comes to building true economic opportunity. And you know, I know in Western Canada often they use rhetoric, overblown rhetoric about what they're doing on behalf of our provinces, and yet here's a perfect example. Western Canada and the industries in our region depend on rail service. Clearly, we've heard from stakeholders that they are getting a raw deal and that this government can do better. And yet, instead of taking the opportunity to listen to these stakeholders, to listen to important stakeholders, whether it's in the grain industry or mining, we've been left with a half-baked bill and an approach that certainly doesn't represent the best interests of Western Canadians.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for York Centre.
Well, thank you, Speaker. It gives me great pleasure to rise today in the House to talk in support of Bill C-52, which proposes to amend the Canada Transportation Act. Now, before I begin my remarks, I just want to say that, of course, our government, and Canadians know this from far and wide, that our government focuses on what matters most to Canadians, and that's jobs, growth, and long-term prosperity. You know, it's our government that has been praised and received accolades from international organizations from around the world, from the OECD to the IMF. Forbes magazine has said Canada is the best place to be doing business. And there's a reason for that. There's a reason why international organizations praise this country. There's a reason why Governor Barnstad of Iowa says he's afraid to bring potential investors to Iowa because he knows that it is because his state is so close to Canada that he may lose those investors to Canada because the Canadian economy is doing so much better than the U.S. economy. There's a reason for all of these things. Speaker, our government, as I said, focuses on what matters most to Canadians. The Liberals, on the other hand, focus on dividing Canadians. They talk about, yes, Shane is right, they talk about their Quebec leaders and how superior they are to the rest of Canada. They say that their leader has said that Canadians who don't speak two languages are lazy. And they say that they are against reforming the Senate, they are for the status quo, because they are afraid of losing 24 senators in Quebec. The NDP, on the other hand, now you got to give them credit. At least, Speaker, they are consistent. They are consistently wrong. The NDP, let me propose something to the NDP. Rather than being called the New Democratic Party, they should be called the Old Democratic Party, because it's the same old policies from the 60s and 70s, high spending, high taxes, to spend us in reckless spending on crazy social engineering schemes. You know, Speaker.
Kingston and the Island is rising on a point of order.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just, since it's quite a chore as to be here all night until midnight, I'd like to hear some more relevant debate. I don't even know, not sure what bill my honourable colleague is talking about. I hope he knows.
Order. I appreciate the order. We're not going to move along here unless. I appreciate the intervention by the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands. I recognize that we're just 3 minutes into the honourable member for York Centre's remarks. I do note that he and members generally are allowed tremendous liberty in terms of their comments around the question that's before the House. I'm sure that the honourable member for York Centre will be bringing those ideas and arguments around to the question that's before the House. The honourable member.
Thank you, Speaker. And it doesn't surprise me, though, that and we look at the NDP, they feel the Liberals nipping at their heels, but so they were a little excited and a little nervous. Worried. But let me tell you, we're here to talk about Bill C-52, and let me begin. You know, I'm happy to receive such praise from the opposition, and I look forward to their support of Bill C-52. Here, here. But let me tell you something. I'd first of all like to thank the Minister of Transportation, Infrastructure and Communities for his steadfast and laser-like focus on creating this bill that's before us today to bring fairness to this sector of our economy. I also want to thank my colleagues, of course, on the Transportation, Infrastructure and Communities Committee, particularly our chairman, who has done yeoman's work in making sure that this bill got through the committee expeditiously. Now, as the minister has said, and he said on December the 11th, 2012, he said, quote, "This bill will help shippers maintain and grow their businesses while ensuring that railways can manage an efficient shipping network for everyone," end of quote. Now, I'd like to reiterate that Bill C-52 supports the interests of the entire economy, given the importance of rail service to our country. Shippers need to have service clearly defined, and they need to know that the railways will deliver rail service efficiently and effectively. That is the only way shippers can properly plan and seize market opportunities. Now, I'd like to talk about some of the new provisions that are proposed within Bill C-52. First, this bill gives every shipper a right to a service agreement with the railway and provides an efficient and effective process for establishing such an agreement when commercial negotiations fail. And that's key. Every shipper will be able to request a service agreement with their railway. Now, that's an important point. Let me repeat that. Every shipper will be able to request a service agreement with their railway. The railway will now have 30 days to respond. This particular change is an important gain for all shippers, including small and medium-sized businesses. It will ensure that they have an opportunity to negotiate service with the railway directly. Second, if the parties cannot agree commercially, the shipper will have access to a timely and efficient process to establish an agreement. Under the auspices of the Canadian Transportation Agency, shippers will be able to request an arbitration process. This important arbitration process will establish in a clear and comprehensive manner by which the rail service will be provided by the railway. Now, for many years, shippers have raised concerns that they face additional costs or lost sales when rail service is inadequate, particularly when they face problems regularly, such as delays in receiving rail cars. Canadian businesses or farmers can agree that this situation is a significant challenge for their operations. Shippers generally acknowledge that railways have made improvements to rail service, freight service in recent years. However, shippers believe that an effective enforcement mechanism is essential to ensuring that improvements continue. Now, this brings me to the third and important point. We want to ensure railways are held accountable in the event of service failures. This will be achieved through monetary penalties. These financial penalties can reach up to $100,000 for every confirmed breach of an arbitrated service agreement. Specifically, the financial penalty will take the form of an administrative monetary penalty under the auspices of the Canadian Transportation Agency. This consequence will ensure greater railway accountability. Now, let me explain how this new provision would work. When a shipper is concerned that a railway has breached a service agreement that the agency had arbitrated, he or she could ask the agency to examine the situation. Now, if the agency confirms a service failure in such a case, it can apply the monetary penalty to the railway company for a confirmed breach. This potential and significant financial penalty will provide a strong incentive to comply with arbitrated service agreements. And the amount of the penalty imposed, of course, will depend on the severity of the service breach. Now, as with any administrative monetary penalty system managed by a regulatory body, the penalty would be payable to the Crown and not to the shipper. The agency is the appropriate body to confirm whether a breach has occurred and can set a penalty accordingly. Indeed, the agency's role under this new provision would be to look at the reason for the breach and determine the right consequences case by case. Now, giving the agency the authority to impose the administrative monetary penalties is a sound approach. During consultations for this bill, both shippers and railways both acknowledge the agency's expertise in rail freight service issues. In addition to this strong new enforcement tool, shippers will also have access to two other mechanisms to address railway service problems. Of course, all shippers will retain their right to file the complaint on service with the agency. All shippers will also retain their right to seek damages resulting from railway service failures through the courts. These rights apply regardless of whether shippers have agreements arbitrated by the agency or agreements they negotiated commercially. First, a shipper can file a complaint with the agency under the existing level service provision under the Act, which require railways to provide adequate and suitable service. Now, if the agency confirms that the railway has not met its service obligations it has broad powers to order a range of corrective actions to be taken by the railway. The new provision on service agreements complements this existing remedy for examining rail service complaints. Now, if a shipper has a service agreement that defines clearly the railway's service obligations, this will provide a more precise reading of when obligations are not met and facilitate the filing of a complaint in such a case if a shipper deems it necessary. Second, shippers will continue to be able to sue for damages incurred due to rail service failures. Seeking damages through litigation is an especially important option for those shippers who are seeking compensation for significant lost sales or costs incurred due to a railway service failure. Now, shippers wanted to ensure that any new enforcement tool, such as administrative monetary penalties, does not undermine any existing remedies. This strong new enforcement mechanism does not in any way disrupt, replace, or erode existing shipper remedies. Now, I am confident that in most cases, shippers and railways will be able to work out service agreements commercially that will include communication protocols to be followed when service failures occur. Moreover, I expect commercial agreements would also identify recovery plans to mitigate the impact of any service failures. The great strength of Bill C-52 is that all of its elements will help drive commercial negotiations. Through the implementation of this bill, shippers will be in a better position to negotiate service agreements with the railway in the commercial forum. Both railways and shippers have expressed their preference for commercial solutions. Now, Speaker, in conclusion, as all stakeholders continue to work in collaborative partnerships, I firmly believe that Bill C-52 includes a strong enforcement mechanism, provides the best way forward in supporting commercial solutions and innovations that strengthen our rail freight system, a system that will foster Canada's economic growth, a system that will support shippers and railways as they strive to grow their businesses, capture new opportunities, and create jobs and prosperity for Canada and Canadians. Speaker, I strongly encourage all members of this place to vote in favor of Bill C-52, a bill that will not only help strengthen our railway system, it will support our growing economy and lead to jobs, growth, and long-term prosperity. Thank you, Speaker.
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have a question for my Conservative colleague. CN had profits of $2.7 billion last year. Does the Conservatives really think that a $100,000 penalty will change their ways of doing things?
Centre.
Good grief, Speaker. Only the NDP would see profit as an evil. It's absolutely ridiculous. We here on this side of the House have imposed penalties in the range of $100,000. But, Speaker, we encourage the parties to work out commercially together, not have something imposed from the top which we know that the NDP love to do because they think that government knows better than individuals do. Government knows better than what the two parties who are negotiating a free and open agreement know. Speaker, we here on this side are focused on what matters most to Canadians, and that is jobs growth and long-term prosperity, and we see profit on our side of the House as a good thing, not an evil, as the NDP does.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I would give the member credit. He sure does have those talking points from the Prime Minister's office down packed. I'll give him full credit for that. But, you know, my question is related to actually a lost opportunity. The lost opportunity being that the government was in a wonderful position where it actually had substantial support outside of the House and inside the House in order to be able to move forward. There were a number of amendments that were brought forward that would have provided more strength to the legislation, that would have had a broader appeal to, in particular, many of the stakeholders, the shippers, you know, the same group of people that he talks about are generating the jobs. And we do recognize the valuable role in terms of job creation and how they generate the jobs for our economy. There's no doubt about that. But my question to the member is, why does he feel that his government, put the speaking notes aside for right now, and why does he believe that his government put a pass on improving the legislation, which would have given more strength to the legislation, which would have allowed for even a fair playing field for our shippers from coast to coast to coast?
The honourable member for York Centre.
Well, thank you, Speaker. And, you know, our government consults more than any other government in Canadian history. And we have received not only the economy, but let me tell you, on Bill C-52, there were extensive consultations. Here, here. In fact, on the bill itself, a number of for example, the Wheat Growers Association, Kevin Bender, president of the Western Canadian Wheat Growers, has said these measures will create the conditions for improved railway performance and accountability. It will help ensure all shippers can gain access to an adequate level of service. This goes on and on. I have from the president of the Grain Growers of Canada, from the chemistry industry, from the Forest Products Association, quote after quote after quote, how this bill C-52 creates a fair and open and accountable and legitimate form of commercial interaction between the shippers and the railways. But let me tell you, he talks about a lost opportunity. I'll tell you about a lost opportunity. 1993 to 2006 was a lost opportunity when the Liberals were in power in this country, and they sat on their hands and did nothing and left the country in a mess. And it's our government that is picking up the pieces and giving Canada back to the Canadians.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Tobique Matakwak.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his comments. I just, as part of our Natural Resource Committee, Mr. Chair, we've been studying market diversification in the energy sector, and I noted that Jim Fassett, the President and CEO of the Canadian Propane Association, said this bill contains all of the measures that the propane industry requested: the right to a service level agreement, an arbitration process should commercial negotiations fail, and consequences for non-compliance. And one of the things we did hear as part of that study and testimony was the propane industry's ability to potentially expand their markets to replace higher carbon fuels all across Canada. And as we know, the rail is a good way to get into many of our rural areas. So I wonder if my colleague could comment on the possibilities of expanding existing businesses in Canada with strong, stable rail service.
The honourable member for York Centre.
Well, thank you, Speaker, and I want to thank the member who has provided the first informed and educated question of this question period. Let me just say that it is our government who has made the economy the #1 priority. It is our government that focuses on jobs, growth, and long-term prosperity for Canadians. It is our government that has the lowest debt-to-GDP ratio of any G8 country. It is our government that's the strongest job creation record of any country in the G8. Our government has created the conditions for business to thrive and to grow in this great country of Canada. And in the instance of fairness and of support for business, we have introduced Bill C-52, which the member has commented on, which will help small business, it will help big business, it will help the energy sector, it will help the mining sector, it will help all sectors of our economy from one end of our country to the other. And Speaker, thank goodness that we have the best finance minister in the world and the best prime minister and leader that one can ask for to lead our economy as the #1 economy in the G8.
Well said. Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's just unbelievable how they're tooting their horn on the other side. But I do agree with the member that, you know, the big problem started in 1995 as well, under the Liberals, when they decided that they were actually going to sell CN. So I want to ask him, because I actually had the opportunity to attend one of the committee hearings on this, and it was obvious that shippers routinely had indicated that they routinely suffer from service disruptions. And, you know, sometimes some of them would actually lose the freight that they were actually shipping because it was actually going to go bad. It wouldn't get there on time. So I'm just wondering, because this is what we're seeing after committee after committee after committee, is that there are opportunities to strengthen the bill. We're not saying it's not a good bill. We believe it's a good bill. The only problem is that there has to be amendments. And how can they be so arrogant and believe that there shouldn't be any amendments? So let's look at this one in particular. 9 amendments that were put forward by the NDP, 10 by the Liberal. It wasn't things that we pulled out of our hats. These are items, amendments that were actually brought forward by witnesses. So why is it that they spend the money bringing witnesses here and they choose to ignore them all the time, no matter what? It's just unbelievable, Minister. So, Mr. Speaker. So why weren't all recommendations from the Independent Rail Freight Service Review incorporated to the bill? And why is it that they continue to ignore the requests of witnesses that are directly impacted by the legislation, the amendments that they won't change?
Honourable member for York Centre, you have about a minute.
Thank you, Speaker, and I can answer that in far less than 1 minute. I do agree with the member on one specific point, that in 1995, under the Liberal government, that it was an abomination, and we should have seen results back then, but typical of Liberals, they just find it difficult to make priorities. But let me just say, the member says we didn't listen at committee. Speaker, not only did we listen at committee, not only do we have a variety of witnesses from all sides, not only did we do a thorough consultative process before the bill even got drafted, but we have a number of quotes, and let me just give you one from Richard Patton, President and CEO of the Chemistry Industry Association, who said on Bill C-52 that the level of service offered by Canada's railways can make the difference between companies investing here or taking their business elsewhere. We in this country, in our government, we focus on what matters most to Canadians, jobs, growth, and long-term prosperity, and creating those conditions, an environment where jobs can grow and we can maintain our position as the #1 job creation economy in the G8.
Resuming debate, the reprise du débat, the honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be sharing my time with the member from Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. And I also want to thank my colleague from Trinity-Spadina for her work as our transportation critic and for her tireless work with the community invested in seeing improvements in the Transportation Act and her efforts to improve this bill. Bill C-52 would amend the Canada Transportation Act, And it's a bill that is long overdue. Rail transportation is, of course, the backbone of the Canadian economy. It's in the DNA of our history, and it's something that touches a huge part of our economy. More than 70% of all surface goods in Canada are shipped by rail. And, of course, we're a vast country, and a country which is open to the world, which is very export-oriented, and having good transportation networks is absolutely fundamental. And, you know, many of us are familiar with the railway industry. I know in my family, my grandfather, my husband, my mother all worked in the railway sector. So it's a part of our country, part of our history, part of our current economy that touches so many Canadians. But what we've been finding through the study on this bill and leading up to this bill is that 80% of service commitments for agricultural rail customers, so we're dealing with food and feed and farm materials, are not met by the railway companies, that there are serious delays, insufficient numbers of rail cars, etc. And a rail freight service review found that 80% of shippers were not satisfied with the service that they received. So what's the root of the problem here? You'd think after a couple of centuries we'd be getting our rail service right. But sometimes when governments rush to fix one problem, they create other problems. And sometimes when governments have the ideological blinders on, they are willfully blind to the problems they're creating. In 1995, the Liberals were in a rush to show that they were jumping on board with the privatization bandwagon. They wanted to prove to the world they could privatize with the best of them. And one of the companies they rushed to privatize was CN. They privatized the company, CN. They privatized the tracks. And what they forgot to do was put in any safeguards for Canadians, safeguards for shippers, safeguards for our passenger rail service in terms of access to the railway tracks. They basically turned it over to the private sector, and now CN is doing very well. They made a profit of $2.7 billion. Bravo, they're doing well. The CEO was just announced this week. He made $48 million in his salary. I'm sure he worked hard for every single penny of it. But, you know, the trouble is that these ideological decisions create problems that, again, it was the Liberals in 1995 that unleashed this. And frankly, neither the Liberals nor the Conservatives after them for almost 20 years have done anything to fix this problem until this bill. And it is with insufficient measures that they're trying to address the problem. So let me say up front that this is a bill that we will be supporting at report stage and third reading, but it is a weak bill. It's a bill that doesn't do the job that Canadians really need it to do. It would give rail freight customers or shippers the right to service agreements with rail companies. It's shocking that they haven't had this before now, especially with the two majors, CN and CP. And it also puts in place an arbitration process led by the Canadian Transportation Agency in cases of failed negotiations or where there are penalties for violating the results of arbitration. So this is a positive thing, and I want to say, Mr. Speaker, that Canadians deserve fair and reliable freight services. This is obvious and logical. Shippers pay good money, but they need to have a stronger position vis-a-vis the two main companies, which form a duopoly, or together they have a kind of two-party monopoly. And their power is only partially addressed by C-52. Now, there were recommendations by the shipping community at the committee stage that were sensible and practical and modest, and yet the Conservatives just ruled them out of hand with no serious consideration. And I certainly know this as the official opposition finance critic. We've seen at every budget bill, these massive omnibus budget bills that we've been dealing with. We have another one that we've been dealing with this week, Bill C-60, that again is an amalgamation of all kinds of changes to different laws, many of which have nothing to do with finance and budgets. We've seen them never accept one amendment to any of their budget implementation legislation. They've had experts in their fields testify at the Finance Committee and say the government is going to have problems if it goes ahead, if it bullies ahead with certain changes, getting rid of the Inspector General of CSIS, for example. We heard the expert who helped set up CSIS tell us that this was going to cause problems. Didn't matter. Conservatives were more expert than the experts, and they went ahead and made the changes anyway. And in this case, they've heard expert testimony about why certain changes should be made, but they gave them no serious consideration, rejected the changes out of hand, Mr. Speaker, it's a bit sad because this House ought to be about discussion, debate, learning, and ultimately compromise to get the best laws possible for Canadians. So further improvement is needed with this bill, and the NDP will continue to work with businesses, with shippers across the country to try to improve this legislation and to tackle the issue of gouging of the shippers and uncompetitive freight rates. Because at heart, what we heard from business across this country is that they're getting very poor customer service. They have disruptions in rail services, unacceptable service costs. We heard about produce rotting because it could not be shipped. We've heard of lost contracts because there was not a guarantee that the goods could be shipped reliably, and that therefore it would make Canadian businesses unreliable suppliers. We've seen travel arrangements, shipping arrangements on ships misconnected, and this is a daily occurrence for industries across Canada. So poor rail services are hurting Canadian exporters, damaging our global competitiveness, and costing us jobs, which is a little ironic from a government that talks a lot about jobs, but when the rubber hits the road, they often miss the train, Mr. Speaker, and that's what's been happening with this legislation. There are a number of amendments that we put forward, key amendments that the shipping community pushed for and that were championed by the NDP and defeated at the committee. Without the rejected amendments, this bill remains only a partial success, but nevertheless, Mr. Speaker, still worthy of our support. But I do want to stress we're dissatisfied with the outcome here. It's not the outcome that the shippers really wanted to see, and there is a need for future strengthening of this legislation. Now, I see my time, sadly, is just about up, Mr. Speaker. I know there's so much else to say, but thank you for the attention of this House, and I look forward to the questions of my honourable colleagues.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The Honourable Minister of State for Western Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I was very pleased to hear the member talk about her support for the bill, because the bill is supported by Pulse Canada, the Grain Growers of Canada, the Forest Product Association of Canada, the Western Barley Growers Association, the Chemistry Association of Canada, the Western Grain Elevator Association, the Fertilizer Institute, the Canola Growers, the Western Canadian Grain Growers. So I therefore would like to ask my colleague if they will do what you could or have to do to support this bill and have it expedited as soon as possible. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And yes, of course, shippers across the country will want some progress. One step forward is better than nothing, especially after almost 20 years. But the honourable member knows full well that there was still tremendous frustration that this bill did not go further. For example, the penalties in the service agreements are very limited, maximum of $100,000, and they don't compensate the shippers. The penalties go to the federal government, and so it can be costly to fight this arbitration process, and so there was concern about how that's all going to work. And the arbitration process only applies in very limited situations, and only to future agreements, not to existing agreements. So there are still real problems, but as the member heard me say from the outset, we will be supporting this bill.
Question and commentaire. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, it's interesting. I've heard a number of Conservatives stand in their place, and what they like to do is they like to say that here's X that is supporting this legislation and Y that is supporting this this legislation. And there's no doubt, Mr. Speaker, there's a fairly long list of individuals or different stakeholders that support the legislation. But I would highly suggest or recommend to those what are listening or those that are presenting that list that they also recognize the fact that just because they're supporting the legislation does not mean that they would not have liked to have seen the legislation improved upon. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I suspect that if you were to canvass a number of the groups that the most recent questioner put on the record, you would find that a number of them would have liked to have seen some of those amendments that were being proposed actually passed and supported, or supported and passed by the government. And my question to my colleague is to ask her if she is of the same opinion, that there are many groups that are supporting the legislation because they see it as a step forward, but in the same breath, it's a loss of an opportunity where we could have done so much more. And so the minister might have the support of all members inside the House. It doesn't necessarily mean that they should be patting themselves on the back because they could have done a whole lot more. Would she agree with that synopsis?
The honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Well, Mr. Speaker, after almost 20 years of dealing with the frustrations and the tremendous power imbalance, I would call it, between the power of the railways to determine the level of service that they are going to offer, and the shippers who are desperate to get their products shipped either within Canada, out of the country, perhaps to the U.S., certainly any step forward is better than nothing, and I would certainly agree with that. But let me just give one example where there was a shortfall here. We have greater trans-border trade and exchange with the U.S. than between any other two countries in the world, and yet shipments from Canada to the U.S. are not covered by these agreements, covered by this legislation. So it's just another area where there is a shortfall. Does that mean that this bill does nothing? No, of course not. It is a step forward. But what a missed opportunity. And it is really not even half a loaf. It is a couple of slices of bread when perhaps we could have had the whole loaf, Mr. Speaker. That's the point.
Reprise du débat.
Resume debate. The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fier.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and my colleagues who are applauding. First of all, I'd like to thank my colleague from Parkdale High Park for her excellent speech and also for the answers that she gave to people asking questions of her. I'm always impressed by the quality of her work, particularly at finance, and I think that today, if we had her as the finance minister for this country, things would be going so much better. Indeed. So today I'm rising to speak to Bill C-52, which is an act to amend the Canada Transportation Act, Administration, Air and Railway Transportation and Arbitration. It comes from the Minister of Transport's office. who is also a neighbor from my region, and even though the NDP and I will be supporting this bill because it's a step in the right direction, we find it's unfortunate that the government had really a closed mind on this when the bill was before the committee, because whether it's the Liberals or the NDP, when we tabled amendments that were supported by the expert witnesses we had appear before the committee, systematically the Conservatives voted against it. And I also congratulate my NDP colleague from Trinity Spadina for her excellent work in this area, and particularly with the member for Robertval. If you'd listened to her, we'd have a better public transit system in Canada. So for those who aren't familiar with this bill, I want to tell you that it particularly deals with problems of clients of rail shipping services who have problems with the major railways in this company. There's a new service level agreement in the bill, which will help the shippers. And some of the shippers will not be affected by C-52, which is one of the shortcomings of the bill in our opinion. We made suggestions, but once again, they weren't accepted. So with the time that I have today, I want to speak primarily to 3 points. The first being shippers in Canada deserving better railway service that are fair, and we need to strengthen their position in the face of the CN and CP monopolies, and this isn't dealt with in the bill. The second point, the 6 recommendations that the shippers made at the table were practical and modest, but nevertheless the Conservatives rejected them without even having taken them into consideration. And the NDP, as I said, will continue to work with the shippers, who on many occasions, and particularly following the member for Trinity Spadina's work on this as our first transport critic, they know that what the concerns are, we know what the concerns are, and we haven't finished talking about this. So we're going to continue to work with the shippers to improve the bill, C-52, and to attack the problems of excessive costs because there's not enough competition. We know that the Conservatives are always on the side of big business and the big railways, and personally, I think that there's a bias. The Conservative government could have looked really more carefully at this bill and looked at the shippers' demands and not systematically sided with the railway lobby every time. Shippers are often small and medium-sized businesses, and I work a lot with such people in my riding. And for Lac-Saint-Jean, for people who don't know it, the main activities are forestry. The main sectors are forestry, aluminum production. We have a major aluminum mine there, and all of these products can be shipped by rail. So obviously this bill represents the future of railway shipping in Canada, and this affects my constituents directly. If we improve the railway system, the railway network, the more we'll be able to help the economy and the companies using this means of shipment or transportation. So if I go back to the first point I mentioned, the shippers who are not satisfied with the services they receive given the amount they pay for them. And they describe this interruptions of service along the railways and the excessive costs, tens of thousands of dollars to Canadians every year. So this can represent for them, for mines and other businesses not being able to move forward. It hurts their competitiveness on the international front and loses jobs in Canada. So we can't allow ourselves to have these kinds of losses on the global stage. And the clients and merchandisers are penalized by the railways, because in most countries, shippers can only choose rail as transportation services because there's no choice but to deal with, say, CP, as is the case in my region. So the two railways are present across the country, and they ask for too much from shippers. Often the shippers have to pay for the interruptions in service. Deliveries are not necessarily carried out on time, or they're not carried out at all. Sometimes the cars are damaged, and for forestry and mining and railway companies, it's the same. A lot of these products are destined for export, and the terrible service, the poor level of service, hurts Canadian exports and prevents them from competing on the world at a world level, at a global level. So the companies or actually in China and Japan, they can deliver things more quickly, even if the distance is greater. So we can see that there's a real problem with this. Shippers complain to the government every year, but the Conservatives haven't taken any concrete steps. They just talk and tell them to wait, and they're told to wait for the group of experts who will come and deal with the issue. I know that the Conservative government likes to put things off and things on the back burner forever and ever. We are clear in what we want. Farmers and other businesses have been paying for this poor level of service for years and years without ever getting Ottawa's attention. So I'm glad to see that the member for Trinity-Spadina was able to get their attention.
In order to really find a solution, the NDP is on the side of exporters and companies, and we're determined to provide them with the railway service for cargo that they deserve. C-52 only covers new service level agreements, not those that exist already. Many shippers will have to continue to live with unreliable, unfair service without having access to resolution system when it comes to existing agreements. Instead of offering reliable help through conflict resolution for all shippers, C-52 offers an arbitration system that is limited for a small group of shippers. It could be very expensive for shippers and imposes an unfair burden of proof. They have to prove that they need railway service. We are asking for penalties in order to compensate shippers when there are interruptions or damage or loss of productivity. In its current version, the fine is at most $100,000 that is paid to the government, not to the shipper. The penalties, to be effective, have to be higher because CN had profits of $2.7 billion last year. Since I only have 1 minute, let me conclude by saying that the NDP must protect farmers, foresters, and miners and put an end to this unreliable service by large railways. We need a more solid bill to protect clients, and we will work with shippers to get them the reliable and fair railway service they require. The poor quality of this service costs hundreds of millions of dollars every year. Canadian jobs are at stake, and we have to act now. Questions and comments.
The Honourable Minister of State for Western Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to just put on the record Richard Payton, President and CEO of the Chemistry Industry Association's quote that the level of service offered by Canada's railways can make the difference between companies investing here or taking their business elsewhere. The legislation is critical, not only for our industry's competitiveness, but for Canada's overall productivity and prosperity. Would that encourage the member to help have this legislation be moved expeditiously?
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le Fjord. First of all, I want to tell my Conservative colleague that I, like other NDP members, want to have this law adopted, even though it's not perfect. I'm privileged because I have the right to speak today. That's not often the case with the gag orders we have time after time. So I'm grateful. I hope that my colleagues can speak after me. It's very important to listen to what people have to say. I like to talk about my riding in Ottawa and my area, agriculture and forestry and mining companies. So please allow others to speak.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The Honourable Deputy de Drummond.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to congratulate my colleague for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord for his excellent speech defending the entire Saguenay, not just Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. He represents the whole larger region of the Saguenay, which will soon be celebrating its 175th anniversary. So we can be very proud of our MP. I'm proud of my colleague. I want to tell him that others like him have done excellent work on the Transport Committee. Unfortunately, the Conservatives did not adopt the excellent motions that the NDP had brought forward to the committee. I know we do good work in committee. We always bring motions and amendments to improve these bills and this bill. Unfortunately, the Conservatives only have a single ideology, and they don't listen to experts. I'd like to hear my colleagues' views on the excellent work of the NDP at the Transport Committee. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. My New Democrat colleague from Drummond just took the words out of my mouth. In all committees at the House of Commons, the NDP team does an excellent job. I didn't have time to mention the colleagues from the NDP who do such good work, who are fighting tooth and nail to convince the Conservatives across the table to adopt good amendments, even though they don't manage to do so. So I want to mention the member for Trinity-Spadina, the member for Trois-Rivières, the member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine, and the member for York South-Weston, who are the members of the Transport Committee and who have tried hard to have 9 resolutions, 9 amendments adopted to improve this bill. I think that the Canadian public will realize tonight that in 2015 they can vote for a proactive team that wants to improve the railway system across Canada.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 1 minute, 30 seconds. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Earlier, my honourable colleague for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord mentioned the importance of having legislation that will convince major railways to respect the people that use their services, forestry people, mining companies, farmers, and so on. He mentioned the penalty, which is not high enough to really convince these big companies like CN&CP, who have billions in profits, to act accordingly. And the Conservatives were offended by this idea. The Conservatives are very poor managers. They lost track of $3.1 billion in the fight against terrorism. They lost that $90,000 check from the PM's chief of staff to pay off the debts of senators who can't pay their own debts. So I'd like to hear my colleagues' view concerning the importance of legislation that is solid and convincing to make these companies respect the law and respect the users of these railways. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord, you have 15 seconds. In 15 seconds, with this bill, the penalties for CN will be $100,000 maximum. And that's not enough for a corporation that has $2.7 billion in profits. When the president of CN met the Conservatives, he convinced them, he lobbied them to not increase that penalty. So we see that the Conservatives are not with the shippers, they are for the railway lobby.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Brandon-Souris.
Here, here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm pleased to rise, Mr. Speaker, and put some comments on the record in regards to this bill. Mr. Speaker, I had the opportunity to serve as the chair of the Transport Committee that listened to all the presentations, or most of them, and certainly listened to the concerns expressed. But before I begin my comments, Mr. Speaker, I would like to give congratulations to the Minister of Agriculture and the Minister of Transport, because this has not been an easy file. It's been a file where if you don't get it right, you don't get a lot of second chances, and I think they've spent a lot of time working together, and I think they've listened to stakeholders, and I think they've listened to the people that have vested interests in producing a fair deal at the end of the day, and I think that this particular bill that we're putting forward addresses many of the issues that were proposed and put forward by the stakeholders in the negotiations. And Mr. Speaker, I do want to start right off the get-go saying I support this bill. I think it's one that will benefit, particularly in my new role as Chair of the Ag Committee. I think it's a benefit to the agricultural sector and also the people that I represent in the communities of Brant and Souris. You know, the decision to move into a Fair Rail Freight Service Act was discussed in 2011, and it was an act to provide the shippers the right to a service-level agreement and a process to establish such agreements when commercial negotiations fail. And Mr. Speaker, many people would say, well, you know, why is this new bill important? Why is it important to agriculture? Why is it important to farmers? And like any business, it's one thing to have a great product, which I believe our farmers in Canada have. It's another to be able to get it to market in a timely and efficient way. Mr. Speaker, across Canada, producers and processors export 50% to 85% of their production. Wow. And they rely on an efficient and effective rail service to get their products to their customers. Farmers today ship 65% of their soybeans, 70% of their wheat, and over 83% of their pulses beyond our borders. And last year alone, Canada reached a new record of exporting $47.7 billion, and that's with a B, Mr. Speaker, in agricultural, food, and seafood, with significant increases in key markets such as China, Hong Kong, and Russia. And Mr. Speaker, we're not done. We're on track to increase those export dollars and expand our markets. A full one-third of those exports is driven by Canada's world-class grain industry, which is also a powerful engine of our jobs and our economy, which is basically what our government's been all about for the last several years. And it brings $16 billion to the farm gate. Wow. Jobs and growth depend on exports. An efficient rail service upholds the reputation of our agricultural exporters in foreign markets. And if our buyers are happy with delivery, they will keep coming back for more Canadian products rather than moving on to other sources of supply. Mr. Speaker, our government remains very focused on trade because it drives 1 in 5 jobs across our great country. As part of our government strategy for economic growth and prosperity, we've been pursuing a very ambitious trade agenda, and I suggest to the members opposite that the trade agendas that we've put forward, regrettably you weren't able to participate in approving them, but they still continue to move Canada forward, and particularly our agricultural producers. In fact, Mr. Speaker, a key part of our economic action plan is the most ambitious trade agenda in Canadian history. Since taking office, we've concluded trade agreements with 9 countries and have many more in the hopper. We recently released the Agra and Agri-Food Market Access Report documenting some of the key wins we've had on the trade front over the last few years. Those wins, Mr. Speaker, include restoring beef access to South Korea, a potential market of $30 million by 2015, expanding access for canola to China, a market worth $1.6 billion. And just recently, Mr. Speaker, we expanded access to our beef to Japan, which will double our market there. Now, Mr. Speaker, I understand that numbers being put out there sometimes confuse, but the bottom line is our producers, our Manitoba, our Canadian farmers, our food processors, and our economies depend on trade to prosper. So, Mr. Speaker, what does this bill do to ensure a more efficient and reliable rail system for farmers? Tell us. Most importantly, the Fair Rail Freight Service Act will give shippers new tools to level the playing field in their relationship with the railways. The fundamental change will help to ensure the smooth and uninterrupted delivery of Canadian products to our customers, and Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada is backing up this commitment with the Crop Logistics Working Group, which provides a forum for transportation-related issues. On November 20th in 2012, the Minister of Agriculture announced a new mandate for this working group to continue on finding efficiencies and driving costs out of the entire food value chain. Mr. Speaker, we all know the potential for growth lies beyond our borders in this great country, and our Conservative government continues to work closely with industry to open up new markets while strengthening and expanding our existing trade relationships. We cannot afford to put that business at risk, Mr. Speaker. Canadian grain farmers or grain marketers have sales orders to fill around the world and are heavily dependent on the railways to move their product to market. I'm pleased to note the strong support from industry for this new bill. Stephen van der Valk, President of the Grain Growers of Canada, said this new legislation will go a long way to address our farmers' shipping needs. We are thrilled to see this legislation moving through Parliament. A lot of hard work has gone into this. Mr. Speaker, Pulse Canada also stands behind this new legislation. Gord Bacon said, "We're very pleased to see the government taking some action because we have a long history of wanting to see improvements in the predictability and reliability of rail traffic." And finally, Mr. Speaker, the Keystone agriculture producers have expressed their support by stating the ability for shippers to acquire service-level agreements is something we've been requesting for a long time. Reliable rail service is a major concern when we market our grain, so the sooner this passes, the better. Mr. Speaker, this legislation is a no-brainer. We have both sides at the table. We have both sides in agreement, and rail service disruption damages our entire reputation to export into foreign markets. If our buyers are concerned about delivery disruptions, they will soon move on to other sources of supply. We don't want our customers to think twice about buying from Canada. The livelihood of Canadian farm families depends on interrupted, timely, and efficient rail service. I ask that we act now. I ask that we move forward on this bill as quickly as possible. Mr. Speaker, if I may, I'd just like to add a couple of more comments from people that have passed on to me. Richard Patton, President and CEO of the Chemistry Industry, said the legislation is critical, not only for our industry's competitiveness, but for Canada's overall productivity and prosperity. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I would like to just suggest to you that I want to congratulate all parties involved in this. It was a difficult challenge laid before parliamentarians, but also laid before members of the committees that met to try and hammer out this deal. Mr. Jim Dinning was very effectual in creating the groundwork that we needed to come to this. And at the end of the day, I believe, Mr. Speaker, with the ability to create service agreements, the people that had issues with rail delivery and rail service in the past will have a way of resolving this. And I want to congratulate the rail companies, the short lines, and all people involved in that transportation industry. They've worked very hard to create an atmosphere where we can grow, where our opportunities will continue to grow, and where service will become the mainstay of Western Canada and of Canadian deliveries to not only our markets to the south, but to markets around the world. So I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I encourage all members to support this.
They will.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable House Leader for the Official Opposition.
Thank you. I thank my friend from Brandon Souris. A question I have for him, through you, Mr. Speaker, is we've noticed in the northwest of BC that because of the system we've established, where there's often a monopoly of service to some of the shippers, that CN, in the case of the people that I represent, has been less than forthcoming about getting cars, especially on any of the spur lines, that lumber mills or grain shippers that happen to be just slightly off the main line have an incredibly hard time finding a company that's willing to deal with them. And there's been lots and lots of complaints lodged with the Competition Bureau, et cetera, on down. I'm wondering if you feel satisfied that the changes that are made here will provide some of those sawmills, and I'm talking about the Burns Lake and Fort St. James and places that are keeping their mills going but just hanging on, and the idea that cars don't show up They're willing shippers, they're willing consumers, they have the money and they have the product to move, but they're just too small sometimes, it seems, for CN and for these large players. We've afforded them this monopoly in a lot of cases. They don't have access to another way of getting their product to market. And does this bill satisfy what these shippers, these sawmills, these grain shippers are going to need? Because without it, as he said at the beginning of his remarks, we only get a few chances to get this thing right. We don't look at reforming our rail too often, and it's been wrong for a while, particularly for these types of producers. I wonder if he has anything that could offer in this particular piece of legislation that's going to offer those good people a solid sense that they'll be able to be viable in today's competitive market.
The honourable member for Brandon-Souris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. I think it's important to note that no matter how big or how small you are in this industry, I have individual producers that ship grain cars. They are reliant on not only agreements but working arrangements with the rail line companies. And I do think, and I think that the shippers and the people that use that service, by the ability to have service agreements and have contracts, a commercial deal is always going to stand up. And I think if there's a lack of service, and that's always been the challenge, that's always been the question that the shippers have put out there, what do we do when we're shorted? We have no alternative. I think by having it in the agreements and having commercial agreements, this will go a long way to resolving a lot of those issues that not only people in your community, and I respect that, but we have the same thing and the same issues, and we're trying to resolve it. I think it will help.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I want to congratulate the member from Brandon-Souris for the very good work that he's doing as the chair of the committee that is overlooking this bill. I think that he has done a lot of great work over the years. I know that he has worked with both shippers and the railway companies to find a suitable legislative resolution of what are sometimes very difficult problems. With the demise of the wheat board monopoly, which I think has been quite good for Western Canada, producers now have the opportunity to grow more wheat, to send out more product. We're seeing, I think, a tremendous resurgent in some of the crops that were not being grown because of the stifling effect of the wheat board monopoly. But I am concerned about smaller shippers, much like the member across the way mentioned, small grain farmers and others who want to ship their product around the world. Does the member see a solution for some of the concerns that people have raised when it comes to smaller producers and smaller shippers against larger rail companies?
The honourable member for Brandon-Souris.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. I think it's important to note, Mr. Speaker, recently the Agricultural Committee had producers from Western Canada in front of the committee, and one of the questions raised was, had they seen a service level improvement, even without the agreement, but the idea that it's in place and it looked to be moving forward in its state that it was. To a person, they suggested to us that the shipping through the West Coast particularly had gone better than ever before. We've obviously seen an increase in wheat grown this year, and I think it is because of the freedom of choice that people have. But I think the fact that the agreements can be struck with any individual, any organization, any business, suggests that the companies, particularly the rail companies, are very serious about doing business. I think they got the message loud and clear, and I think other than a few glitches this winter with weather and other conditions, we've seen the serviceability. We've seen them making great efforts to satisfy their market. They know very well that their success depends on getting that product to market in a timely fashion.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague. I think C-52 is a step in the right direction, but shippers have made 6 recommendations in committee. which were not taken into consideration at all by the committee, by the Conservatives, who didn't keep any of them. So we know that these new agreements do not take into account violations of contracts. We know there are two major railways that provide service. When there are stoppages, the shippers cannot count on any other company, any other railway to transport their merchandise, so their world competitive position is affected. So how does the member intend to improve this bill, which is not very well put together at the current stage?
Well, I thank again the member for her comments, and you know, I've read most of the transcript of the debate and the discussions that went on moving this bill forward. I think the number of organizations, particularly the shippers that have come forward and expressed that, you know, we didn't get it all. There's other things, and I think negotiation is that way. I mean, whenever I go to negotiate, you always want to get more. But at the end of the day, I think when both sides are a little bit happy and a little bit unhappy, you've probably reached a fairly good compromise. And I think the comments by the leaders in the industry saying this is a good thing for their suppliers and their people, then I suggest that it's a good thing for all Canadians.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Minister of State for Western Economic Development.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to congratulate the chair of the committee on making sure this legislation is going through smoothly, and I would like to remind him how important it is, and I know he knows that, to our own agriculture industry. And I'm heartened. I am surprised that that there were people that are shippers that weren't happy, because when I read what the president of the Grain Growers of Canada said, the new legislation will go a long way to address our farmers' shipping needs. We are thrilled to see this legislation moving through Parliament. A lot of hard work has gone into this, and we are happy to see performance standards included in the arbitration process. I just wondered if the member would like to just elaborate a little bit on what this is doing for our agriculture, especially we are landlocked in Saskatchewan, Manitoba, how important it is for us to have this for our farmers.
The Honourable Member for Brandon-Souris, you have just better than a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would suggest and thank my colleague for her question, but sometimes Manitoba and Saskatchewan isn't always landlocked, it's surrounded by water. You know, it is interesting, because the whole debate about this rail service agreement was to find a way to satisfy both the shipper, and we understand the choices are limited, so they have to understand that they have to provide a good service. The shippers have to understand that they have obligations to make and commitments to keep in a deal, and that if either one makes a mistake or creates an impasse, there's legal ways of resolving the solution, coming up to a solution, and there's ways of moving forward without being tied up. Previously, they were tied up in courts forever, and it was just a waiting game. Now we have a direct resolution. I think producers like it, I think shippers like it, and I think the rail companies will grow to like it as we move forward, and I think Canadians will benefit from it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Wascana.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to participate in this debate about Bill C-52. It's a piece of legislation that I think all sides in the House have said during the course of this debate we are glad to see before the House, and at the end of the day it will probably garner pretty general support. But there is indeed a disappointment, not just in the House, Mr. Speaker, but among a very significant number of those in the shipping community who had been hoping and working for years.
Conversation going on at a fairly loud level. Could I ask members, if you want to have a conversation, take it outside in the lobby. I'm having a hard time hearing the member. The Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for attempting to regain a little bit of order. That's much appreciated. What I was saying was that there is, I think, significant disappointment, not just in the House, but in the shipping community, that the legislation does not fully achieve the objectives that the shipping community had been hoping for. They have been waiting for this legislation, Mr. Speaker, for a long time. The debate about level of service agreements in this country began in 2006, 2007. Before that period of time, the focus was on costing agreements and the level of freight rates and whether or not farmers and other shippers were receiving the full value that they thought they should receive. And the argument was all about having costing reviews and the timeliness of costing reviews, what revenue was raised by freight rates and how was it shared or not shared across the entire continuum from the shipper to the port and ultimately to export destination. But in 2006, 2007, the focus really zeroed right in on this issue of level of service agreements. That's when this debate really began. The government took a while to think about that, but in 2008, the government said that they agreed that there was a legitimate issue here, that service levels might well be deficient, and there ought to be a review of the level of service provided by the railways to the various shippers. And I should make the point, Mr. Speaker, that we're not talking here about just the agricultural sector. As large and as important as the agricultural sector is, the shipper community includes those who move virtually anything by rail. It includes the forestry sector, the chemical sector, the fertilizer sector, mines and minerals. It includes manufactured goods. It's a broad cross-section of those who rely upon our railway system. And they made the general complaint that they thought the services they were getting were, in fact, deficient. As I said, the government agreed in principle that there was an issue here starting in 2008, and they said they would have a formal review. That review panel was appointed in 2009, in the fall of 2009. It got to work pretty quickly and completed its work in about a year. They finished their report in the fall of 2010. The report was officially published at the beginning of 2011, and by about March, the government said that they accepted the report of the review panel and that they intended to implement the report of the review panel. And the panel essentially said that the marketplace for transportation services was basically a non-competitive marketplace, that there was not a balance, a fair balance between the shippers on one side and the railways on the other, that there was indeed an imbalance of market power that was biased in favor of the railways. That was the report of the review panel appointed by the government that came out at the beginning of 2011, and the government said that they essentially accepted that principle in March of 2011 and that they would do something about it. The discussion continued to go on, Mr. Speaker, without a specific proposal from the government. In fact, they reviewed the whole, they referred the whole matter back to another review process chaired by Mr. Jim Dinning from Alberta. He was not able to move the yardsticks any further in trying to reach consensus between the railways and the shippers. So the process drug on through 2011 and through 2012. But by the end of 2012, in December of last year, the government finally tabled legislation. We are now halfway through 2013, Mr. Speaker, and I just remind you that this whole process began in 2007. So it's been a long time, and the shippers have waited patiently for legislation that they hoped would address their concerns. Unfortunately, they are disappointed, and they find this legislation to be deficient. The shippers essentially had four asks, if you will, for this legislation. They wanted, first of all, in legislation, the enshrined right that they would be entitled to an enforceable level of service agreement with the railways. That was number one. Number two, they wanted the legislation to lay out what constitutes the basic services that the railways are to provide and how performance or non-performance would be measured. That was their second request. They wanted some clarity and some specificity about what constitutes service and how you measure it. Thirdly, they wanted it very clear that if there was a breakdown somehow in the system, if the level of service that they had contracted for was not, in fact, delivered as promised, then they would be entitled to recoup damages for the deficient service that they were delivered. I would note, Mr. Speaker, that the review panel had reported, when they examined all of the anecdotes presented to them by shippers, the review panel reported that the typical agricultural shipper in Western Canada could expect to get exactly what they ordered from the railways only 50% of the time. Now, that's a pretty compelling statistic. If you can count on the transportation that you've ordered to be delivered only 50% of the time, Mr. Speaker, you've got a big problem if you're relying upon the railways to actually perform in that manner. So obviously the situation was serious, and the railway and the shippers wanted the opportunity to recoup damages. They hoped that they would not have to do that, but they wanted the opportunity to recoup damages if, in fact, the level of service fell below what was expected. And then finally, the fourth element, Mr. Speaker, was a dispute resolution mechanism. So the right to have a level of service agreement was point number one. They could negotiate that. If the negotiations were not successful, then it would be referred by arbitration to the Canadian Transportation Agency, and the agency would impose an arbitrated agreement. That actually is in the law, and that is a good part of Bill C-52. It's the other elements of the ask, Mr. Speaker, that are missing. The clarity with respect to the definition of what services are to be provided, and the consequences if the level of performance falls short. In other words, the ability by the shippers to recoup damages. Those two things, the clarity of the definition and the ability to recover damages, are not in Bill C-52. And those are the two primary reasons why the shipping community feels that this legislation is deficient. The government's answer with respect to the definition of level of service is that they are just going to rely upon the traditional language that has been in the Canadian Transportation Act for 40 or 50 years, and they don't need to upgrade that language or make it any more specific to satisfy the concerns of shippers. Mr. Speaker, I think, quite frankly, that the government is going to find out that that is a false conclusion on their part. The definition in the Act is what has caused the problem in many ways over the last number of years. It's not clear. It's like nailing Jell-O to the wall, and to simply say we're going to carry on with those same definitions of service levels in the future and cross our fingers and hope for the best, well, the government and the shippers and the railways are going to be disappointed because the language has proven to be deficient in the past, and the definition of insanity is continuing to do the same old thing over and over again and expecting you're going to get a different result. You're not going to get a different result, Mr. Speaker. So the definition in this legislation is not adequate to change the water on the beam, to solve the problem that the shippers have been complaining about and that the government's own review panel concluded was in fact a legitimate problem, and that the shippers were not crying wolf. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, on the issue of enforcement, about what happens when the level of service turns out to be deficient and it doesn't measure up to the standards that the shippers have every right to expect. The government's answer is not to give the shippers damages. The government's answer is to establish a system of administrative monetary penalties, in other words, in layman's language, fines for railway substandard performance, which some might think, well, that's a kind of penalty, an enforcement mechanism. Wouldn't that work? The problem is the fine goes to the government. It goes into the General Revenue Fund. It simply becomes an additional revenue source for the Treasury of the Government of Canada and bears no relationship whatsoever to the transportation problem out in the field. What the shippers need is the ability to recover damages. If a shipment is not delivered on time and they miss a customer or they miss a market, that is a monetary penalty that they have to pay. They lose income, they lose profit, they incur added costs because the transportation system has failed them. It does them no good whatsoever to say, okay, we'll slap the railways on the wrist and they will pay a fine to the government. That doesn't move an extra bushel of wheat. That doesn't move an extra ton of lumber. All it does is transfer a little bit of money from the railways to the government, and meanwhile the shipper is stuck with the same problem. Deficient service for which there is no remedy because they cannot recover damages unless they go through the elaborate process of going to court. And we just had a discussion here about small shippers and the disadvantages that they are at. Well, the railways have deeper pockets for the lawyers in the court process than the shippers have, and undoubtedly that imbalance will continue to function in favor of the railways and to the disadvantage of the shippers. Mr. Speaker, probably the greatest illustration of the discrepancy that remains here on the playing field, and remember that's what the panel said the original problem was, and a lack of balance on the playing field. It was tilted in favor of the railways, and the shippers were largely in a captive market situation. They weren't in a position to go find some other railway to move their product. They weren't in a position to enforce their legal rights because they didn't have those legal rights. So they were stuck in a disadvantageous position. Perhaps the greatest illustration of that discrepancy is the fact that railways can and always have been able to level unilateral demurrage charges against the shipper if the shipper fails to perform their side of the bargain on time or in the way that the railways had expected. The railways can extract a cash penalty from the shipper called demurrage if the shipper falls down in their obligations. But on the flip side of the equation, the shipper does not have the ability to recover a cash penalty or cash damages from the railways if the railways fail to perform. So the railways have the power to punish the shipper, but the shipper does not have the power to punish the railway. And that is an illustration, I think, a classic illustration of the fundamental market imbalance that exists in this situation, and the imbalance which the shippers had hoped would finally be rectified by this new legislation. So those are, I think, the fundamental problems, Mr. Speaker. The legislation creates, to a certain extent, some steps forward. There will be a legislated right on the part of all shippers to have level of service agreements with the relevant railways. They can, first of all, try to negotiate those agreements, and if the negotiations succeed, great. And everybody hopes that that's the way it'll work, that you won't need recourse to the legislative and regulatory framework, that the parties will be able to work out a deal. But if the shipper is not able to successfully conclude an agreement with the railways, the legislation takes an additional step, which is good, in saying that the shipper can then go to the Canadian Transportation Agency and get an arbitrated settlement from the agency. Those steps in the legislation are positive steps forward. But let me just repeat, where it falls down is in the language that is in the Act, or more accurately, that is not in the Act, defining what level of service means. They're using the same vague old language that's been there for decades, and that vague old language is part of the problem. So there needs to be greater clarity about what constitutes level of service and the way you measure level of service. And then the second major deficiency is that when there is a failure to perform on the part of the railways, there is no ability on the part of the shipper to go to the Canadian Transportation Agency through some form of dispute settlement process and obtain liquidated damages to address the practical problem that the shipper has, that their goods are not moving because the railways have failed to perform, paying a penalty to the government doesn't do the shipper any good. The money's in the pocket of the government, not in the pocket of the shipper, and the shipper is the one that has experienced the problem. So those are the issues that were discussed at committee, Mr. Speaker, and those are the issues that members of this House, both in committee and otherwise, have discussed with the shipping community across the country. They say that because of the legal provision in C-52 that would create the right to have a level of service agreement, that the legislation is a step forward. It is, as they put it to me, both verbally and in writing, it's better than nothing. They would like substantially more, but it's better than nothing. So on that basis, Mr. Speaker, that it is some small improvement over what has existed in the past, Liberals will be reluctantly supporting this legislation. We would prefer to have it vastly improved. There still is an opportunity to do that, Mr. Speaker. The parliamentary process is not yet complete, and hopefully before it is complete and before this legislation is given royal assent, the government will have the opportunity to reflect on those two key points: a more effective definition of level of service and the way you measure it, and number two, the way you enforce proper service by the railways by giving to the shippers the rights to have liquidated damages as opposed to just a penalty paid to the government. If the government would change those two things, the shipper community would be a lot more satisfied with this legislation than they are today. I think all of us are reluctantly accepting it the way it stands, but the government will find they'll be revisiting this issue in a year or two. There's a statutory review of the Canada Transportation Act in the year 2015. This is going to come back again because this time the government has not seized the opportunity to do it right the way they should have. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Beauharnois.
The honourable member for Beauharnois-Sarabelli. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in fact, I wanted to ask my colleague the following question. If the bill, C-52, affects, in fact, if it only is targeting new agreements, and we know that current agreements, existing agreements are often breached, and there's the fact that there are interruptions in service and there are a great many losses, financial losses for the shippers, and these losses mean that sometimes there are also job losses that are tied to those other losses because things aren't sold when they should be. That all of that affects our economy. So this bill is incomplete. It remains imperfect. We'd like to have something perfect, except that it doesn't reflect the recommendations at all that the shippers made when they came and appeared before the committee. What does my colleague think of all of that when we know that it affects the quality of life of these shippers and the economy of Canada to that degree?
Mr. Speaker, questions about existing service agreements between some shippers, certainly not nearly all of them, but some shippers have, over the last number of years, been able to negotiate some kinds of confidential contracts with the railways to deal with their level of service. Those contracts are confidential between the railway and the shipper, and their content in terms of how effectively they deal with the service issues between the two parties is not a matter that is on the public record. But the honourable member is correct to say that in those cases where a service agreement such as it is exists at the moment, the shipper is not entitled to refer the matter to the CTA unless and until that existing confidential contract expires. And that may mean that some shippers might have to wait for some period of time before they would have access to the arbitration process. We asked a number of questions in the committee about the existence of these pre-existing confidential contracts between some shippers and some railways. And we were told that there weren't very many of them, and they were all pretty well of short duration. Now, that was the testimony that was put before the committee by the parties directly involved. So we were given to understand that this is not a large problem. But if it proves to be, if in fact there turn out to be more of these confidential agreements already existing than we were led to believe there were, and if they're of longer duration, 5 or 10 years rather than 1 or 2, then I think there will be a problem with this legislation, because a significant number of shippers would then be excluded from the right to have arbitration for some considerable length of time. But according to the shippers themselves, and we asked them the question, how many of these agreements exist now and how long do they last? They suggested that there weren't very many of them and they didn't last very long. That was the testimony they gave before the committee.
Question et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Chicoutimi.
The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Lefebvre. Mr. Speaker, I'm finding it rather hypocritical that my Liberal colleague is standing up to defend people using the railway in Canada when we know that it's the same Liberals who started this problem in '95 without putting any measures, protective measures into place. They said they really cemented this quasi-monopoly that we see today. What does my colleague have to say about that?
Well, I guess the honourable gentleman just never lets the facts get in the way of good twisted ideology. The fact of the matter is that in 1995, the issue that was largely before the railway community and the shipping community was a question about costing. The last costing review was done in about 1992. And through the 1990s, that was the question that the shipping community was concerned about, a costing review. And were the revenues being raised, were they accurately measured, were they properly distributed among the various participants in the value chain? The discussion about level of service began in earnest in the mid-2000s, and it was a focus of debate particularly starting in 2006-2007. There was a piece of legislation going through Parliament at about that time, Mr. Speaker, and the shipping community said they would like to have the level of service issue attached to that legislation that the government had brought in, I believe, in 2006 and they were dealing with in 2007. The government's response to that was, we'll deal with the level of service complaints at a later stage, and that is what produced the panel that started in 2008-2009. So the honourable gentleman is just factually incorrect with the rant that he has made.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Lefebvre. Mr. Speaker, I don't agree with my Liberal colleague who's trying to sweep under the carpet the implications of the Liberals in the current crisis. Perhaps I can understand that the Liberals at that point in time had their reasons in 1995 to do what they did, but however, they had up until 2006 to solve the problems that the railways have been suffering, both CN and CP. So what is he going to say to that now? Is he going to say again that privatization justifies the fact that they created this crisis over an 11-year period? Because I repeat, they didn't do it in '95, but up to 2006, they still hadn't done anything.
Because, Mr. Speaker, as I say to the honourable gentleman, I'll give him a calendar if this helps. The focus in the 1990s was the costing review. The focus in 2006 and 2007 was the level of service review. The nature of the issue had transformed in the intervening years, and quite frankly, the issue of private ownership or public ownership of the railways is, in these circumstances, entirely irrelevant. The shippers have had complaints about both sides of the equation, both the privately owned railway and while it was still in the public domain, the publicly owned railway. The point of the matter is that the ownership structure of the railway has proven to be irrelevant to the question of level of service. And at the moment, if you ask the shippers, they'll be discreet in answering the question, but if you ask the shippers, they will say they're getting better level of service from CN than they are from CP at this moment. There were times in the past when that was flipped around the other way. But at the moment, I think they would give CN credit for actually having tried to address the issue more effectively than CP has. The bottom line, though, is shippers on both types of railways don't believe that the level of service is up to snuff that it should be, and that's why they were hoping for more effective legislation.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Ottawa-Vanier.
I'm going to ask a question about history as well. I would like the member from Wascana to tie in to what happened in the 90s and in the first decade of this millennium, of this century, what happened in the 80s with the changing of the crow's nest rate and how that may have affected positively or negatively rail freight services throughout the country.
Good question.
The honourable member for Wascana, you have about 40 seconds to respond.
Deal with the crow rate in 40 seconds, Mr. Speaker. I think, as you would agree, that's a challenge. The issue with respect to what historically was called the crow's nest rate ran into a serious impediment in the mid-1990s with the new World Trade Organization that explicitly ruled that form of structure in our freight rates constituted an illegal subsidy for the future. And accordingly, the government had to react to that with changes that provided a period of compensation for the loss of the subsidized rate, but tried to put the system on a more commercial basis for the long term into the future. That was a very difficult transition for farmers, Mr. Speaker, and I think the farming community in this country deserves a great deal of credit for having the strength and the ingenuity to work their way through that period of time, that period of great change, and to emerge successfully out of the other side. They now need fair legislation that gives them the service that they're paying for, and that's why C-52 should be better than it is.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Yellowhead.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. This evening I take great interest in this debate, and a little bit of pride as well, because this is a piece of legislation that's very close to me. I was in charge of the railways at the time that the Rail Freight Service Review was going on, and actually was able to introduce, on behalf of the government, the announcement to initiate this piece of legislation. So here we are tonight going into third reading. This is a great thing, not only for this House, but for the country. And all parties are actually indicating their support for this piece of legislation. It is a great piece of legislation for a lot of reasons. And that, number one, why is it even here? Why do we need a piece of legislation like this? I'd like to go back just a little bit and explain to the House and to Canadians what the problem really was. At the time when I became in charge of railways, the actual for grain shipments in Western Canada, the on-time delivery for CN for their cars was about 52 to 55%. Now, that's not very good performance. How can the farmers of Western Canada be able to rely on getting their product from the combine to the port and off to international markets when 55% of the time was the only times that they could actually rely on the cars being there at the proper time? Now, during the review was kind of interesting because the CN, as my honourable colleague from Wascana had mentioned, has upped their game considerably. A new management came into CN, and at the time they really concentrated on trying to up their game. And you know what? They did. They went from 55% to over 90% within about a year and a half period, strictly because the spotlight was on them. They put full intentions on actually upping their service because the service review was going on. In fact, a lot of the shippers came to us and said, whatever you do, just keep this review going. Don't stop the review. Keep the spotlight on the industries and on the railways so that they will up the game. We encouraged them to continue to have service agreements with all of their shippers. And their commitment was that they would go ahead and do that. They would try to sign as many service agreements as they possibly could. In fact, I know some of them were out there in some of the industries, perhaps in the coal industry for over a decade. So I know some of these agreements were signed at that time for a long period of time. Now, this piece of legislation doesn't really speak to the agreement, and that's intentional because they're so diverse. What produced a car has a completely different need and service agreement than perhaps shipping of a coal industry or the potash industry or the forest industry, but all of them want service. And those agreements are totally flexible under this piece of legislation because the agreement can have all kinds of penalties in it. We're not privy to what the agreement is. We don't really necessarily need to know what the agreement is. But when they both come to an agreement, they need to have some mechanism to do two things. Number one, make sure that whatever agreement they reach is complied with. And that's what this piece of legislation actually does. It has penalties that would go to shipper or railway depending on who breaches the agreement. When it comes to the other thing that this piece of legislation actually does is that, and the reason that it is there is because if you cannot reach an agreement, if you negotiate to the best of your ability between the shipper and the railway, it doesn't matter if it's the forest industry, if it's the egg industry, if it's the coal industry, potash, it doesn't matter what the commodity is. But if you can't come to an agreement, what do? You're really stuck. And so this piece of legislation is a way for them to reach a final arbitrated settlement that would give them clarity as far as what is fair in an agreement. And that's what the industry and the shippers have been asking for, is because instead of being held ransom and say, well, I'm sorry, we can't come up with an agreement because nobody wants to negotiate with me, they're saying this piece of legislation will say, if you cannot come to an agreement, there will be an arbitrated settlement. It doesn't say who's going to win or lose in that arbitration, but it says that that will actually happen, and because of that, you're going to have a better system all the way around. This piece of legislation doesn't pick a winner or loser. It doesn't say the railways are bad or the shippers are bad. But by the way, when you went through the rail service review and you go through the data carefully, and I know the committee went through it and we as a government went through it, there's lots of guilt to go around on shippers' side as well as the railway side. So let's not pick winners or losers on this. Let's just say, let's fix it for the best interest of this country. And that's really what this House is all about. It's about designing a piece of legislation that will move the country along, because we don't really care who wins or loses. We want it fair so that both win, and Canada wins because we move product to shore and onto international markets where the real win is for the railways as well as for the shippers and as well for the country. And that's why this piece of legislation should be supported and is very, very good for that reason. International trade is really our stimulus of the future. We just came through a tremendous economic recession. It has challenged the world in many ways. It's challenged North America. It's challenged the United States, our largest trading partner. In fact, our largest trading partner we trade with them last year $528 billion. Three-way trade between Mexico, Canada, and the United States, almost $1 trillion per year. That's a large number when you start talking trillions of dollars. There are 40 million jobs that have been created because of NAFTA in our country. In fact, I love the map that the Canadian Embassy in the United States has actually, if anyone has ever seen it, they should see it because every state gets broken down. They show the numbers of dollars that are traded with Canada, the number of jobs that are created in that state because of that trade. It's a very effective, very informative piece of information that our American cousins need to understand more directly, and Canadians also, because every province is also the number of dollars that are traded, the number of jobs created are also on that map. So it's very, very important. I'd recommend it to anyone. Why do I mention that? It's because 1 out of every 5 jobs in Canada is created because of trade, because of exports. 60% of the value of Canada's trade is 60% of our GDP is created because of that trade. And is it growing or is it shrinking, you might say? Well, the stats are, the last one I saw was 73% increase in trade internationally between now and 2025. That's a very large number. Those countries that capitalize on that growth in trade are the ones that are going to win, and I like our positioning. I like the way we are positioned to be able to capitalize on that. Not only are we about to sign a European Free Trade Agreement, hopefully that's going to work. That's 500 million people. That's $17 trillion in GDP, that we'll be able to capitalize on that market. Not only that, when we go to the West Coast, we're talking about, with the Trans-Pacific Partnerships, we're talking about 110 million people and GDP of 17.6 trillion. These are tremendous opportunities that we've got, not only with China and India, but these Trans-Pacific Partners, as well as what that will do with what we have to offer those markets. Because all of them want the same thing. We're also working on a bilateral trade agreement with Japan, working with more trade with China, and China is a big player, particularly when it comes to railways and moving product to the West Coast. What do they want? They want two things. They want food security and energy security, and Canada can provide both. And the railways are a major, major part of that. And so before we start, hopefully working between, looking at the railways, saying, negative things about shippers or shippers the other way around with the railways, why don't both of them look at the opportunity that is there before it? Why don't we look at the opportunity that's there before Canada? Because never has the opportunity been greater. Never have we had greater opportunity to be able to create a positive winning situation for Canada and for its industries within our country. Whether they're produced or products that are manufactured and move back and forth. I mean, we do that with the United States by rail. We move automobiles back and forth all the time. We move, so that's a manufactured product. You realize that we can actually supply for the United States products coming from China through the port of Prince Rupert 2.5 days faster than any other port in the western coast. That's 2.5 days faster because it comes through Prince Rupert right down to Chicago, supplying one of the largest economies in the world, actually the largest economy in the world, the United States. And it comes right because of our railways and our system. A lot of accusations that people have been accusing this piece of legislation. Well, why didn't we include shipments to the United States in this rail service agreement? Well, I can tell you that the United States is looking very closely at this piece of legislation right now. They're wondering how it's working. They're wondering why, what kind of support it's getting, and is it going to actually do the job? I believe it will do the job, and they're very keen on looking at it and perhaps even patterning it for their country as well. And when that happens, it'll be a continuous system between Canada and the United States, which is our largest trading partner and always will be. So this is a very, very great piece of legislation for many, many reasons. But when you look at the international markets, it is indeed an amazing, amazing thing. The railways carry, a tremendous amount of product. I think it's around 240 million tons of freight. That's 70% of all of the surface freight in this country is moved because of the railways. That is everything. I mean, the bulk commodities such as grains, minerals, forestry, energy products, and so on. Just the energy products, to give you an example of what I was just talking to Representative CN here last night. He was telling me the amount of cars that they're actually ordering to be able to supply energy to markets by rail is just off the charts. And that is going to be something that will happen. It's happening because of resistance on pipeline to move product. But whether the pipelines come or not, there's no question that rail will be a big part in moving our energy products to shore and beyond. And so this is something that is very important, that this piece of legislation works for the energy sector, not only for the grains and oilseed sector or the agriculture sector, but minerals mining, I mean our potash, and so on. It is a great piece of legislation that will go a long ways in making certain that we level the playing field. Now, my honourable colleague had said that CN used to be one of the worst as far as providing a service on the railways, and I would tend to agree with them. And perhaps now the reverse is happening, where CP is perhaps having a more struggle at providing service than CN. I think that's hard to argue with, and I think that's probably true. The reality of this piece of legislation is that, and we've had the arguments from the president of CN, he's saying, well, why bring this in? This will just stop us. This will halt negotiation and our ability it'll drive people away from the negotiating table. It does just the opposite. It drives people to the negotiating table, because if they don't get a service agreement, there's a very quick arbitrated process in place through this legislation to be able to actually make sure that they get a deal. And that is what the legislation is designed to do. That's why it's going to work so well. Now, is it going to be used an awful lot? Probably not. I hope not. I hope it never gets used. When we bring it in here, the gig is up. There should be an arbitrated settlement. If there isn't, somebody's going to do it for them. And they're going to do it quickly. It's not going to cost a lot of money. But once the process has been challenged, there will be a precedence that will be set that the rest will fall in line with, and the service agreements will all comply with. And so I don't believe that this piece of legislation will be used that terribly much, but it needs to be there. It needs to be there because the manager of CN may not always be the most friendly guy and the person who wants to do always the right thing, or CP. When we do bring in legislation, it's for a long period of time, and it's for the best interest of the country, and it's got nothing to do with personalities of the people that are there. I remember the forest industry. We were within actually hours of finalizing an agreement with the forest sector of this country, and they brought them to the table. We did everything we possibly could to get them over the line. Couldn't quite get there. Well, we will get there now. We'll get there now because we have a piece of legislation that will arbitrate it. I'm not saying who's going to win or lose in that arbitration, because I don't know. But I do know that it'll be an arbitrated settlement and they'll move on. And what is really important is that cars get placed in yards at the appropriate time for product to move from where it's produced to the markets. And that is the largest thing that the number one thing that we can do to be able to create the kinds of economies and jobs and prosperity that this country needs to be able to move forward. A lot has been said about the penalties and the penalties that go to the government. Well, that's because we don't want winners or losers, and we don't want to use this piece of legislation for their own self-interest, other than as a tool to make certain that service is provided at appropriate time. What we want is we don't want people to win just because they get dollars and cents and they can trigger something. Now, there can be all kinds of penalties within their service agreement that they both agree to. What the penalties are for is when that agreement is not recognized and not realized. Then they have a tool to make sure that the service agreement is complied with. It is a very great day for me, Mr. Speaker, and I know my time is just about gone, but this has been a long process. It's a process that has had lots of consultation. It is one that I have quotes here from the agricultural industry, from the forest industry, from the coal industry, potash industry, mining industry of all kinds, that are saying this is a very big step in changing the paradigm between the dynamic of the railways and the shippers, so that they feel that they have a government that will back them in an arbitrated settlement process that is not playing one against the other, but is truly there to try to make certain that an agreement works for both, and that the service is provided for those who need it in an appropriate way. So predictable service is something that we can't talk enough about. It is the number one thing that will retard the opportunity for shippers to be able to be prosperous and to get their products to market. So I want to commend the Standing Committee on Transport. They've worked very, very hard over a number of years to make certain that this happens. The Minister of Transport has picked this ball up and has pushed it very hard, and has worked to be able to bring this to where it is tonight. And tonight is a wonderful evening where we, in this House, now you just think about it, when is the last time you've had a substantive piece of legislation such as this, that is agreed upon by everyone in this House? I'm thinking back a long time, and I know there's frivolous pieces of legislation that perhaps have got unanimous consent, but not major pieces of legislation such as this that are actually paradigm shifters in the dynamic. Probably the most significant piece of legislation that's happened between shippers and railways in 50 years or more. And so this is a very significant evening, a very significant piece of legislation. I'm very proud to be lending my voice to it, and I look forward to the vote, which I hope will happen tomorrow, and we'll move it on to royal consent into the Senate and on to royal consent very, very quickly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I put this question to another Conservative earlier, but the answer I got was quite unsatisfactory. I didn't get an answer at all, really. So let's try again. I'd like to ask my Conservative colleague this. CN had profits of $2.7 billion last year. Do the Conservatives really think that $100,000 penalties will really change their way of doing things? Personally, I don't think so. Maybe they have a different view.
Yeah, so he's saying, is the penalties large enough to be able to force compliance? Well, that's for every, it's $100,000 for every time, every car that is not there on time. That's a fairly significant penalty. And if it's not, then we may have to go back and say, well, let's up it. But I believe that it's significant enough that there's no one that I know of in the railways that say, well, we'll just pay the $100,000 and forget to bring the cars. I think that's fraught with all kinds of danger, and I don't believe that the railways will play that card. If that does happen, there is opportunity to go back and address it. But I wouldn't do it at this stage of the game. I think $100,000, what you do for one is the same for the other. So the penalty can be for the shipper as well as the railway. And I think it's fair enough to say, okay, that's a fairly significant penalty for every violation under this Act, and I don't expect that that's going to happen. I really believe it won't. But there's also all kinds of tools to address it if that does happen. There is an opening up of the entire Railway Act that is coming in 2015-16. So I don't believe the railways are going to play silly with this piece of legislation. I think they're going to try to comply because it's in their best interest to. It's in their best interest to make certain that they have the cars there appropriately and that the service agreements are fair for both. Because the shippers have to win for the railways to win. And the railways have to win if the shippers are going to win. So, and if both win, the country wins.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I agree with much of what the Honourable Member said, and it's already been indicated that Liberals will vote in favour. But he gives extraordinarily short shrift to a central point made by my colleague from Wascana, and that is that what the shippers want is to be compensated if they are badly served by the railway. So if, for example, the railway is late or the railway loses the goods and costs the shipper $1 million, and that's judged to be so, the shipper should be compensated that $1 million in order to overcome his loss. So the shipper would not then be a winner or a loser. The loss incurred by the railway would be offset by the compensation. And for the bill to simply say that instead of compensating the shipper, the railway would pay the government for no apparent reason, then I think that weakens the bill very considerably. And I would ask the Honourable Member to explain why they don't include the principle of compensation.
Honourable Member for Yellowhead.
Well, the bill isn't designed to get into the service agreement. What it used to happen is that when a shipper would order a car from CN, they didn't show up, no big deal, no penalty, no nothing. If the shipper had trouble with weather or unforeseen circumstances where he couldn't load a car fast enough and get it out of there, the CN or CP railways could, ding them to marriage, which was very significant, without any recourse. In this piece of legislation, we don't talk about what is in their service agreement. So if they want compensation for lack of service, put it in the agreement. All we're saying is if the agreement is not complied with, the penalties will apply. So you have to have a tool to make sure that whatever is agreed upon is actually complied with. And that's what it does, and that complying with the agreement should not be a winner or loser within the agreement to use as a tool. If you want compensation, put it in your agreement.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister of State for Western Economic Diversification.
It's important for me as a member from Saskatchewan to put on the record what this means to the Canadian fertilizer industry, and I do want to read the quote of Roger Larson. The federal government has taken an important step towards balancing the commercial relationships between railways and their freight customers. Fertilizer companies have commitments. They have commitments to their customers not only in Canada but the United States and around the world. Railway service cannot continue to be the weak link in Canada's export pipeline. I would like the member to elaborate on how important this is with our relationship with the United States and our trade with the United States.
The Honourable Member for Yellowhead.
Yes, I mean, what a great success story, our trade with the United States. In fact, I always say that we don't really trade with the United States. We build things together with the United States. Our supply chains are intricately linked. Doesn't matter if it's in the forest sector, the beef sector, the auto sector, or many other sectors. We just do things together. When I'm down in the United States talking to my colleagues in Congress, I tell them it doesn't matter whether they go after an international market and sell product to China or Japan, or we do. In fact, the United States ambassador says that when every dollar that Canada trades with Japan, 25 cents of that goes right down into America because the supply chains are intricately linked. What we really need to do is thin the border down, link arms, and collectively go after those international markets, because the productivity gain that we will create because of that will lend us ourselves, both the United States and Canada, and to be able to capitalize on those growing international markets in a much better way. It is a $2 billion people over the next 30, 40 years. By 2050, we're supposed to be an extra 3 billion people in the world. 2 billion will move from poverty to middle class during that time period, and they will need the energy, they will need the food, they will need all of the things that we produce in Canada and the United States. Those are the markets we need to go after. But thinning the border down, creating the productivity gains by having a good railway system between Canada and the United States, absolutely essential in making sure that we are able to capitalize on those markets, because we're the most productive in the world. And we do have great systems. We have some of the best food, some of the best productions of many different, whether it's our automobiles or many other things in Canada and the United States. They're great allies, they're great partners. We'll trade with them an awful lot, both back and forth.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member, l'Honourable Député de Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, let me get back to the question I asked my Conservative colleague earlier. Is he really telling us that despite the fact that the Minister of Transport met the representative from CN a dozen times, this pressure on the Transport Minister played no role whatsoever in the fact that the Minister tabled a weakened bill? That's my question.
The Honourable Member for Yellowhead.
Well, believe me, if the manager of the president of CN and Claude Mongeau had impact on the minister, the bill wouldn't be here. Because I can tell you, I've sat down with him a number of times, and he said, "Don't do it, whatever you do, because this will." And he gave me all kinds of reasons why it would be a terrible piece of legislation. So the railways weren't really excited about this. So my argument back to them was this: listen, if you don't want the bill, then do service agreements. And if you're not going to do service agreements, then you need the bill to be able to get you over the line. And so because it's here, I would suggest that there was no impact there, because this is not a piece of legislation that either one of the railways were actually excited about or interested in. But I do understand that they also see the rationale in it, and are saying some things that are not maybe that supportive, but not that negative about it either. So anytime you see that both sides are a little bit off on exactly what it is and not 100% agreeing on it, that's usually a bill that is striking the right note and the right balance. I think we've got it here.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Quebec-Mactaquac.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank my colleague from Yellowhead for his wise counsel in tonight's debate. And as he said, as we go after these international markets and our trade agenda, which is going to be so important for the expanding of our economy, as we see with oil pipelines, they end up being a network which joins job centers together. Our rail network is very much like that as well. It's a network which joins job centers together. And if you'd like to comment a little bit about the positive impact of the Canadian economy as we pursue international agreements and we use our gateways both on the east in Halifax and St. John and other places, as well as the west, can you talk about the impact, positive impact of jobs for these rail networks?
The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Yes, I mean, my colleague's absolutely right. The creation of jobs and growing of our economy is absolutely critical, and the railways play just a major role in that. We've been able to, as a government, put a significant number of dollars into infrastructure to make certain that the West Coast, the Gateway project to the west, the corridor project to the south, and the eastern project corridor to the east, capitalize on those international markets. And the infrastructure that is built there not only creates jobs, but also creates an infrastructure that will create jobs because of the kinds of trade that we are expecting. We are just a blessed country in so many ways and have so much opportunity, especially as we see this massively growing international trading relationship around the world, and the railways will lend itself, healthy railways lends itself so very much to the success of this country and the kind of creation and job opportunities that we have in the future.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of Bill C-52, an act to amend the Canada Transportation Act. And, Mr. Speaker, before I get going, I can't but help but mention that here we are again, trying to debate an important piece of legislation, and yet this government has moved time allocation once again. And this is the 37th time. The question I have is, what does this government have against parliamentary democracy? And why are they so determined to shut down debate and to prevent members of parliament from getting up and having their say in important pieces of legislation? And my colleague said how important this legislation is. And because it is so important, I am really disappointed that the Conservatives had to use these tactics yet again. But when we look at this bill actually gives our rail freight customers or shippers the right to service agreements with rail companies, especially CN and CP. And it also puts into a place, as my colleague said, Canadian Transportation Agency-led arbitration process for failed negotiations and penalties for violating the arbitration results. This all sounds good, Mr. Speaker, but I want us to take a look at what this means. And by the way, we're speaking in favour of this because we believe this bill is not complete. It doesn't address all the issues that the shippers and the farmers and everybody really needed to address. But what it does it goes part of the way. So we call this bill a baby step in the right direction. And that's why, because you should always reward good behaviour, and because it is a piece of legislation going in the right direction, and because we have heard that this will alleviate not all the challenges faced by the shippers, but it will go a long way in addressing a few of them. So it's one of those cases of better something than nothing. And that's why we're supporting this bill. And at this time, Mr. Speaker, I really want to acknowledge the work done by the member from Trinity Spadina on this file. An amazing critic for the transportation file, dedicated, passionate, and she has worked incredibly hard with different organizations of shippers, with representatives from the mining companies, from the pulse growers, from the wheat boards, with all of them, automotive movement, minerals, chemicals, you name it. And it's her commitment and her passion and her not letting go of this issue that I believe has forced the Conservative government to bring this bill to this House right now, because quite honestly, they have really been dilly-dallying over this piece of legislation for a very long time. Long after the report was out, they've had lots of time to act. But the absolute advocacy and the outreach done by the member from Trinity Spadina and her private member's bill, C441, the Rail Customer Act, and it's that advocacy and that kind of work in the House and also pressure from the shipping community that has put pressure on the Conservatives to table legislation. And I think we should always give credit when members of Parliament put in an incredible amount of work to benefit our farmers, our mining companies, our automotive companies that have to move cars, and of course all the other resource industry as well, including our forestry. So we are absolutely delighted with the work that she has done. And, you know, when I look at this legislation, I also want to pick up on something that was said just a few minutes ago, and that is, you know, CN made a profit of $2.7 billion in 2012, in 1 year, in 2012. And yet when I look at the penalty that they have to face, by the way, the penalty, they don't pay the shippers, they pay the government. The penalty is $100,000. And I look at that and I think, okay, so which lobby group has really been successful? And you just have to take a look at this bill. And I have talked with shippers in my riding. I've actually visited one of those port entries with the grain and the legumes. And Mr. Speaker, this is where I learned something absolutely amazing. And you'll be surprised at this as well. Did you know that Canada is the largest provider of pulses to India? I, in my naivety, always thought that the lentils and the chickpeas and all of those legumes, that we were bringing them in to Canada from India and other countries. And I was quite shocked to find out, and actually it was the Canadian consul in Chandigarh who told me this, and he presented the figures and he said, did you know that Canada is the largest exporter of legumes to India? And a lot of those legumes go through the port of Vancouver and through the port of Delta. And what I've heard from the business people in my community, from those who receive and ship, is the travesty that exists right now, where they actually have to wait, and sometimes wait for days and days because the promised carriages don't arrive. If they don't unload a trolley, I think you call it a trolley when it arrives, they actually end up having to pay fines if they're slow in emptying the trolleys. But there is no consequences for the railway company if they are either late, or if they don't send enough trolleys, or if the trolleys that arrive are damaged and therefore cannot be used. And I actually looked at the ledger in great detail with one of these business people who wanted to see me, who wanted to show me actually, maybe he wanted to see me too, but he actually wanted to show me the impact it was having on his business. So let's say that he doesn't get the shipment on time. The shipment of pulses that arrives from our prairies doesn't get to his place on time. In the meantime, he's not only got trucks and truck drivers, he's actually got labor sitting there waiting to unload, and then he's got time booked at the port. And guess what, Mr. Speaker? He has to pay all of those. He has to pay all of those through no fault of his own, just because the railway company is delayed or because they don't deliver all the trolleys that he was expecting on that date. And, Mr. Speaker, I actually thought it must just be a few dollars here and there. I was actually surprised at how much these shippers actually pay if they don't empty the trolleys on time. But I was also shocked at the port fees they still had to pay if they didn't take up their spot, and how the costs escalated the longer they waited. So really, we're not talking about simple costing here. And yet this bill has compensation, well, not compensation, has a slight penalty for the railway companies, $100,000. When you make $2.7 billion profit, $100,000. But guess who that money goes to? It doesn't go to offset the real costs incurred by the shippers and receivers, those who grow and move and then ship the goods. Actually, that amount goes to the government. And I've been kind of shaking my head at that one a little bit, thinking, this makes very little sense. So, does the government really have a vested interest in making sure that this new piece of legislation really works, if they know that every time CN is late, they're going to get $100,000? That doesn't seem like a penalty. That seems like the government has built in a bonus for themselves. And I think we have to really, really take a look at that. And, you know, our railway system is the backbone of our country. There is no doubt about it. From the early CPCN stories we have all read about, glorious and not so glorious, we know that 70% of our surface goods are moved by rail, And that's a significant amount. That's a significant amount. So when we say that there are shippers who actually suffer as a consequence of this, we're not talking about a small number of people. And this is another figure, Mr. Speaker, that absolutely astounded me. It's 80% of service commitments for agricultural rail customers are not met by rail companies. 80%. Well, you know, I think that would get a big, big F if I was grading them for service. So let's say out of 100 times, 80 times they fail to meet their deadlines. 80 times. And we're talking about produce that has to be moved quickly. People are waiting for it. We're also talking about some produce that actually could get spoiled. But we're also talking about the ricochet or the cascading costs that I just mentioned to you earlier. There are delays. There are insufficient numbers of rail cars. Some rail cars arrive and they're damaged. And sometimes you order 12 rail cars, and guess how many arrive? For this particular person I was talking to, you know, you may only get half the rail cars you have ordered. And that, again, puts all kinds of stress on the system. And, you know, once again, when you look at the losses incurred by the shippers, this bill fails to address that. And I would urge my colleagues, even at this late stage, because it's in their hands, that they should really, really take a look at that. The Rail Freight Service Review actually said that 80% of shippers are not satisfied. And by the way, we're not talking about one industry. Of course, agriculture plays a huge, huge role in this area, but we're also talking about forestry, we're talking about other natural resources, we're talking about manufactured goods, we're talking about mining, we're talking about chemicals, and of course, you know, as I said earlier, all the agricultural bills. And there are key stakeholders. As much as I don't like that word, I couldn't think of another one, Mr. Speaker. In agriculture, mining and forestry industry, all these different associations, not just individual people, but associations representing these industries are calling for have been calling for freight legislation for years. Let me give you an example. Pulse Canada, Grain Growers of Canada, Forestry Products Association of Canada, Mining Association of Canada. And once again, I would say that as I have talked with many business people in my community who are involved in the shipping industry, they have been so full of praise for the member from Trinity Spadina who has done such great work on this file. And you know, Mr. Speaker, Canada's shippers deserve fair and reliable rail freight service for the good money they are paying. Now, right now, as you know, with the way our country is, CN and CP seem to hold a dual monopoly. And that monopoly and the impact of that monopoly has not been addressed by Bill C-52 because the one area that has not been addressed is pricing. And that's a critical part as well. You know, not only pricing, but also no compensation for the shippers. By the way, Mr. Speaker, there were 6 recommendations from the shipping community at the committee stage. Sensible, practical, and modest. Can you believe that? And they were all rejected. By the way, this is an all too familiar pattern. I sit at the Immigration Committee as Vice Chair, and it doesn't seem to matter what amendments we take to there. Even amendments that the minister thinks would be really good ones, and we take up his wording, they just get rejected. But here, these were not amendments from the opposition. These were amendments suggested by the shipping community, the business community, the people who are the backbone of this country, who pay taxes, and were looking to this government to show them a level playing field. And once again, this government has failed to show a level playing field to all the industries I mentioned, including agriculture, and once again chose to stand closer to the big corporate friends like the railway lines, CP and CN. Now, Mr. Speaker, you know that the NDP is not going to give up. We're not planning to go away. We're planning to work harder than ever. And we will continue to work with the shipping community to tackle the issue of gouging through uncompetitive rail freight rates. And you know what? This was an opportunity for this government to address that issue, to actually do a holistic and take a holistic approach instead of taking a baby step. A very tiny baby step, nevertheless. And Mr. Speaker, we can all say in here and talk about the economy, we can actually talk about growing jobs, and we can talk about all kinds of issues. But here was a concrete opportunity for this government to do something that would actually help to bolster our economy, would actually help to bolster agriculture, the mining industry, the forestry industry, and the automotive industry. And once again, they were very short-sighted and have just decided to take a baby step. And when I take a look at this, Mr. Speaker, one of the key things we have to take a look at is that when we're looking at moving of goods, and when we think 80%, was it 80 or 70? Let me just go back to that. When you think 70% of our goods are moved by rail, surface goods by rail, in this huge country, by the way, and by the way, the rail, as we know, moving goods by rail is much more environmentally sound than it is to move them by road. But considering all of that, they actually had an opportunity at this time to actually support the pulse growers, the grain growers, the mining industry, and the forestry industry. And we know that disruptions to rail freight services and unacceptable service costs actually costs the Canadian economy hundreds of millions of dollars every year. The businessmen I've talked to when I've taken a look at the losses they incur, Mr. Speaker, when they incur those losses, they impact the community I live in. Okay? They actually impact right across this country. And few of the business people have been telling me that they absolutely...
Order. Yeah. The honourable member for Newton North Delta has the floor.
I know it's late at night, but I would really urge my colleagues to
Order. Order.
just wait.
Order. Order. The honourable member for Newton North Delta, currently, when the speaker's standing, typically he has the floor. So we'll just ask all honourable members. I know it is getting on, but when another honourable member has the floor, we would certainly ask that you yield that. The honourable member, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for reminding me, and my apologies. No lack of respect meant by that at all. So, anyway, when the Canadian economy, because of the lateness of the rail cars that arrive, or because of the state they arrive in, or because of all the other delays, actually costs the economy hundreds of millions of dollars. And that ricochets right across communities across Canada, and actually then pay into the price for the goods as well. And quite honestly, it damages our international reputation as well. As I told you, can you believe it? Canada is the largest shipper of legumes to India. Never would have believed it if I hadn't found that out for myself. Anyway, rotting crops, idled plants and mines, and missed ships are a daily reality for industries across Canada. So, Mr. Speaker, I know that you're thinking that it's maybe time that it's time for me to stop talking, but just 1 minute I think you said I had. So the NDP stands with the farmers, mining and forestry communities.
No, there wasn't 1 minute remaining.
Okay, sorry, Mr. Speaker, I misread you.
I'm sure the honourable member for Newton North Delta, though, may have the opportunity to address those points, perhaps in the round on questions and comments.
I'm sure I will.
So I see the honourable government House Leader is rising on a point.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Monsieur le Président, je dois...
Mr. Speaker, I must inform the House that it was not possible to reach an agreement under 78.1 or 78.2 of the standing orders. So for the third reading stage of C61, and so that all provisions under this standing order, a motion will be tabled at the next sitting of the House. I'm certain that the House appreciates the notice given by the Government House Leader.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I listened to my colleague's very passionate speech, but there were some contradictions. The first, she makes it sound like this government is pitted against industry, but Mr. Speaker, I would read two quotes here. We especially thank Agriculture Minister and the Transportation Minister and the federal government for listening to farmers and moving this legislation ahead. That was said by the Grain Growers of Canada, one of the people that she says we didn't consult with. Mr. Speaker, another quote, this legislation is critical. That comment was made by the Chemistry Industry Association of Canada, a second industry player. And, Mr. Speaker, the other contradiction is that, given all the doom and gloom that this member spoke about, how is it that she's going to bring herself to actually vote for this legislation? Because I do believe the NDP are going to vote in favour of this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Newton North Delta.
Absolutely, Mr. Speaker. I'd be delighted to answer this question. We are going to be supporting this piece of legislation. And that is not a surprise. As I said earlier, this is a baby step in the right direction, and we believe in rewarding good behaviour, and that's what we're going to do. But, you know what, Mr. Speaker? It's those same industries that he said, yes, Those industries are pleased that a baby step is being taken, but I know that they advocated through amendments and suggestions that they wanted far more and that this bill doesn't go far enough. And we're willing to work with this government, even after this legislation, to improve this so that the shippers' needs and the growers' needs and our mining needs are addressed. And we do stand with industry.
Question commentaire.
The honourable member for Beauharnois de Salaberry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for having given such an enlightening speech, especially in terms of the figures. It's unfortunate that the government is imposing for the 37th time allocation on the debate on a bill that doesn't take into account these 6 recommendations of the shippers, and on top of that, when we know that it affects our regions primarily, farmers, the mining industries, the forestry sector, all these industries that are in the regions and in more remote areas, it affects regional economies and many workers in our regions as well. So I'd like her to expand on that and to talk a bit about our frustration at not being able to debate these issues.
I want to thank my colleague for her very thoughtful question and once again reiterate that this is a baby step. There is far more that needed to be addressed in this bill. There is the fact that there is actually no compensation for the shippers if their goods get spoiled or they're delayed, or for the incredible fees they pay to the ports if they miss their port time, or when they're paying for staff, the truck drivers and the cranes, and all of those things. None of that is covered in here. The other thing that is not covered in this bill is really the kind of monopoly that CP and CN has over, over Canadians, I would say, and how this does not in any way address the gouging that takes place or looks at the kind of pricing. Remember, we're talking about even one of these railway companies, CP, making a profit of $2.7 billion. $2.7 billion. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? A lot of that profit is made at the expense of shippers who are losing out. This is a company that has an 80% failure rate.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister of State for Western Economic Diversification.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, thank you. I want to put on record about how important this particular bill will be for Saskatchewan and for our economy. Because we are a major player in the world potash market, in fact, Saskatchewan potash producers generated $7.2 billion in gross revenue. The movement of potash is important to our railways. Saskatchewan producers spent $311 million on potash transport in 2011, and their production filled more than 110,000 train cars, and it's equivalent to more than 3 full trains every day. And in terms of volume, potash is the 3rd most important commodity for Canada's railway after coal and wheat. I would like to ask the member if she would tell the House that this spirit is also to be shared on this side of the House. Could you do anything possible to pass this bill expeditiously so that we can get on with our priority of our economy, and which is important, as I said, potash. And
the Honourable Member for Newton North Delta.
First of all, Mr. Speaker, let me say that these new rules, this legislation, will only actually apply to new agreements negotiated. And as a matter of fact, all the current agreements, it doesn't apply to them at all. And I think for the potash shippers, the grain, the legume shippers, all of that is going to cause them some concern. And, you know, as I said, we are going to support this bill because it does go part way and it is better than nothing. But absolutely, it would be very, very, I would say, unfortunate. And I don't think I could say it to say this addresses all the issues for our farmers and for our resource industries when it comes to moving goods across this country.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire.
Honourable Member for Drummondville. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to thank and congratulate my honourable colleague. And I would want to give the right name for her riding, Newton North Delta, for her excellent speech, which I listened to and very much appreciated. And I'd like to make a comment concerning the excellent work that she mentioned, our critic for transport from Trinity Spadina does, and the importance of all of the work that she has to do on defending shippers and also the importance that she gives to rail transportation and the effect that all of this has on climate change. Unfortunately, our colleagues across the way have very little interest in climate change. For them, it's a useless expense, whereas it should be a priority. And this will be the challenge of an entire generation. So my question that I wanted to ask my colleague is on the excellent work that our NDP colleagues are doing in committee. They put forward 9 amendments, and they were indeed amendments that referred back to the 6 recommendations that we talked about earlier that were put to us, suggested to us by the industries and the shippers. They were reasonable amendments. They would have been very effective in terms of improving this bill, which would have moved it from a baby step to a significant step in the right direction. So I'd just like to hear her comments on the excellent work we're doing in committee compared to the unidirectional work that the Conservatives do with their ideology.
Once again, Mr. Speaker, let me reiterate that the Legume Association, the Grain Growers Association, all these different organizations I mentioned earlier came up with some very, very reasonable amendments that would have made the playing field in the shipping industry of goods across this country by rail a little bit more level. And unfortunately, the government failed to grab that opportunity. And I'm glad that in this House now, all the parties are supporting this. But, Mr. Speaker, I really need to mention this. It's the privatization of CN in 1995 under the Liberal watch, without any safeguard for shippers, that has led to a current virtual monopoly. That is one of our problems. And really, back then, if we had fought to keep the track system in the public hand, that would have made life so much easier, even for Via Rail, etc., etc. So for me, I'm glad that the Liberals are on board, but when I look at this, a lot of the problems that are created here were created during their watch because they allowed this to happen.
I would like to tell the members that we have a 5-hour debate, have had since the beginning of this, and as a result, the next speeches will be 10 minutes. So there'll be 10 minutes for the speech and 5 minutes for questions and answers. Resuming debate.
The Honourable Member for Don Valley West.
Well, that was an exciting response. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise to speak in support of Bill C-52 this evening, the Fair Rail Freight Service Act. My comments today will describe our extensive consultations with stakeholders from across the rail-based supply chain. These consultations helped shape Bill C-52 and help to ensure it takes a fair and balanced approach to enhance the effectiveness, the efficiency, and reliability of rail-based supply. In 2008, the government initiated the Rail Freight Service Review to address ongoing concerns regarding rail service. As part of the review, the government appointed an independent panel of 3 eminent persons, and the panel's mandate was to provide recommendations on how to address rail service issues, including both commercial and, if necessary, regulatory solutions. In issuing its recommendations, the panel consulted extensively and broadly with stakeholders in the rail-based supply chain. Indeed, the panel held broad consultations with 85 shippers, railways, and other stakeholders, and received over 140 written submissions. Mr. Speaker, taking full account of input provided by stakeholders, the panel submitted its final report to the government. The government carefully considered the panel's recommendations as well as stakeholder views presented during the review and announced a number of key commitments to enhance the efficiency, effectiveness, and the reliability of the rail-based supply chain. A key commitment of our Conservative government was to develop legislation that would provide shippers the right to a service agreement and a process to establish one should commercial negotiations fail. As part of our commitment for legislation, we launched a consultation process inviting input from stakeholders. During summer 2012, we asked stakeholders for their views on the development of a new legislative provision to give shippers a right to a service agreement and on what process should be followed to establish one should commercial negotiations fail. The response from stakeholders was robust and fulsome. Extensive consultations spanned a number of months, including meetings with shippers, shipper associations, and railways that provided the opportunity to listen to a diverse range of views regarding rail service issues and a legislative provision to address those issues. In addition, Mr. Speaker, a variety of stakeholders provided extensive written input, including shippers, shipper associations, railways, provinces, municipal associations, ports, and terminals. These stakeholders came from across the rail-based supply chain and had operations throughout various regions of the country. Mr. Speaker, I have described the formal processes of the review and our invitation to stakeholder input over the summer months of last year. I would also like to take note that we have also continued to hear the views of stakeholders on an ongoing and informal basis. Throughout these consultations, we heard from a diverse range of stakeholders, including large, medium, and small shippers, shippers of various products, including agriculture products, coal, potash, and forest products, ports and terminals from east and west coasts of Canada, Class 1 and short-line railways, and other levels of government. We listened carefully to stakeholder views and considered their input to develop a legislative provision that ensures the best possible outcomes for the supply chain as a whole and the Canadian economy. The Fair Rail Freight Service Act responds to key points raised by stakeholders throughout the consultations which I just described. For example, shippers reiterated that the legislation has to provide leverage in their negotiations with the railway to ensure that they can get the rail service that meets their needs. Shippers have also expressed that a process to establish agreements must be timely and efficient. As well, shippers have asked for a mechanism that will hold railways accountable for service failures. We've heard these concerns. The bill provides every shipper with the right to a service agreement and a process to establish one where commercial negotiations fail. Service agreements will help give shippers more clarity on the rail service they can expect to receive. While we expect that most will be able to negotiate agreements commercially, the arbitration process ensures that shippers identify the elements to be addressed to ensure they can get the rail service that truly meets their needs. Furthermore, the arbitration process is 45 days, which can be extended at the arbitrator's discretion for up to another 20 days. This timely process will allow shippers to focus their resources on growing their businesses. In response to shippers' requests for greater railway accountability, the bill provides for the Canada Transportation Agency to apply an administrative monetary penalty of up to $100,000 for each railway service failure. This is a strong mechanism to hold railways accountable. The bill is a balanced approach, reflective of stakeholder views in several other regards as well. For example, both the shipper and the railway must first try to resolve the matter commercially. Should commercial negotiations fail, there is a process for an arbitrator to establish an agreement. The arbitrator will have sufficient flexibility to impose an agreement that is tailored to the given situation. In this flexibility, the bill recognizes that there is no one-size-fits-all solution, and railways have an obligation to provide service to all users on their network. Mr. Speaker, it's clear that the Fair Rail Freight Service Act is the product of listening to input provided by stakeholders. The bill's approach is firmly grounded in the views and concerns expressed by stakeholders from across the rail-based supply chain. This bill provides shippers with leverage to ensure they can negotiate with the railways to get the rail service that truly meets their needs. Shippers have expressed their support for the bill, indicating that it meets their fundamental request for more leverage in their negotiations with railways. Bill C-52 balances the railways' requirements to provide adequate and suitable service to all other customers. The balanced approach responds to concerns raised by shippers and railways, but more importantly ensures that the Canadian economy is the ultimate winner. Efficient and reliable rail service is key to the long-term prosperity and growth of the Canadian economy. To remain competitive in global markets, shippers have to be able to get their products to market. Canadian shippers work hard to maintain their global reputation as reliable suppliers. To enhance Canada's international competitiveness, shippers need a fluid, rail-based supply chain to move product from farms, mills, and mines to market in a predictable, reliable, and efficient manner. Mr. Speaker, the Fair Rail Freight Service Act ensures shippers will get the rail service that meets their needs, allowing them to grow their businesses and take advantage of global market opportunities. Railways will be able to manage their networks in a manner that benefits all users, and ultimately, the Canadian economy will be better positioned to take advantage of new opportunities, thereby supporting long-term economic growth and prosperity for all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Alors, la députée de Drummond.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I wish to thank my colleague for his speech. We mustn't forget that this is about the 37th time allocation motion. Unfortunately, the Conservatives have been anti-democratic. They have attempted to halt debate, and this is an important bill. It implements measures that have been awaited for many, many years, and unfortunately, even though it's been awaited a long time, these are just a few measures that meet the needs of companies and shippers, farmers, and other types of enterprises that are subject to this act. What's important to mention is that shippers and other stakeholders brought forth 6 proposals to committee that led to 9 amendments by the NDP, and unfortunately the Conservatives totally set them aside. So why didn't they welcome such proposals?
Well, thank you, Speaker, and thank you to my colleague opposite. You know, as I've studied this bill and listened to debate today, we've had some 5 hours of debate already on this bill today alone. And it has been at committee. It has been well discussed and well debated at various avenues throughout its process. And for our government, our key focuses are functionally jobs and economic growth. We want to ensure that we provide a reliable and a reliable vehicle for shippers to get their products to market, and to ensure that they and the railways are able to work together. And Mr. Speaker, I'd like to just quote from a quote that I have here from Richard Patton, President and CEO of the Chemistry Industry Association of Canada, who said, The level of service offered by Canada's railways can make the difference between companies investing here or taking their business elsewhere. And he goes on to say, this legislation is critical not only for our industry's competitiveness, but for Canada's overall productivity and prosperity. And I think that puts it in a nutshell. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister of State for Western Economic Diversification.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I want to talk a little bit about how important this is for our province of Saskatchewan. In particular, Canpotex that ships potash. Their inland rail car network winds through more than 1,600 kilometres of rugged terrain and severe climate challenges to reach its export terminals on the West Coast. And to better accommodate this journey, the company has a fleet of almost 5,000 rail cars, custom designed to handle the bulk density. Their specialized rail car design results in an increase in operating capacity, but he wants to point out that they have a partnership with Canadian Pacific and Canadian National Rail in Canada and with Union Pacific in the United States. That, to me, tells me they recently signed a 10-year agreement with CP, CN, and UP, and the agreements help secure needed transportation. It tells me that this is a good balance, this particular shipping bill, because the companies already are working very well with the rail. As earlier spoke about how important this bill was and have a good balance, and I believe this is a good balance. I would like to know if the member would like to elaborate.
The Honourable Member for Don Valley West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think, I thank my colleague for her comments, because I think that's exactly what this bill is about. It's about creating reliability and certainty for the shippers and creating an environment where the railways will deliver on time and at the price contracted. And I feel this bill is fair and balanced in what it presents, and certainly it does exactly what it was intended to do. And I'm delighted, incidentally, to note that we have support from the other sides of the House to ensure that this bill will be successful. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I wish to thank my colleagues for their encouraging applause. First of all, I'd like to begin this debate on Bill C-52, an act to amend the Canada Transportation Act, by mentioning that this is the 37th time that time allocation is moved. 37 times that we are gagged, that we are prevented from debating a bill to bring forth opposition proposals to improve a bill. That's the way the Conservatives do things. That's the way they think. They think they can do whatever they want. They have their ideological ideas that blind them. They go in all directions without listening to stakeholders who are proposing amendments and solutions to their problems. In that regard, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to talk about the excellent committee work done on this bill by New Democrats. I'd like to name the New Democrats who sit on that committee. It's worthwhile, first of all, the excellent colleague from Trinity Spadina, who is the transportation critic for our party, who's been doing an excellent job for many, many years. There's the deputy critic from Trois-Rivières, our colleague from Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la-Chine, and our colleague from York South-Weston. They've done excellent work in committee. And, Mr. Speaker, you should know that it's 11:10 p.m. right now, and I can tell you that not only am I proud to rise in this House, but I'm convinced that it's important for us to continue to discuss this bill, present our arguments, and explain why. We will vote in favor of the bill, but this is just a first step. My colleague said so very well in English. It's a baby step. It's just a first little step. Even though it's been years, and I say years, that shippers, farmers, companies, mining companies, and various enterprises that use railways have been asking for a review of this legislation, and unfortunately, no one delivered the goods, as we say. And here we are ending up with a very disappointing bill. So yes, we will accept it because it is one tiny step in the right direction, but we've been waiting for improvements for years, so they could have done much better. In committee, I mentioned this during the question periods for other colleagues, and I wish to repeat it. There were 6 proposals from shippers and companies that were not exaggerated at all. They were very reasonable. They had been examined and analyzed. They had been brought forth by experts to our committee and transformed into 9 amendments by the New Democrats. So we brought these forth in a very professional way as people who do our work seriously. We said, yes, this is a conservative bill, but that doesn't matter. We can improve it. And unfortunately, with their ideological blindness, their will to do everything very hastily, without consultation, thinking only of their own interests, they completely swept aside these amendments. So I'm really saddened to see that. And I want to mention another thing, Mr. Speaker, with concern to this very short-term view the Conservatives have. Because the railway, and I mentioned this during the question periods earlier, the railway is something extremely important to transport goods as well as passengers to some extent. So far more should be invested in cargo transportation as well as passenger travel. If shippers could rely on an efficient railway, they would use it more. There'd be even more companies using it. There are a few companies that use it, but if it was more efficient, there'd be even more companies that use rail transport. If we had a strategy, a policy, a national strategy for public transit and rail travel, rail cargo shipment, as the New Democrats have been asking for, as the member for Trinity Spadina, our transport critic, has been asking for, if we really had a transport strategy, we could reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. We could fight climate change far more. But the Conservatives don't think that that's a priority, climate change. And unfortunately, I sit on the Environment Committee, and we see this every day, every week. For 2 years, I've been here in this House, and we are saying this should be the government's priority to fight climate change. Climate change will be the main challenge. It is right now and will be for future generations. It should be a top priority for examination in committee. But unfortunately for them, the Conservatives rather conduct studies that are less important, less of a priority, whereas they should grapple with climate change and make that a priority. Having a strategy that would truly confront climate change, a national strategy on public transit and rail transportation to make sure that it's on-time delivery, not like it is now. 80% of the time it fails. 90% of shippers complain and are unsatisfied with the service. That's not a passing grade. That's not something that will encourage citizens and other shippers of major companies to use the railway more. So rail should be part of a pan-Canadian strategy. It should be part of the strategy to fight climate change, and we in the NDP are very proud to have that vision, a long-term vision, a vision that is not just very short-term, looking at only the interests of major corporations, but the common interest as well. In that regard, I'd like to say that Canada is the only G8 country that does not have federal funding and a national plan for transportation. Imagine that, Mr. Speaker. That is proof positive of how we're lagging behind other countries. We should be dynamic. We should be showing leadership on this file. We in the NDP do have a clear vision, a progressive vision, a vision that will show why it's important to reform the Canada Transportation Act. So I'd like to talk about one thing here. Well, three main points, actually, that the NDP is asking for with regard to this bill. First of all, it's important that Canadian shippers get a fair transportation system that is reliable and that is value for money. So it's necessary to strengthen the position of shippers vis-à-vis CN and CP. That is not broached in C-52. It's important to remind the House that there were 6 recommendations made by shippers at committee stage that were reasonable, modest, and practical. Unfortunately, the Conservatives swept them aside without considering them at all, whereas the New Democrats did a good job in committee once again. The other important point is that other amendments, other improvements are necessary. That's why the NDP will continue to work hard with shippers, with forest companies, mining companies, different companies, to improve the bill, which does not sufficiently attack the lack of competition in this field. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to remind you that we will support this bill. Unfortunately, as I mentioned earlier, it's just baby steps. At this stage, we have a larger problem, which is to have a national strategy for transportation, a national strategy for the fight against climate change. Those are the largest challenges we will have in the future. Future generations will have too. For our children, our grandchildren, the people of Drummond who often come and see me and are worried about the environment. They're worried about having a rail system that is high quality, that is effective, efficient, reliable. The NDP is here and will continue to work very hard to get a better rail system and better public transit as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister of State for Western Economic Diversification.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would like to just put on record what works well when you let the industry work with the rail. Canpotex, that I mentioned earlier, is a shipper of potash, and they signed recently 10-year agreements with CP Rail, CN, and UP Rail, which is your Union Pacific. And the agreements secured transportation for increasing export volumes with long-term customers in approximately 30 countries, a reliable and properly maintained rail car fleet that was essential. And these were partnerships. And there were these type of partnerships that help them achieve present and future logistic goals. And I think that suggests to me that if you work with the industry and perhaps have a good legislation in place that's not too intrusive, the industry will take care of itself. And I just might add, being that the member got a little carried away on the environment, Canpotex also contemplated building a new greenfield terminal on BC's west coast of Prince Rupert. So if you let the industry work, and we work well with the industry, I think...
Order. The Honourable Member for Drummond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to mention that, yes, indeed, shippers are glad that finally we're meeting their needs. The first gestures being made. Unfortunately, 6 proposals were not taken into account, which is inexplicable. There's also something very technical, as my colleague mentioned. For instance, arbitration. That is a problem because it's only available to shippers that are negotiating new contracts. All the old contracts are not entitled to it. So that's one of the proposals that was made that was swept aside by the Conservatives. So there are a lot of things like that that were done. Instead of providing rapid conflict resolution for all shippers, C-52 offers a limited arbitration process for a small group of shippers only. So that's a good example where the Conservative government did not meet the needs of the industry. and explains why this bill is unsatisfactory.
Comments? The Opposition House Leader.
I wish to thank my dear colleague. One point he raised in this debate is that the Conservatives have refused all amendments, as always. Any amendment that doesn't come from them doesn't come from us. It comes from experts who know much more than any MP here about this subject. It's incomprehensible to me. Maybe it's a matter of arrogance, a majority government that refuses all options, all information, on all occasions. So we are supporting this, but it's with some hesitation because this has been awaited for many years, and we could improve this industry. All we have here is minimal effort. That's not good for the economy. So my question is this: why does the government continually refuse to listen to the testimony of experts, people who are very familiar with the industry, instead of going along with a conservative ideology at all costs? Member for Drummond, I wish to thank my colleague who does excellent work as a government house leader, or rather opposition house leader. What I want to mention is that I sit on the Environment Committee. It's the same thing there. Experts come to us and bring forth recommendations, and unfortunately most of the time nobody listens to them. For months now, we've recommended a study on fighting climate change. That's a priority right now for all Canadians, for the people of Drummond who talk about that every day, who the Conservatives completely refuse to have a study done by the committee. The same is true here with C-52. 6 good recommendations, reasonable ones. I don't know. They're voluntarily blind to this because of ideology. Maybe they're arrogant, as my colleague speculates. Unfortunately, these are experts. They know what's going on. They know what the real needs are. And they didn't listen to them. That's why we're voting in favor of the bill, because we know that this bill does respond to some requests that have been going on for years, but it's insufficient. They've missed the boat on this and could have done a much better job.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Waterloo.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise this evening to speak to this bill, Bill C-52. The Fair Rail Freight Service Act. Mr. Speaker, as you know, this bill would amend the Canadian Transportation Act to improve the reliability and the predictability of rail freight service in Canada. From the birth of our nation at Confederation to the present, railways have played a very critical, a very significant role in the forming of our great country. However, the world has changed over this period, revolutionized by changing technology. The globe has been made smaller by faster, more efficient means of transportation and communication. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, the fundamentals of our economy have stayed the same. We are a trading nation, and we need a transportation system to move our products to market. Nowadays, shippers have a range of choices: air, rail, truck, marine, when they transport their products to market. Shippers make business decisions regarding how best to transport their goods to market, and the quality of service is a key component of this. The just-in-time world has changed customers' expectations of service, making them demand greater precision and reliability. The fierce competition of the global economy, combined with Canada's size and proximity to markets, increases the pressure on service as we compete to sell to the world. Each mode works to respond to these demands. And in our diverse economy, a shipper's transportation requirements depend on what they need to move and what is the best mode of transport to get it there. For example, pharmaceutical companies rely on air cargo to move medicines around the globe quickly and under controlled conditions. Retailers rely on trucks to move food and consumer goods from distribution centers to stores to serve shoppers. And of course, our natural resource sector and manufacturing sector rely on rail to move raw materials and finished goods, such as automobiles, to market. Our Conservative government has an interest in how the entire transportation system functions in support of the country's trade. Economic growth remains this government's top priority. This is demonstrated by our transportation and trade corridor initiatives, which promote the efficiency and effectiveness of the system as a whole to bolster international trade. To keep our transportation system as competitive as possible, we work with other levels of government and multiple stakeholders to ensure that we have appropriate policies and programs in place. Effective rail policy and legislation is a core element of our Conservative government's approach to ensuring the transportation system remains prepared to support our trade agenda. And, Mr. Speaker, rail plays a prominent role in our economic success because it creates efficiencies by its economies of scale. It offers a means to transport bulk, commodities, and heavy goods over long distances at a relatively low cost. Because of this, rail has remained a critical part of our economic success and our ability to trade, especially as we promote our responsible resource agenda. And this is why our government has made rail freight service a priority and has brought forward Bill C-52. The Canada Transportation Act contains measures that contribute to the productive functioning of the rail-based supply chain and shippers' ability to obtain the rail service that they require. The Canada Transportation Act provides a series of provisions that shippers can use to address rate and service issues. To start, if a shipper feels a railway's rate is too high, the shipper can challenge the rate through the final offer arbitration provision of the Canada Transportation Act. Both the shipper and the railway present their cases before an arbitrator, and the arbitrator selects one of the offers to establish the rate. In addition to the rate or the price for moving traffic, a shipper may feel the railway's charges for additional services such as cleaning cars are too high. Through another provision in the Canada Transportation Act, the shipper can complain about such extra or ancillary charges to the Canadian Transportation Agency. If the agency finds the charges are unreasonable, the agency may establish new charges. Finally, if a shipper feels that a railway has not been fulfilling its obligation to provide suitable and adequate service, the shipper can seek redress under the level of service complaint provision. The agency will investigate the complaint and determine whether the railway has fulfilled its obligations. The agency has broad powers to order corrective measures if it determines the railway is not fulfilling its obligations. So the Canada Transportation Act clearly provides shippers a suite of measures to help them manage their commercial relationship with the railways. Bill C-52 would constitute a new provision on service to assist shippers. The new provision, provided in the Fair Rail Freight Service Act, Bill C-52, is an additional measure that complements the existing suite of provisions under the Canada Transportation Act some of which I have just described. The bill's goal is to provide shippers with a right to a service agreement and a process to establish one in the event commercial negotiations fail. Increasing the clarity and reliability of rail freight service is important to shippers. Shippers told us that they would like to have a comprehensive service agreement in place in order to plan their business. Bill C-52 would provide this by giving the arbitrator the ability to impose detailed elements of service. Specifically, an arbitrator could establish operational terms railways and shippers must follow to move traffic. This could include commercial or communication protocols with internal escalation procedures and performance standards and metrics as appropriate. Operational plans to address potential service failures. And this could include recovery plans to address how to recover from a force majeure. And finally, the provision of incidental services by the railway and whether the railway can charge for the operational terms and incidental services that the railway is required to provide. The new service arbitration provision would provide shippers with a fast 45-day process to have the terms of their rail freight service established if they cannot negotiate them commercially. And Bill C-52 creates a new enforcement mechanism to hold railways accountable for providing the imposed service, Mr. Speaker. Administrative penalties of up to $100,000 per violation to be issued to a railway company if the agency confirms a breach of an obligation in an imposed service contract. Bill C-52 provides shippers with a powerful new tool to strengthen rail freight service, in addition to the existing provisions. Shippers would still retain the right to use any of the other measures in the Act, which shippers told us was very important. Shippers have supported the introduction of this bill as critical to addressing rail freight service issues and improving their leverage with the railways. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, throughout the history of this great country, freight rail transportation has played a vital role in developing our economy. Many shippers rely on rail to get the products to market efficiently, predictably, and at competitive costs. When they have challenges with their rail service or with rates, they can use existing measures in the Canada Transportation Act. The Fair Rail Freight Service Act, Bill C-52, responds to shippers' needs for better rail freight service in a fast, powerful, and effective manner. Our government has made this a priority. I hope that all members join me in supporting this bill. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very delighted and pleased to stand up and ask a question after that fine speech that was just provided. And in my community, certainly the forestry, the mining companies have come to me and talked about some of the challenges they have in terms of moving forward and having sort of the security of knowing their products can get to market. So if I would really like to hear in terms of how this is going to be of great benefit to our natural resource companies, our mining companies, our forestry companies.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Waterloo.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for that great question. My colleague has really hit the nail on the head. As you know, Mr. Speaker, our government's #1 priority is jobs and economic growth. And that's what's at the foundation of Bill C-52, is to help support Canada's economy, to support our important resource sector, particularly in the western parts of our country, to ensure that our resource industries, that our businesses, our small and medium-sized businesses as well, can get their products to market. We are a trading nation. It's absolutely critical that businesses can rely on transportation networks, in this case, our rail networks in this country, to sell their products, to get their products to market, and to do that efficiently and effectively, and that's exactly what this legislation will do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Bois-Salaberry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Something that the member just said that really troubles me, and I think it's rather insulting for the shippers who are entrepreneurs and business people. And he said that he wants to increase the ways that we can make our economy more effective, but by not allowing the members in the committee to improve the bill and tabling amendments, by accepting them, by muzzling the debate for a 37th time. We can't democratically discuss this, and we can't discuss it in a normal way. These are bills that are filled with all kinds of difficulties, and we've been raising the problems for some time now. The penalties, for example, that would be required from the railways can only be to a maximum of $100,000, and so this is money that should be given to the shippers for all of the losses in terms of productivity, for all of the delays, for all of the damage to the products. But in fact, this $100,000 goes to the federal government, so it's not effective, it's not going to the right place, and on top of all that, it's not even any kind of effective deterrent. And as an example, in 2012, CN made a profit of $2.7 billion. So how can it be to the benefit of the economy when there are so many serious shortcomings?
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. I also want to thank this particular colleague and others who are part of the NDP caucus for their support of this legislation. Mr. Speaker, even the NDP recognizes that this legislation is important to Canada's economy and to our resource-based industries across this country. I'm not a member of the Transport Committee, Mr. Speaker. I can't speak to exactly the process that occurred at committee. What I can tell you is that the consultation process with stakeholders for this particular piece of legislation was extremely extensive over a multi-year period. Stakeholders, industry, the freight industry are particularly pleased with this piece of legislation, and we look forward to the opportunity of moving it forward. And that includes the important component of administrative monetary penalties. And with this piece of legislation, like any other mechanism through federal legislation, Mr. Speaker, administrative monetary penalties are paid to the Crown. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of Bill C-52, the Fair Rail Freight Service Act. The purpose of this bill is to amend the Canada Transportation Act in order to improve the reliability and predictability of rail freight service in Canada. Over the past years, Canada's economy has managed to strive amid a turbulent global economic downturn. Our success is in great part due to our Conservative government's focus on strengthening our economy. Bill C-52 will greatly improve Canada's rail freight service and consequently contribute to protecting and fostering the growth of our economy. A great number of Canadian businesses, from grain and forest products to coal and chemical products, use rail services to ship their goods across the country or around the world. The range of sectors that rely on rail was reflected in the range of witnesses that testified on this bill at the Standing Committee on Transportation, Infrastructure and Communities. As my colleague, the Honourable Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food said, and I quote, "This bill is good news for Canada's farmers as it will help ensure all shippers are treated fairly by the railroads." Now let me explain how we reached the step of introducing this great legislation, Mr. Speaker, and why all members of this Parliament should support it. The years prior to 2008 were a time of unprecedented growth. Increased trade with Asia contributed to capacity constraints in the transportation system. In 2008, the government launched the Rail Freight Service Review to look into issues on rail service reliability that were brought to our attention by stakeholders. As part of the review, the government appointed an independent panel of 3 eminent persons to develop commercial and, if required, regulatory solutions to improve supply chain reliability. During the review, the panel held broad consultations with 85 shippers, railways, and other stakeholders and received over 141 written submissions. In December of 2010, the panel submitted its final report to the government. It recommended several measures to improve rail service. For example, the panel recommended the use of service agreements to define the commercial relationship between a shipper and a railway. It also recommended having a facilitator work with industry to develop a commercial dispute resolution process. Our Conservative government agreed with the review's commercial approach and carefully reviewed the panel's recommendations. And in March of 2011, in a response to the panel, we announced a number of measures that we would undertake to improve the efficiency, effectiveness, and reliability of the rail-based supply chain. Our commitment goes beyond the panel's specific recommendations in order to benefit the entire rail-based supply chain, Mr. Speaker. Now let me quickly go over the government's response. The first measure we implemented was a facilitation process to develop a template of what service agreements could look like in a commercial dispute resolution process between shippers and railways. On October 31, 2011, the government appointed an independent facilitator, Mr. Jim Dinning, to work with shippers and railways. In his final report to the minister, Mr. Dinning provided clear direction for both shippers and rail companies moving forward. This included a template service agreement and a streamlined dispute resolution process for parties to use in their commercial negotiations. This government believes this process served its intended scope and purpose. We successfully brought shippers and railways to the table to jointly pursue practical solutions that reflect their needs and reality of their day-to-day business together. To support these commercial tools, our Conservative government committed to tabling this bill that would also give shippers a right to a service agreement with the railways and provide a process to establish an agreement should commercial negotiations fail. Bill C-52, the Fair Rail Freight Service Act, does just that, Mr. Speaker. It gives shippers a right to service agreements with the railways and outlines a low-cost, timely, and efficient arbitration process to establish such agreements, if shippers and railways cannot agree commercially, of course. This legislation aligns well with what the review panel recommended in its final report. As shippers told the Standing Committee on Transportation, Infrastructure and Communities, this piece of legislation will serve as a strong backstop to commercial negotiations. First and foremost, the new provision creates a strong incentive for the parties to negotiate service agreements commercially and to use legislation only as a backstop if commercial discussions fail. This reflects the panel's focus on commercial approaches to addressing service issues, Mr. Speaker. If parties cannot negotiate an agreement commercially, the new provision outlines an arbitration process under the auspices of the Canadian Transportation Agency, which shippers access to establish one. The new provision prescribes service elements at a high level. Framing the provision broadly gives shippers the flexibility to ask for what is important to them, such as the number of cars needed for a shipment. This is in line with the approach suggested by the panel. It also gives the arbitrator the flexibility to tailor the service agreements to each case. If appropriate, the arbitrator can impose elements such as performance standards and communication protocols. The new service arbitration process to establish an agreement is fast, matching the 45-day process the panel proposed, although it could be extended by 20 days at the discretion of the arbitrator in some more complex cases. The arbitrator's decision on service is final, binding, confidential, and non-appealable. As told, this is a strong new provision that will improve rail service and make it more predictable and reliable. Shippers echoed this during the hearings held at the Standing Committee on Transportation, Infrastructure and Communities and said the new provision would enhance their leverage to negotiate commercially with railways. To quote the testimony of Canadian Propane Association on the bill at Standing Committee, and I quote, "It contains all the mechanisms we requested some years ago, a right to a level of service agreement, an arbitration process, and administrative monetary penalties." While introducing this legislation is a key component of our Conservative government's response to the Rail Freight Service Review, it is not the final piece, Mr. Speaker. In collaboration with Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada, Transport Canada is currently leading an in-depth analysis of the grain transportation supply chain to focus on issues that affect that sector and help identify potential solutions. Finally, we are also committed to establishing an industry roundtable covering commodity sectors in the near future. The commodity supply chain table will provide a forum for commodity exporters, railways, and other members of the commodity supply chains to address issues that affect commodity freight systems. This will be an excellent venue for all players in commodity supply chains to work together to improve the reliability and competitiveness of Canada's export market. As you can see, Mr. Speaker, our Conservative government is well on its way to fulfilling its commitment to help ensure Canada has the rail system it needs to support a strong economy and our domestic and international trade. Bill C-52 is a comprehensive package that supports the government's focus on economic growth, job creation, and prosperity for Canadians. We are working to benefit the entire rail transportation. As shippers and railways move forward in defining their bilateral relationships through service agreements and as stakeholders come together under the commodity supply chain table, it will be important for parties to work collaboratively to improve the efficiency, effectiveness, and reliability of the entire rail-based supply chain. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I strongly encourage all members of the House from all sides to vote in favor of this very important legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable House Leader for the Official Opposition.
Very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my friend for his speech. I live in a region and represent a place that relies heavily on our ability to move product to market. We're talking about a lot of small lumber towns, small cattle operations, some farmers of various sorts, and what we have found over the years is that the smaller you are, the more mistreated you are by the large rail companies. I know this view is shared across both sides of the House, that small operators, be whatever industry they are, tend to get short shrift, as CN has become, in particular with CP and others, have become more interested in the big fish in the market and less interested in those small operators that actually built up the company from day one. My question is this, that the dispute resolution mechanism that we talked about, we had some improvements and amendments to make based not on our own particular views on the thing, but on the testimony we heard from those very same shippers. There's concerns that the arbitration method and the fines that are to be levied are of not a consequence enough for the company to actually change its behavior and its ways, particularly because these companies are so massive. I'm talking about the rail companies now. They turn such extraordinary profits, and there isn't that motivation to actually correct the behavior and change basic business practices. We only get to do this once every so often. It's not very frequent that the House is seized with changing and improving our rail system. So while the NDP is supporting this bill, lament is that the government didn't listen to any of the amendments that came forward, didn't listen to any of the advice that came forward from some of those very shippers that they claim now to defend. And it's a curiosity to me why the government was so intransigent over evidence that was brought before the committee. Why go through the exercise if they're not willing to listen to the facts?
The honourable member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable friend opposite for his question. Mr. Speaker, as we've heard over the large number of hours that we've discussed this piece of legislation, both in committee from a wide variety of witnesses that appeared before us from different industries across the country, but as we've also heard here for the last 5 hours or so in this debate in this House, this has been a bill that was widely consulted on. Views were heard from the people that are actually affected on a daily basis. Yes, the railway system. Yes, from shippers from across this country. And we put together a piece of legislation that we believe encompasses the key points that will help get product to market and product to the honourable member's riding in a much faster, much more efficient, and a much more accountable way. Thank you.
Question and commentaire, questions and comments.
The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fiard. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'd like to ask my Conservative colleague a question. We know that in the talking points, they have the Conservatives are saying that they're there to defend businesses, except that I want to know why he is defending people who abuse their market power. Why doesn't he defend farmers and smaller players in Canada? That seems to me that that's what they should be doing. Clearly, we are defending those people.
Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's perplexing to hear a question like that from the honourable member, but I will endeavour to respond to it by simply saying this. We have put through a number of measures and a large number of pieces of legislation that address the needs and the requirements of businesses in this country, small business, medium business, large business, because we know at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, it creates jobs, growth, and prosperity and puts money in the pockets of everyday Canadians. I would, for once, love to see the honourable member opposite support and vote in favour of some of this very important legislation, rather than give me his party's talking points, which, of course, as part of this democratic process of this House, is to oppose. To oppose for the simple reason of opposition, Mr. Speaker, is certainly not helpful. We are all here at the strike of midnight in a few minutes from now because we care about Canadians. We care about putting in important pieces of legislation like this one that will benefit families from coast to coast to coast in this nation. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Peace River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is a privilege for me to stand tonight and speak to this bill. Mr. Speaker, it was my privilege about 7 years ago to go to my first meeting as a yet-to-be elected member of Parliament. There was a number of folks that were gathering together in a community just outside of Peace River to discuss the issues of rail service in the local community. And I was yet to be elected, but they had called me in because I was a nominated candidate, and they believed that it was important that I hear the concerns of the local community as we prepared to go into an election campaign. And over the last 8 years, I have been dedicated in many ways to ensuring that I bring the voice of Peace Country businesses, Peace Country shippers to this House, to our government, and to the shipping companies, the rail companies, to address the concerns of my local constituents. Today, we stand on the precipice of having one of the largest and most comprehensive piece of legislation to address many of the concerns that we have heard about for the last number of years. But, Mr. Speaker, it didn't just arrive here. As my colleague just spoke about the extensive consultations that were undertaken across this country, I can assure you that that in fact is the truth. I have the privilege, Mr. Speaker, of knowing personally the man who our government named as the chair of the Rail Freight Service Review. The committee that he chaired was responsible for looking for solutions to the reality that our government recognized, and this review committee also recognized very quickly, and that is that small business owners, those people that are seeking to ship, really do have a disadvantage when it comes to negotiating with large rail companies. And so the chair of this committee, Mr. Walter Piskowski, served an invaluable role. He comes from a community of Sexsmith, Alberta. It's a community that I have had the opportunity to call home, Mr. Speaker. And this community is a farming community. It's an egg-producing community. It also neighbors the city of Grand Prairie. It's surrounded by the county of Grand Prairie. In that community, there's also a number of lumber producers, there's a growing oil and gas industry as well. And that industry continues to depend on, or is growing in the necessity of being serviced by the rail industry as well. So we have really three sectors that have become entirely dependent on rail service. And so he knows well, having been a farmer, having been a former provincial ag minister, the necessity of rail in the region of northern Alberta that I represent. He also has had the privilege over the last number of years to serve as the economic development officer for the county of Grand Prairie. It's a growing community. It's the community that I do now call home. And I can tell you that he has served our community well. We have been proud to lend him to the federal government, to Canadians, to all Canadians, to serve in this capacity. And I can tell you that we as Canadians can all be proud of the work that Walter has undertaken, both in this review and in his service as in our local municipality, as well as his service in the provincial government before that. Mr. Speaker, I just will note that it is with great disappointment that he announced here just weeks ago that he is intending to move into what he's calling full-time retirement, which I know, Mr. Speaker, will mean that he'll do more work than ever because that's the kind of guy he is. But I hope, Mr. Speaker, that Walter will take some time with his beautiful wife, Marlis, that they will do some of the things that they never have had the opportunity to enjoy because of Walter's dedication to public service. And Marlis has remained by his side through that process, and certainly on behalf of Peace Country residents, but also on behalf of Canadians from coast to coast. I want to thank him and Marlis for their service to Canada, to the Peace Country, and to the province of Alberta. And I note from the applause, Mr. Speaker, that my colleagues recognize that as well. The reality is as Walter and the Commission undertook their work, there's a recognition that there needed to be a new process that was put into place to ensure that shippers in our local communities from coast to coast had a better and more a stronger availability to some clout in the process. And so now we have before us a piece of legislation that articulates a process by which, if commercial negotiations fail, there's an arbitration process to ensure that shippers' interests are defended. This is the first time that we've seen legislation like this. This is legislation that we promised. Now, we know what has happened. As the service review was being undertaken, Mr. Speaker, all of a sudden we saw CP and CN begin to improve their rail service. I mean, it was kind of interesting. I mean, it was almost comical in some cases where all of a sudden the rail service was beginning to improve. And we recognized at that point in time, I think communities across this country recognized, that service can improve and that there is mechanisms in place that the rail companies have at their disposal to ensure that that happens. But we have seen that it hasn't been applied consistently. We see some communities still falling behind in terms of service and some communities moving ahead. We see some industries moving ahead in terms of being served and some that are falling behind. I can tell you that in our local community we've seen an improvement of grain shipping over the last number of years. We've seen some movement, and there's been some infrastructure improvements on the lines. I can note, though, Mr. Speaker, that we still struggle with grain cars being delivered on time sometimes, but we've also heard major concerns from my lumber mills in the communities of Grand Prairie and further north that there is, there's still some major challenges in terms of getting cars allocated in the time frame that these companies have committed them. And I think that these new mechanisms will really go a long distance to ensure that there is a balancing of the rights and responsibilities of both players. Obviously, my bigger concern as a representative of Peace Country, as a representative of industries of agriculture, forestry, and oil and gas, I'm concerned about those people trying to get products to market. Obviously, Mr. Speaker, you know that our government has been dedicated over the last number of years, over the last 7 years that we've served in the government, of expanding trade with places around the world. And one of the things we know is while we produce the best quality product in the world when it comes to agricultural products, when it comes to forestry products, when it comes to oil and gas, we continue to struggle to get these products to market. And so we can sign all kinds of trade deals all over the world, Mr. Speaker, but unless we can get that product to market, we're not going to get the prices that we deserve, and we're not going to continue to grow those trade relationships. So this is vitally important, Mr. Speaker. Our government has been committed to growing our economy across this country. But what that means in reality is that every community across this country has to see efficiencies when it comes to exporting those things that we are seeking to export. We are an exporting nation. Significant portions of the things that we produce in communities like mine go to a market outside of this country. And so we look to rail service to provide mechanisms to get our products from our communities, the communities that I represent in Grand Prairie and further north, to markets. So if it go to Vancouver, or if it go to the Port of Prince Rupert, or if it go to Chicago, it needs to move, and it needs to move on time. And so, Mr. Speaker, our government is focused to continue to develop trade relationships to ensure that our product can get to market. We're also ensuring that there's mechanisms to ensure that rail companies will undertake their responsibilities in ensuring that this product is moved. And so, Mr. Speaker, I do want to congratulate our Minister of Transport, who has undertaken the heavy lifting with regards to this bill. This is an important piece of legislation. I can tell you that there's a number of people that I should thank. I should note the fact that the Chamber of Commerce in Grand Prairie and the surrounding area were dedicated to seeing this legislation move forward. They've been strong lobbyists, not only at the local level, but they've been strong and vocal when it comes to the advocacy for a bill like this at the provincial level and the national level. So I do want to thank the Chamber of Commerce as well as all those folks that undertook their...
The member from Avalon is calling on a point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As much as the rail service is to the rest of Canada, in Newfoundland and Labrador, we've been exempt from a rail service for many years, and I think as much as this debate is important...
There's quorum, isn't it? Order. There is quorum. Order. The member from Peace River is out of time. Question. Order. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Drummond.
The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. That's enough. We're not going to let this last hour degenerate. L'honorable député de Drummond.
The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's quite an interruption recently, but We have to attack this serious problem, which is Bill C-52. Yes, it does respond to some concerns by shippers, as was mentioned, but unfortunately, as was also mentioned in the past few hours, it's now a bit past midnight, the New Democrats are always on their feet, awake, prepared to debate all the bills that are there for Canadians and people in my riding. What's important to keep in mind with this bill is that in committee, shippers and companies brought forth 6 proposals that were reasonable and fair. They wanted to bring fairness, but unfortunately, the Conservatives swept them aside, despite the fact that these were recommendations made by experts, by people who know the industry, who know the problems related to all this. Unfortunately, I don't understand why the Conservatives are hell-bent on going into only one direction and have a purely ideological concept of what they're doing.
For Peace River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The NDP has a funny way of demonstrating their support. On one hand, they're supportive. On the other hand, they're not supportive. But one of these days, they'll get it together, and we'll. But I'm less interested about if or not the NDP are supporting, and more interested as to if or not shippers are supportive of this bill. And I can tell you that we have the support for this bill, not only of folks that live in my constituency, but of Pulse Canada, the Grain Growers of Canada, the Forest Products Association of Canada, the Western Barley Growers Association, the Chemistry Association of Canada, the Western Grain Elevators Association, the Fertilizer Institute, the Canola Growers, Western Canadian Grain Growers, and on and on and on. I could go all night, Mr. Speaker. Folks across this country are supportive of this legislation.
Excellent.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Bulkley-Skeena, Buckley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, part of the reason that my friend is kind of going all night is that we have, once again, a government that has a difficulty in approaching the opposition to work collectively and cooperatively on legislation. That we heard testimony, and my friend knows this, that led to amendments here on this piece of legislation. And as is the case, as we asked the Library of Parliament to look at how the Conservatives approach amendments from the opposition, that 99.3% of all amendments moved by opposition on a variety of bills have been rejected by the government out of hand. The basis of the amendments in this particular case came from those very shippers. Now, of course, New Democrats are not going to sacrifice the mediocre seeking out the perfect, and in this case we have a bill that moves us some further down the road. But the challenge is that governments only look at something like our rail system every so often, sometimes only once a generation, and only do half measures and not listen to the testimony of those very same people my friend quoted, because the rest of the quotes also say there were improvements that we sought that we were unable to achieve in this round of negotiations, about the arbitration, about the fines that are being levied on these major rail shippers that are not going to really feel the pinch. It seems a disappointment that time and again, and the reason there's time allocation on this bill is not because we didn't support it, it's because the government just decided to shut down debate for no purpose at all. That kind of obstinance doesn't lead to good legislation. It doesn't lead to good governance.
Member for Peace River, you have a little less than a minute to respond.
Well, the honourable member may not take my word for it, but why don't we take the words of folks that know what they're talking about, and I'll quote some of them. These measures will create the conditions for improved rail performance and accountability. It will ensure that all shippers can gain access to adequate levels of service. This is the president of the Western Canadian Wheat Growers Association. We especially thank the Agriculture Minister, Transport Minister, and the federal government for listening to farmers and moving this legislation forward. And that's from the President of the Canadian Grain Growers. This legislation is critical, not only for our industry's competitiveness, but for Canada's overall productivity and prosperity. And that's from the CEO of the Chemistry Industry Association of Canada. Mr. Speaker, we will support opposition amendments when they make sense, and that's exactly what we've done in 0.7% of the time.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, colleagues. It's great to be here tonight, even at this hour, or I guess it's great to be here this morning now. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss Bill C-52, the Conservative government's proposed new legislation to improve Canada's freight rail service. Great comments from the Liberals. Don't know what they're saying. I'm going to tell them a little story about a town called St. Thomas in southern Ontario, where the railways ran for many years in this country. Sometimes as many as 13 railways ran through the city of St. Thomas, because it happens to be in a straight line between Chicago and New York City, straight line between Detroit and Buffalo. And so the cut through Canada, the Canada Southern, and a number of other railways ran through that portion. At a day when the railway was the way we transported all of the goods in Canada, people, goods, the resources that Canada was known for in those days. Tell you another little quick story about St. Thomas, Ontario, and a rail incident. P.T. Barnum had brought the circus to town in 1886, and sorry, but Jumbo the elephant was walking down the train line on the day when they were moving the circus into town and was struck by a locomotive and killed. Yeah, that's right. My hometown killed an elephant. And thank you very much. And it was back in a day when rail was king. It was a day when everything moved on the rails, and some things, of course, I guess, had to move out of the way too. But this act brings Canada and the rail system in Canada back to those days of service by our railways, days when goods and resources were moved by rail, right? There's no question that rail transportation plays an essential role in the success and the part of our resource companies, our resource in this economy. In fact, Canada's natural resource industries are the largest users of rail freight services in this country, even to this day. Taken together, Canada's forest, mining, and energy industries account for 2/3 of all carload rail traffic in Canada. We know that manufacturers and suppliers to these vital industries and to many other vital industries, providing everything from trucks to pipelines, also depend on railroads to transport their products and materials to market. Our goal is to provide Canadian shippers and railways with a means of agreeing on service levels and ensuring a more effective supply chain. And that's exactly what this proposed legislation will do. With this new legislation, we're highlighting the important role that railways play in supporting our economic prosperity. The goal of this legislation is to encourage railways and shippers to work together, and it creates a strong incentive for them to do so. Bill C-52 is designed to provide shippers with greater reliability and predictability in rail service. It's essential to the success of our natural resources industries. It recognizes the needs of shippers in doing their business and the needs of railways to manage their rail assets effectively. Colleagues, the relationship between railways and shippers is vital to Canada's economy as a whole. We know that when shippers can move more volume, it means more exports, it means more revenue, and it means more jobs in Canada. Here's the bottom line. Improving rail service in Canada will help to unlock our great natural resources potential. And as most Canadians realize, there's a great deal at stake. Here's some statistics. In the mining industry last year, more than 500,000 carloads of coal, sulfur, and fertilizer were transported by CP Rail. 500,000 carloads. In 2012, CP Rail alone moved 67,000 carloads of forest products. Many of you in urban ridings may only have sat at a crossing and watched that economy move by you as you impatiently waited for the gate to go back up. But in rural and resource Canada, that's money going by. That's about $20 million worth of goods a day. Additionally, Canadian Pacific recently indicated in its 2013 outlook that its crude oil by rail prospects continue to strengthen as the company expects to move to double the movement of crude oil to 140,000 carloads annually by 2015. And that's from today's current volume of 70,000 carloads. That's a doubling of carloads of oil being moved by train. Be a lot more efficient to move it by pipeline, I suppose. Right now, natural resources are directly and indirectly driving almost 20% of the nation's economy and supporting over 10% of all the jobs in Canada. And natural resources are poised to play an even greater role in the future. Our opportunities for growth in Canada's resource sector, arising from the rapid economic ascent of some of the world's most populous countries, are unlike anything we've seen in our history. We have estimated that there are some 600 major resource projects currently underway in Canada or planned in the next 10 years, worth approximately $650 billion in investment. While global economic conditions may be a factor in investor decisions to move forward, the size and number of the projects is substantial, and whatever the short-term obstacles, the longer-term outlook is one of increased value and a demand for Canadian resources. We can point to tremendous opportunities that are happening right now across the country, from oil and gas in Alberta, to liquid natural gas in British Columbia, to offshore gas in Newfoundland and Labrador, to new discoveries of minerals and metals in the Ring of Fire in Ontario and in northern Quebec. And these opportunities will continue for many years to come. Colleagues, for generations, agriculture and natural resources have brought employment, growth, and opportunity to every region of Canada. And we must continue to harness this potential. Long-term growth and development in many of these sectors depend on our railways and their ability to get the products to market. In a recent report, the International Energy Agency emphasized that global energy demand will continue to grow by more than 1/3 by 2035, being led by emerging economies like China and India. These trends represent opportunities for Canada's energy exports in helping to meet growing global energy needs. Because one thing that we know for sure is that these growing economies will need resources. Resources that are abundant here in Canada, such as minerals and metals, lumber, oil, and gas. This trend underscores the urgent need for Canada to diversify our energy export markets, such as that of the Asia Pacific. Growing in emerging economies highlights the urgent need for Canada to develop infrastructure to export our resources to new markets and to ensure that our railways run smoothly. Simply put, we know that developing an efficient transportation system is crucial to ensuring that our resource industries can compete globally. The Fair Rail Freight Service Act provides the tools to build a strong and efficient rail network in Canada. This important legislation will support Canada's resource sectors as they continue to create jobs and prosperity right across this country. And in these challenging economic times, it's good news for our natural resources sector and good news for all Canadians. With this new legislation, we are building on our country's legacy of railway and natural resources, and we're setting the stage for a brand new era of growth and prosperity in Canada. Just like we mentioned at the beginning, the country started with a growth in railways and a use of railways to transport those resources from coast to coast and to build this country. The resource industry today in Canada requires this act and railways to ensure that the resource industry can supply the world. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member, the honourable House Leader for the official opposition.
Christmas card to you, Speaker. That's to my friend across the way. There are 2 points that I think we can clearly agree on. I'm going to leave the tragic case of the circus elephant behind because I'm not sure that this bill directly speaks to that particular provision. I don't see it in the legislation, but there's two things that I think we can agree on. One is the importance of rail. 80% of all of our freight moves on rail. The second is that we have a particular challenge posed to us in Canada, that we have two large rail companies that almost entirely dominate every sector of the market. In the U.S. and in other circumstances, there are other options for those shipping product. In Canada, we have a duopoly that these companies have been shown by the Competition Bureau at various times to collaborate and coordinate, to raise prices, to offer less service without retribution, because they know they're the only options you can go to. Does he believe that any steps taken in Bill C-52, we only get to do this every once in a while, take an address of the rail system, do much to go after the service fees that have been talked about by many of the shippers in this country, that they've had problems and real concerns that the pricing may be non-competitive, that when you have a market with only two players in it, that non-competitive pricing can pose a real problem to such a fundamental industry as our shipping industry in Canada?
The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Well, thank you very much, and I assure him that that the look at the rail service system here that's in the Fair Rail Services Act was exactly that, was a look at how to find a way to balance the shippers that must move product in order to get the resources that I spoke about in my speech to market, to move agriculture products across this country, and do it using the rail system that exists in Canada. And whether it's the two major ones or some very small short lines that are there, this allows those shippers to now have some control, some negotiation power with those railways. And unlike perhaps my colleague across the way, I believe that a great capitalist way of paying for goods as you move them is a far better way to do it.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague from Elgin, Middlesex, London, for his excellent speech tonight, and particularly his history lesson on St. Thomas. And I'd like him, through you, Mr. Speaker, to address the real elephant in the room, which is the fact that our friends in the NDP party are telling us that they are going to support this bill, yet they're challenging it tonight and suggesting our government should interfere more in the commercial marketplace. Could the honourable member please comment on the elephant in the room?
The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank my colleague for the great question, and what a great way to put it. I'll finish a bit of my history lesson. There still is a life-size statue of Jumbo at the far end of Talbot Street in St. Thomas. Any of you come, as you come up the hill, there's Jumbo. It's there, not to be mixed up with the Member of Parliament. Yeah. But you're absolutely right about the elephant in the room. It's a late hour. Now, careful. It's a late hour, and I have sat here for most of the night, many of 5 or 6 hours, I guess, listening to all the parties in the House suggest how much they like our bill. There's a saying back home in rural southern Ontario. My mama just taught me how to say thank you.
Okay, on that note, resuming debate, reprise de débat. L'honorable député de Beauharnois.
The honourable member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise tonight to discuss C-52, which has to do with railway transportation of goods. This is a bill for which time allocation, a gag order, has been imposed for the 37th time. It's anti-democratic. The Conservatives have imposed that we stay till midnight, Monday to Thursday. I don't know how many times, 37 times, that we've had time allocation on debate. So it's a completely inconsistent message. They want to debate topics, but we get cut off. The time of debate is limited every time, so these are subjects, bills, that are poorly put together. They contain many deficiencies, and I will list them later during this speech. But again, there's a tendency we see here with the Conservatives since the beginning of their mandate with C-38, Omnibus Bills, C-45, C-60. When I talk about incompetence by the Conservatives, it's because they propose bills that are full of deficiencies, of weakness. They don't go through with what they find out in consultation, in committee. They reject recommendations from people who testify, experts, or NDP amendments, among others. And after that, we realized that in some bills, such as C-45, oops, there were deficiencies in C-38, so we'll add things hastily once again to fix the other bill that was tabled before. This makes no sense. There's a lack of credibility. It's a lack of respect for democracy, a lack of respect for people who were consulted or those who were not. It's a lack of respect for elected officials on whom the public count to make decisions. And here we can't make good decisions because we can't debate these things and decorticate them properly and look at everything that requires study. So it is insulting. There are horrible things being said around here. C-52 is something that the official opposition wants to support because this is a first attempt to establish service levels between shippers and railways. That's a first step. It's something that shippers had been waiting for decades. It also puts in place an arbitration system so that negotiations that fail can lead to penalties. So there are some points that are constructive and positive, but throughout all this, there's a panoply of aspects that had been demanded by experts, by the official opposition in this House, and that were rejected. If we look at the amendments put forth, 4 NDP members made these requests in support of demands by shippers. The member for Trinity Spadina, who's our official transport critic, the deputy critic, the member for Trois-Rivières, the member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la-Chine, and the member for York South-Weston.
Out of these these amendments that I spoke to you, they're not very complicated, and it really would have helped the shippers greatly. We're talking about including details on the service agreements. It seems to me that that's the least that we could do would be to ensure that these agreements had details. So I don't understand that that was rejected. The operational capacity that we were talking about, well, that's again, it seems to me that it's just sensible when something is so limited that we want to put into place. It doesn't make sense to include a mechanism for dispute resolution if a contract is broken down. That exists in many different contracts, to have that sort of conflict resolution, limiting the fees that the companies can require. The fees are already exorbitant, and there's a huge abuse of power on the part of the railways, who there are all kinds of monopolies that we've seen in terms of the merchandise, so that the fees that are demanded by these companies of the shippers are too high. It prevents the shippers from being competitive internationally, and we can't even limit the ability of these people to have to pay these penalties. So this doesn't appear in the service agreement, and we limit the arbitration, and finally, limiting the ability of the transporters in terms of their participation in the arbitration hearing. So all of this is to say that we could have improved Bill C-52, but it wasn't considered. All of this was just rejected out of hand. So once again, we're saying that we want everyone to be happy with all of these changes. There are revenue losses here, we're told. The Conservatives are trying to say that they want to strengthen the economy, but what they're doing with all of this is to decrease the ability of the regions to help their regional economies because of the sectors that are affected here. There would be agriculture that we're talking about, forestry, the mining sector, and I'm probably forgetting some, the manufacturing sector, other natural resources, but all of those sectors, or the majority of them, find themselves in the regions, and they're remote regions. So this is another component another area where the Conservatives are contradicting themselves. They want everyone to believe that their bills are advantageous, but this works directly against everything that they want to do because they didn't take the time to do the proper research, to consult people and the experts, the people who work in these areas where these bills will affect them. And this is part of the incompetence of what we're talking about here. The shippers also are the ones who pay for the service interruptions, crop damage, delays in the services that are offered by the railways, and they don't have the ability of turning to other sources of income for this, because my colleagues were saying the railways ship something like 70% of merchandise in this country, across the entire country. So of that 70%, 80% of the shippers are not happy with the service. So that's really serious. That's 4 times out of 5 where the service is considered to be bad. That's the reason why these kinds of agreements should finally see the light of day after years. But now they're going to, but in a way that's more or less positive. It's more negative than positive. And on top of that, we talked earlier about the sanctions that might flow from this bill that would be imposed on the railways. But the monetary sanctions would be to a maximum of $100,000, and that's money that would never come back to the shippers. It would be paid to the federal government. So it should come back to the shippers, to the people who are the ones who have to cope with the bad service and the delays and the cost of all of that. And this is supposed to be job creating, but it's being sent to the wrong place. It has no deterrent effect, really, when we know that the income of major corporations like CN sits at $2.7 billion per year. So all of this is to say that, yes, we're going to allow this bill to move forward, but there are many shortcomings, and people who have given expert testimony should be listened to and respected. Questions and comments?
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fiard. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor for me to rise again at 12:35 to ask my New Democratic colleague a question. She briefly spoke during her speech about the reality in regions, and in my area we have a lot of mining industries, agriculture and forestry, and it's very important. So how can I explain to my constituents, if they're listening to me at this late hour, how the NDP's amendments could have improved the railway transportation bill, particularly through my riding? The honourable member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his very relevant question, my colleague from Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. And indeed, we were saying that many of the regions, the shippers rather, comes from the regions, and about 50% of local jobs in forestry have benefits thanks to this transportation of goods on the railways. And when we talked about the amendments, I'll just give you an example here. When we said that we should include the details in the service agreements. We didn't have those agreements in the past, but now that we do, we need to know if there's been any breach of the agreements, and in order to determine that, you have to have access to the details. If we don't have the information to go and be able to go and check, to appear before a court and defend your cause, if you can't refer to the details, it's difficult to put a case together.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Churchill.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to congratulate my colleague on her excellent speech, and also perhaps to make a comment on what we see with this government, with the bill, about which we've said as a party that it really must be strengthened and improved. We tabled amendments that really express the demands of the industry, who really depend on this railway service. But rather than improving the bill and developing a strong, fair bill, this government stopped short. So I'd like to ask my colleague if this is something that we see all the time with this government, and what that says about their representation of Canadians' concerns and the industry's concerns. The honourable member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Churchill for raising the point, indeed, about the respect of democracy in the House and in the committees, and really in every sector of a members of Parliament's work, taking into account all of the stakeholders who gave us information, so that we can really produce work that is representative of that. But here, the shippers didn't see their recommendations respected here. Of the 6 amendments that they brought to committee and that were incorporated into the NDP amendments are nowhere to be found in the bill. And the bill is showing several areas that need to be improved. The Conservatives really wanted to act in good faith. They wouldn't have pushed this bill through so quickly. My colleague from Drummondville was saying earlier that it shows an ideology that's completely blind and short-sighted, because there are so many problems with this bill. We'd have to rework it from scratch. We'd have to go back out and consult people. And we know that the Conservatives have heard from people from the railways went and lobbied the government heavily, and that's why this bill is so imperfect.
Resuming debate, reprise the débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Canadian agriculture and agri-food industry creates jobs and promotes our economic growth. That's why our government continues to work hard in order to help this dynamic industry to grow even more by investing in innovation in order to allow our farmers to keep their competitive advantage, freeing trade in order to help farmers to get the best out of their wheat and barley crops, and reducing paperwork and red tape so that farmers can grow their crops rather than fill in forms, as well as helping farmers increase their international sales thanks to the most aggressive trade program in the history of our country.
If farmers are going to serve these overseas markets, they need efficient and effective transport systems to get their product to port. And that, Mr. Speaker, is what Bill C-52 is all about. Last year, Canada's grain producers exported some $17 billion in world-class grain products, representing up to 85% of their total sales on the farm. These dollars not only drive growth on our farms, they drive growth for our economy and jobs for Canadians, from combine operators to truckers to port terminals. Our farmers and our economy depend on efficient, effective, and reliable rail service to move these crops off the farm to our valued customers in Canada and around the world. In fact, last year, Canadian farmers paid over $1 billion to move regulated grain by rail. On the prairies, grain travels an average of 1,400 kilometers to reach a port destination.
Thanks to the Fair Freight Rail Service Act, the federal government will contribute to strengthening this vital link between the farm and the plate. The Fair Rail Freight Services Act also supports the program implemented by our government in order to promote economic growth and long-term prosperity across our country.
Our government is committed to ensuring that all shippers, including grain shippers, can negotiate agreements that bring greater clarity and predictability on service. With this proposed legislation, we deliver on that commitment. This bill is good news for Canadian farmers, and I am pleased to report that it has been welcomed by the farm leadership across all of the major exporting sectors in agriculture. For instance, the Canadian Federation of Agriculture said, quote, "Passage of Bill C-52 will provide a legislative tool needed to make railways more accountable to its customers. It is a good first step in improving rail service and cost to industry," unquote. The Grain Growers of Canada said, quote, "We fully support the federal government's aggressive trade agenda and global commerce strategy. Timely and efficient rail service is a critical part of Canadian farmers' market access, so this will help us be more globally competitive," unquote. And the general manager of the Canadian Canola Growers Association said, quote, "The railway is a critical link between our farms and our export customers. To fully capitalize on the new trade opportunities being pursued by Canada, shippers need this legislation to ensure Canadian agri-food products reach our customers in a reliable and timely manner," unquote. Clearly, farmers believe this bill will help them grow profitable businesses by building a strong and effective supply chain. Bill C-52 will do that by giving shippers, including farmers, the right to a service agreement with railways. The core of the bill is a new process to establish those agreements when commercial negotiations are not successful. This
provision will be a powerful tool for our agriculture sector because it will be a strong incentive for shippers that the railways negotiate with, or they negotiate service agreements with. The bill will help farmers to grow their businesses.
And predictability to the commercial relationship between the shippers and the railways. And it recognizes the need for railways to manage an efficient rail shipping network for the benefit of grain shippers and the entire supply chain. To put C-52 in perspective, Mr. Speaker, it is part of our government's broader commitment to work with industry to build a modern and dynamic grain industry in Canada. Of course, marketing freedom for wheat and barley farmers is a key part of that strategy. And, Mr. Speaker, the sky did not fall under marketing freedom as some doomsayers had predicted. Quite the opposite. In fact, farmers' newfound freedom is breathing new life into the grain industry across the prairies. Farmers are saying that wheat is a cash crop now. Not only can they sell their wheat and barley when and where they want, locally or south of the border, at harvest time or later, whenever the market is right for them. Ils peuvent aussi maximiser.
They can also maximize their profits so that they can benefit from it from all of their crops by shipping their wheat after harvest and by freeing up storage space for other crops like canola and peas. The modernization of the bill, of the Act, will help the efforts of Canadian farmers in the 21st century.
Which received royal assent in December, will reduce farmers' regulatory burden and costs, improve the Canadian Grain Commission's Producer Payment Protection Program, and eliminate mandatory services that are no longer required, saving producers up to $21 million in extra costs. To ensure that we stay the course in this exciting new direction for our grain industry, the Minister of Agriculture has renewed the mandate of the Crops Logistics Working Group. This forum of experts from across the industry will work to improve the performance of the supply chain for all crops through stakeholder collaboration with a focus on innovation, capacity, and measures of performance. As well, Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada continues to work with Transport Canada on an in-depth analysis of the grain transportation supply chain to make a strong system even stronger. Mr. Speaker, farmers, grain marketers, and the railways are partners in a world-class industry that brings us the food on our tables.
The railways in Canada and Canadian farmers have contributed to the edification of our great nation, and they will contribute as well to preparing a brilliant future by delivering high-quality grains to the population.
This bill before us takes an important step towards a stronger and more efficient rail network to help farmers build their businesses and keep our economy on track. And Mr. Speaker, I am pleased that all members in this House are supporting this bill because it's the right thing to do and it's good for our Canadian farmers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for Churchill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member across made reference to those that are involved in grain farming, and one of the things that I had the opportunity to speak to in my reference to Bill C-52 is unfortunately how the government, as exemplified in this bill, but also generally their approach to rail across the country, including passenger rail, leaves Canadians shortchanged. And I mean, I'll use the example of the cuts to Via Rail that service Churchill, which is a port, as the member will know, that has historically been very involved with exporting grain. However, as the wheat board was gutted, it's missed out as well. And I'm wondering why this member and his government are willing time after time to shortchange those in hardworking farmers and farming communities when it comes to delivering fair, equitable access to rail services passengers, but also making sure that their industry is able to get a fair deal when it comes to rail transport.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. As far as I know, the grain shipments through the Port of Churchill have not changed dramatically. They have not decreased dramatically either since the mandatory wheat board was brought to an end. Mr. Speaker, I will say, too, that these changes to the rail transportation system do not just involve agricultural products. For example, I have a quote here from the Chemistry Industry Association of Canada, and it says, this association has said, quote, "This legislation is critical not only for our industry's competitiveness, but for Canada's overall productivity and prosperity." Mr. Speaker, I also have a quote from the Forest Products Association of Canada, which also supports this legislation. So, Mr. Speaker, although my speech focused on agriculture and grain products in particular, it is clear that this legislation that we're putting forward today actually addresses concerns in many of the sectors across Canada that rely on rail service for the success of their businesses.
In comments, Honourable Deputy.
The honourable member.
Saint-Léonard,
Saint-Michel.
Just looking at some of the notes that we have here, I understand that the railway company seems to be opposed to this legislation. Meanwhile, the shippers are in favour. And so here we are again, legislation which is a bit controversial And all that's going to happen with this legislation, and perhaps the member could clarify this, is that we're going to have more litigation, more delays. How is this bill going to rectify so that all parties are going to be in agreement that this bill is going to make both the shippers and the railways happy with providing services to Canadians, because ultimately that's what we're here to service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think it's fair to say that the situation up until the tabling of this bill was that there was a lot of conflict between those sectors that needed to use the rail service and those providing the rail service. This legislation is meant to provide tools to both the rail service and to the service users in order to rectify any problems that they may have, because particularly those who use the rail service to ship their product felt that they were disadvantaged in that they didn't have options at their disposal to fix problems that occurred when they tried to ship their product. So this legislation has come about after considerable consultation with both the rail service providers and those who use the rail service in order to provide each side with tools in order to find and build bridges across their differences, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, you know, I wondered if waiting around this late to enter into this important debate, you know, there would be anyone here to join with me, and yet, look, lo and behold,
the member will only have about 5 to 6 minutes.
More than enough, Mr. Speaker. I was about to say that the first opportunity I've had this evening to specifically commend and thank the opposition members for being here, being present, and continuing to push life back into Parliament and the parliamentary process. To say that the government has grown a certain level of addiction to the use of closure motions, of shutting down debate, of cutting off debate, even before, this is what's most remarkable, Mr. Speaker, because this is a case before any effort has been made to actually negotiate the timing and order of legislation through the Parliament, which has been the custom of parliaments regardless of their construction over many, many years. We now find, again, there was another closure motion moved tonight on another bill that the opposition finds agreement with the government on, and yet here we are with a government that has not only, if I could, Mr. Speaker, not only do they want to cut off debate formally, but they also think that heckling is a way to suppress comments on their legislative agenda or lack thereof. The point of the matter is this. If the House Leader from the government could contain himself for a moment. I know it's late. I know he may be a bit jagged, but the fact is, this is of his own making. The fact that members are all gathered here and sitting here tonight at midnight, he agrees this is correct. This government chose that this is the best way to do legislation. That not only do they want to cut off debate, they want to extend sittings to midnight because they think this is a productive way to run a government. Canadians that a government so scandal-plagued, so interested in getting out of town that they've got to push the clock and shut down debate. Oh, there's yet to be a commitment from the Conservatives to actually sit out the calendar of this parliamentary session. And based on the experience of the most recent question periods, there's no wonder the Conservative Party wants to skip town as quick as possible. Now, let's take a look at this piece of legislation in particular, because this is another example. My friends had all opportunities tonight to add their comments to the debate. I'm not sure why they waited to the last 3 minutes of the evening to heckle me in my efforts to add something. That the government has purported two things in this legislation. One is that the bill is perfect. They must think it's perfect because they took no amendments. They didn't change a thing because they simply felt that all the testimony and all the hearings and all the expert witnesses and all the shippers that came forward with recommendations and changes, they were all wrong. And the only people that were right in the conversation was the Conservative Party of Canada. And lo and behold, Mr. Speaker, in bill after bill, in legislation after legislation, when we hear from those witnesses, when we gather that evidence and we put them into amendments, there's only one thing that remains constant, and it's the Conservative Party is always right on all matters. They have somehow, in this brief time, become... They applaud at a sense of arrogance and entitlement. I remember another party that felt that certain sense of arrogance and entitlement, that sort of got a little drunk on their power, on their majority status, and slowly by slow measure, the entitlement to those entitlements, if you will, Mr. Speaker, led them down a path that was entirely self-destructive. And I worry for my friends across the way. I lament that those reformers that first came to this House that said things like, we'll never appoint anyone to the Senate, and we'll respect the parliamentary process, that we disagree when the Liberals invoke closure on bills because we don't think it's right. Those same Conservatives are, lo and behold, can't be found these days. That the inconvenience of democratic institutions and of debate have somehow gotten in the way of their laser-like focus on their own agenda, to the chagrin and the lament of many Canadians. Mr. Speaker, throughout the evening, New Democrats have stood in our place and said that while we will not sacrifice the good for the perfect, this is an opportunity for government to continue to learn that they are not the experts in all things, and that they should once in a while put a little water in the wine, have a little humility to realize that when we go through the process of studying legislation, of hearing from the actual experts who are going to be impacted, who drive our economy, that maybe they should listen once in a while, take some of those recommendations and amendments, because once in a while, a little humility would be a good thing. It looked good on some of my friends across the way to say that, you know, when governments achieve that sacred majority status, they aren't actually given divine powers, and they don't write legislation that is perfect in every comma and every period. Some of my friends apparently disagree, but I would suggest this, that in order for our democracy to function and work well, that the quality of the conversation is based upon the ability of those in power to actually listen once in a while, listen to Canadians, respect our values and our views, and so much better will this country be made for it. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
It being 12:55, pursuant to order made earlier today, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the third reading stage of the bill now before the House. La question est la suivante.
The question is the following.
Mr. LaBelle, seconded by Mr. Kent, move that Bill C-52, an act to amend the Canada Transportation Act, Administration, Air and Railway Transportation and Arbitration, be now read a third time and do pass.
The House to adopt the motion. All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. Yay. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Pursuant to order made on Wednesday, May 22nd, 2013, the division stands deferred until Thursday, May 30th, 2013, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Orders of the day.
Government orders, Government Bill Senate.
Considering its second reading, Bill S-10, an act to implement the Convention on Cluster Munitions.
Mr. Van Loan, on behalf of Mr. Baird, seconded by Mr. O'Connor, moves that Bill S-10, an act to implement the Convention on Cluster Munitions, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development. Debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's my pleasure to rise today to begin debate on the second reading of Bill S-10, Prohibiting Cluster Munitions Act. Canada has long recognized that explosive remnants of war, such as those caused by cluster munitions, are a serious humanitarian concern. They maim and kill innocent civilians around the world, they have a detrimental economic impact, and they hinder access to essential infrastructure. Deployed from the air or ground, some types of cluster munitions can release dozens of or even hundreds of smaller submunitions which can cover a large area quickly. These munitions can have indiscriminate effects, particularly when they fail to detonate as intended, often causing widespread harm to innocent civilians, especially in heavily populated areas. They can harm and kill innocent civilians even long after the conflict has ended.
Unfortunately, many of these victims are children. Mr. Speaker, Canada has long played a leading international role in the protection of civilians from the use of conventional weapons that are prone to indiscriminate effects, because we have seen the devastating impacts of that use. Since 2006, our government has contributed to more than 250 projects to this global effort, making us one of the world's top contributors. More recently, in February of this year, the Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, Americas and Consular Affairs, while in Colombia, announced an additional $2.93 million in support over 4 years to assist landmine survivors, including children and youth, with their recovery and reintegration into society. I can assure all honourable members that we remain deeply committed to this cause and continue to evaluate possible mine action projects that will deliver tangible results. Mr. Speaker, I would now like to address Bill S10, which I believe fully implements our legislative requirements under the Convention on Cluster Munitions. Canada was a key participant throughout the negotiation of the Convention, and we are proud to have been among its first 94 signatories in December 2008. From the beginning, Canada's goal was to strike a balance between a commitment to the elimination of cluster munitions and effective, legitimate and important security considerations. Bill S10 does just that. During negotiations, we committed to the eventual elimination of these weapons. But we also had to recognize the reality that not all countries are participating in the negotiations, and we are ready to commit to a convention. A compromise was needed to allow countries that wanted to renounce cluster munitions and ratify the convention to still be able to engage in military cooperation and operations with countries that intended to retain these weapons for the time being. The compromise reached set out that these military activities would be permitted on the basis that state parties would engage in diplomatic advocacy to urge non-state parties to reconsider. That compromise, found in Article 21, was critical to allowing Canada and its allies to join the Convention. Canada had a clear mandate in negotiations, and we have always been open and transparent in exactly what we wanted to accomplish. It is important to note that this was not just a Canadian position, but was shared by other countries. The provision of Article 21 was necessary to bring others on board. Mr. Speaker, S10, when enacted, will prohibit the use of development, making, acquisition, possession, movement, import, and export of cluster munitions. It will also prohibit the stockpiling of cluster munitions in Canada through the proposed offence of possession in Canada. This offence covers any form of possession, including stockpiling, and may easily be enforced, if necessary, prosecuted in Canada through the criminal justice system. Bill S10 will also prohibit anyone from aiding or abetting another person in the commission of a prohibited activity. This captures a number of potential cross-border scenarios where people or organizations subject to Canadian law engage in activities that are prohibited by the Convention, and also ensures that those are subject to Canadian law can be prosecuted for the offences in Canada. For example, the Convention does not require state parties to criminalize investment, but liability for aiding or abetting as set out in the bill, which include investment scenarios in which there is sufficient intention and connection between the investment and the prohibited activity in order to meet the Canadian Charter and the criminal law requirements. Mr. Speaker, we recognize that one of the most discussed aspects of the Convention relates to Article 29, which specifically allows state parties to engage in military cooperation and operations with states that are not party without breaching their obligations. As the Convention itself allows this, the proposed legislation also contains exceptions which allow Canada to engage in combined military operations and cooperation with states that are not party to the Convention. Bill S10 preserves Canada's ability to work alongside our allies and it provides Canadian Forces members and civilians working with them assurances that they will not face criminal liability when doing their jobs. For Canada, military cooperation and operations with other states which currently do not intend to ratify the Convention, such as the United States, are of central importance to our security and defense policy. Again, it is vital that our men and women in uniform are not unjustly accused of criminal conduct or in no way compromised from doing their jobs, or what we ask of them in the interest of national security and defense. Mr. Speaker, even in the context of military cooperation, the Convention reiterates that state parties shall not engage in specified activities that are fully within their control. Under Bill S-10, Canadian Armed Forces members will be prohibited from themselves using cluster ammunition in their operations. They cannot request their use if the choice of munitions is under the exclusive Canadian control, even in the context of joint military operations. In addition, and going beyond what is required by the Convention, as a matter of policy, the Canadian Forces will prohibit personnel or exchange, secondment or attachment with Allied forces from themselves using cluster munitions, from training and from instructing in the direct use of cluster munitions. The Canadian Forces will also prohibit, as a matter of policy, the transportation of any cluster munitions abroad Canadian assets. Mr. Speaker, as the Prohibiting Cluster Munitions Act makes its way through the legislative process, our government has already taken concrete steps to fulfill its commitment under the Convention on Cluster Munitions. The Canadian Armed Forces have removed their remaining stockpiles of cluster munitions from active service and have already begun the process of destroying them. We are confident that the destruction will be completed within the time frame required by the Convention. It is important to note that Canada has never produced or used cluster munitions in its operations. We are already active in promoting the universalization and implementation of the Convention with international partners and will continue doing so. And as I have previously stated, our government is among the top international donors of addressing the impact of the explosive remnants of war, including cluster munitions. Mr. Speaker, knowing the humanitarian devastation caused by the explosive remnant of the war, Canada is fully committed to the goals of the Convention on Cluster Munitions and to implement our requirements under the Convention. We are proud to have tabled this in legislation, and we're particularly proud of the important role played in Canada to get us here today. It is my hope that all parties will recognize the essential balance between the legitimate security and the humanitarian concerns and fully support Bill S-10, Mr. Speaker. I just want to add, Mr. Speaker, how much time do I have, Mr. Speaker? I have 2 minutes left. Thank you very much. I know it's very late at night, but Mr. Speaker, I was just listening to the House Leader talking about that he was very much concerned about our party, and he was talking about comparing us to the Liberal Party on the other side. But I want to tell him that he was in this House, and the NDP party was there sitting as well, Mr. Speaker. Just because they have moved over here, that does not mean that they have suddenly all of a sudden become what they want to say, more concerned about the running of this operation. Let me be very blunt and very clear, Mr. Speaker. This government is committed. It's committed to working for Canadians to ensure an economic environment, Mr. Speaker, that is for creation of jobs, Mr. Speaker. Our Budget Implementation Act that is there to ensure, Mr. Speaker, that this country meets the obligations of ensuring that its citizens have jobs, the ability to educate their children, Mr. Speaker, and to have a life that is distant. Mr. Speaker, under the NDP, given to them, Mr. Speaker, they would have us in a very big trouble, Mr. Speaker, in a total economic disaster. And it is for that reason, Mr. Speaker, they lost the election in British Columbia, because British Columbians were not willing to accept the NDP doctrine of having of stopping economic progress, Mr. Speaker. They should learn from that instead of giving us lectures, Mr. Speaker, about how to run this country. I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, this government is extremely focused on where we are headed, where we are going, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the member. I want to thank this thing to him. But I can tell you, we will not take your advice. Thank you.
The time has expired for further debate. L'ordre.
Order. At this time, pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been put and seconded. Therefore, the question is as follows, that this House do now adjourn.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise tonight at adjournment proceedings, or actually I should say I rise early this morning on adjournment proceedings, to pursue a question I raised in the House with the Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. I actually put the question to the Prime Minister initially, but it was on March 6th of this year. Now, this pertains to an issue that couldn't be more timely, and that's why, Mr. Speaker, I accepted the opportunity to debate on the matter after 1 a.m. This morning, rather than risk not being able to put the question to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for a response. The issue that I raised March 6th is the Treaty on Conventional Arms. It's the Arms Trade Treaty, and when I raised the issue, March 18th still was ahead of us, and the United Nations was going to be debating this critical treaty. As I stated in my question to the Honourable Minister, that I was grateful for the fact that Canada was overall supportive of the treaty, but it did seem strange that we had decided not to support the important criterion that if corruption was at stake, that should be one of the measurements of whether an arms deal should be approved under the treaty. And I also, of course, wanted to have the assurance of the Prime Minister that Canada was supporting all elements of the treaty. This treaty did go to successful conclusion in negotiations in the special session of the United Nations that began on March 18th. There's a great deal of celebrating around the world for that, and Canada did vote for the treaty. But the news reports that came out of New York following the treaty's acceptance suggest that Canada's support was somewhat lukewarm. There have been efforts to find out whether Canada plans to sign on as an early ratifier so that we can actually be part of getting this treaty operationalized globally. Spokesmen from the Office of the Minister of Foreign Affairs have been somewhat equivocal about whether Canada will join on soon. Now, I put that in contrast with Norway and New Zealand and Japan, countries that have said yes when the treaty is open for signatures, which happens, Mr. Speaker, as early as this coming Monday, June 2nd. They will sign on. So we will see countries signing on, and as soon as 50 countries have ratified, the Arms Trade Treaty will take effect. Let me just review what this treaty will do. It will create common international standards for the regulation of the international trade in conventional arms, ammunition, parts, and components. It applies to tanks, it applies to all manner of munitions, and it is something that will help make the world safer. We have been troubled by the fact that the non-government organizations allowed on the Canadian delegation were limited to groups that support the use of private long guns, and that's perfectly appropriate within Canada, but it's a mismatch when you're looking at a global treaty to protect nations around the world from the damage done by a conventional arms trade. So, Mr. Speaker, I look forward to words from my Parliamentary Secretary, my friend. I'm hoping that he will confirm that Canada has decided to be an early adapter, a country that will ratify along with Norway, New Zealand, and Japan at our earliest opportunity when the treaty opens for signature on June 3rd, would certainly be welcome news for Canadians who yearn for us to return to our traditional role of leadership in peacekeeping and of making the world a safer place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member that she raised this question even this late at night, Mr. Speaker. Canada already has some of the highest standards for the export of conventional arms. The items included in the ATT are already subject to export controls in Canada. Furthermore, Canada already applies the criteria set out in the ATT when considering an arms export. Despite the high standards set by Canada, the international trade in conventional arms remains poorly controlled in many parts of the world. Providing arms to insurgents, terrorists, transnational criminal groups, and rogue regimes undermine international security and trade interests. It is for this reason that Canada participated in the negotiations on the Arms Trade Treaty that would help curtail illicit and irresponsible arms transfers. Our Conservative government supports the rights of legitimate law-abiding gun owners, and to that end, we eliminated the unfair burden of the wasteful and ineffective long gun registry. It was and remains very important to Canada that an ATT not hinder the legal and responsible international trade in conventional arms or create new burdens for Canadian industries or firearm owners, and we played a key role in ensuring that ATT acknowledges the lawful ownership of our firearms by responsible private citizens. The government supported the inclusion of the anti-corruption language in the ATT. In fact, Canada already considers corrupt practices when looking at the risk of diversion associated with the proposed export. This is consistent with the government's anti-corruption efforts in domestic and international spheres, including our work within the G20 and the United Nations. Mr. Speaker, Canada worked closely with our friends and allies in an attempt to negotiate an instrument that would help keep weapons out of the hands of the criminals, terrorists, and human rights abusers, while at the same time recognizing and protecting the ability of the law-abiding private firearm owners to enjoy the recreational use of their firearms in a responsible manner. The government is now consulting all interested stakeholders on the ATT in order to gain their insight and analysis. The views of all interested parties in Canada will serve to better inform the government as we decide our next step. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very grateful to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for staying and that he would express gratitude that I raised the issue at this late hour. I do still have concerns because in part of his remarks he seemed to, as others have done in his government, conflate the issue of domestic use of firearms with this treaty. And I think we need to underscore this so that no one is confused about it. This treaty has nothing to do with domestic use of firearms. It has nothing to do with any kind of civilian ownership or domestic trade in firearms. It is specifically about ensuring effective regulation of international transfers of conventional weapons. And as I said before, Mr. Speaker, it applies to a range of military apparatus, including tanks, armored combat vehicles, large caliber artillery systems, combat aircraft, attack helicopters, warships, missiles and missile launchers, and small arms and light weapons. You know, we hear the stories of child soldiers, Mr. Speaker, and we know that those munitions and the forced conscription of children into war zones is an appalling and immoral act. If we can control the international trade in these munitions, guns, and armaments, we can protect those children and we can reduce conventional conflict in hot spots around the world. I urge the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary and his government to ratify the treaty June 3rd.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I can understand the concern that the honourable member has expressed in reference to the export of arms internationally. And that, Mr. Speaker, is we have one of the highest standards for export of conventional arms, Mr. Speaker. But that does not, when we are signing convention, it is important to ensure that the conventions that we are signing internationally do not overspill into the domestic legislation that is currently in Canada. For that reason, we are in consultation with stakeholders, and as we do with that, Mr. Speaker, Canada has every intention to sign and control the export of arms, Mr. Speaker, to rogue regimes, and as she has mentioned as well. So she can rest be assured that we will be working with stakeholders, but our goal is, in the end, to sign this treaty as well, but to ensure it doesn't spill over into the domestic laws of this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Pursuant to an order made on Wednesday, May 22, 2013, the motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until later this day at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.